Call to order the regular meeting of the San Marcos City Council. Today is April 15th of 2025. The time is 6 o'clock. Ms. Trevino, would you call the roll for us, please?
Ms. Rodriguez.
Here.
Mr. Saul Gonzalez.
Here.
Ms. Garza. Mayor Houston.
Here.
Mr. Scott.
Here.
Mr. Mendoza.
Here.
Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez.
Here.
We have a quorum present.
And is Ms. Garza online?
No.
My understanding is
She's on
she's
it.
on her way.
I'm sorry?
She's on her way.
Okay, good, thank you. All right. Our invocation this evening will be given by Deacon Robert Gutierrez of St. John's Catholic Church. Is he here? I don't think so. Okay, then we will move on to our pledges of allegiance, United States and Texas. I pledge allegiance honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. We will now start our citizen comment time period. City Council hears citizen comments at work sessions, workshops, and regular meetings. There is a sign-up process. You may speak once during the citizen comment time period and may not yield time to others. If you speak now about a public hearing topic on tonight's agenda, I'm going to ask that you not repeat exactly the same comments again during the public hearing on the same topic. You will have 3 minutes to speak when you state your name. A timer is displayed on the screen. You'll start in the green. When the timer only shows yellow, you'll have less than 20 seconds left, so be wrapping it up. When the timer is red, your time to speak is up. A bell will ring, and I will tell you your time is up. The mayor and council will endeavor to ensure that meetings are conducted in a courteous manner and in an atmosphere free of defamation, intimidation, personal insults, profanity, or threats of violence. If you do any of those, you will hear the gavel, and I will ask you to leave the council chambers. There's no second chance. This is your warning. I think I've gone to all of you. We're going to have a peaceful, respectful meeting tonight. I'm going to insist, I usually ask, tonight I'm going to insist that there not be any clapping, there not be any cheering. If you agree with what someone has just said, you can do the silent thing that the young people do now, that's fine. If you have signs, the signs are perfectly fine, but I do ask that don't hold them up in front of someone else where you're obstructing their view. So again, peaceful and respectful this evening. And I'm going to call several names. If you hear your name, if you would kind of get in line and be ready. We have a lot of citizen comment tonight. We'd like to move through it quickly. So the first 5, and most people are in person. In order is Scott Coe, Yancy Arevalo, Saul Huerta, Tomas Diaz de Leon, and Eli Doyle. I'm so sorry. Sorry, I got my coat over there. And we need your name. Be sure you state your name and your voice at the beginning of your comments, and then your 3 minutes will start. Mr. Cove.
Good evening, Mayor Houston and council members. My name is Scott Cove. I'm from the Victory Gardens neighborhood. I'm here today to ask you to strongly consider passing a resolution calling upon our federal government to stop supplying weapons at our expense to the Israeli military. I'm here to ask you to consider passing a resolution that affirms our constitutional rights. I'm asking you to pass a resolution that rejects forms of bigotry like anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and war crimes. This past year and a half, we've witnessed daily horrors inflicted upon the Palestinian people, 7,000 miles away with the backing diplomatically, financially, and materially of our government. Our hearts are aching daily for the people of all faiths and races facing displacement, starvation, and bombardment. We're here today to say, not in our name. I've heard concerns that passing such a resolution could jeopardize city funding. But this resolution is legal, it's moral, and it's protected speech. Why silence criticism of policies violating U.S. and international law? The Leahy Act and War Crimes Act already ban arming atrocities. This resolution simply asks our leaders to follow their own laws. This resolution calls for affirming our constitutional rights, of which all our laws are weighed against. First and foremost, we have the right to freedom of speech. That right includes the ability to criticize our government. I want to say clearly to everyone in our community, our government is facilitating a genocide in this moment. This moment is a never again moment. For 45 days, food, fuel, water, and medicine have not entered the Gaza Strip. If we, not only as our small city, but as a nation, don't come together and work hard to stop the inertia of genocide, history will remember us. We will be the next story of warning, taught to children of who not to be like. Our country will become the perennial evil for a world that's alienated from us. This is a time in our history that calls for moral courage. Your constituents are asking you to be courageous and speak for them. Yes, our city should pass this resolution and communicate it to the world. We should also come together and raise funds for the reconstruction of Gaza, for aid to the people suffering the consequences of 18 months of bombardment with our ammunition. We should come together to reject all forms of hate and bigotry. We should come together to say international students are welcome in our city and should be afforded the protection of our Constitution. To my neighbors, silence is complicity. As Edmund Burke said, the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. Please do something. Pass this resolution. Thank you.
Those in the lobby, please, no clapping. Yancy Arevalo is next.
My name is Yancy Arevalo. I am a resident of San Marcos and organizer with Palestine Solidarity SMTX, also known as SMTX-PS. I am in support of City Council passing a ceasefire resolution. We are asking our city to uphold basic human rights, international law, and constitutional freedoms. It's been over a year since we last tried bringing a ceasefire resolution to council. It's already such a huge win that we are here today before council with a resolution on the agenda. We have worked hard to bring forward the strongest resolution possible. It's lengthy, but if you read it, you would know that our demands are reasonable and supported with true and verifiable evidence. You don't have to agree with every detail in the resolution to understand the spirit behind it. A call to stop the killing, uphold dignity, and use your voice to urge for peace. A ceasefire resolution costs nothing to pass, but means everything to families in crisis. Even though passing a ceasefire resolution is mostly symbolic, a resolution brings hope to people at home and abroad. It brings a message of hope that we have not forgotten about Palestinians. Hope that there are people who still have a conscience, because whatever the opposition says, we know it in our hearts that killing innocents is wrong. We know that genocide is wrong. We know that our federal government is aiding and abetting Israel in committing war crimes. We know that millions and billions of our tax money is paying for illegal US-made bombs. Did you know that providing weapons to commit war crimes and genocide is against federal and international law? By passing a ceasefire resolution with an arms embargo, we are simply advocating for our own government to follow its laws. We are simply asking our government to stop providing weapons that are dismembering innocent children and killing entire generations of families in Palestine. Wars are expensive. By cutting essential funding and investing in genocide, our federal government is prioritizing Israel over our own needs. Our community knows that San Marcos has needs that have continuously not been met: food, housing, health, education, and public safety, to name a few. When we ask for more funding for public and social services, the response is always the same: there's not enough money. Our communities would thrive if our tax dollars, instead of investing in genocide, actually went back into communities nationwide. The people in power have shown us who they are, and it's not someone we can count on to care for San Marcos. I want to hope that I can count on you, Mayor Houston, and council members, Matthew, Lorenzo, Shane, and Saul. I am asking you to lead with courage. I'm asking you to support a ceasefire resolution and to take a stand for life, law, and peace. Stand with your constituents in support of a ceasefire resolution and stand with humanity. To my neighbors in opposition, if you think this is not a local issue, you are turning a blind eye to genocide. What is it going to take for you to wake up? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Saul Huerta.
My name is Sol Huerta, and I've been a San Marcos resident for 5 years. I fell in love with the city's inclusivity and passion for justice, and I'm here today making a plea to City Council to approve the ceasefire resolution. For the last year and a half, I've watched the state of Israel murder thousands and thousands of Palestinians. The Palestinian people are being relentlessly bombed, starved, displaced, targeted by Israel, and I've been watching from my phone screen here in Texas helpless. I saw a video of a 7-year-old girl with her hair falling out from the stress of living through a genocide. I saw a list of dozens of martyrs whose ages were listed as 0. Palestinians in Gaza and Palestinians in the U.S. are witnessing entire family lines be murdered by Israel in just an instant. Now we are in the position as a community to stand up against genocide. Yet some are still asking, why is this a local issue? Well, our taxes that were due today are helping to pay for these bombs that are killing thousands and thousands of children. There are Palestinians in the U.S. and in San Marcos, and they're watching their people go through this. During his city council campaign, Lorenzo Gonzalez said something that really touched me that I agree with. A ceasefire, this is his quote, "A ceasefire is the first step toward saving lives. An arms embargo sends a clear message. We will not contribute to the machinery of war and destruction. As a city, San Marcos has an opportunity to stand on the right side of history by embracing its moral responsibility to advocate for peace," end quote, which I agree with wholeheartedly, 1,000%. Why is this a local issue? I'm watching college students across the country and in Texas being abducted by ICE and having their statuses changed for daring to say something like genocide is wrong. Why is this a local issue? The IDF in Israel and ICE, they work hand in hand and they train together, and the technology used to suppress our First Amendment rights here are tested out on Palestinians first. The US police that murder innocent people like Malachi Williams train with the IDF. Why is this a local issue? When taught about the Holocaust growing up, I was promised never again. I was told when there's a genocide, we cannot stand by and let it happen. International court rulings make it so that it's everyone's responsibility to stop what Israel's doing. I also want to speak on the repression San Martians who oppose genocide are facing, though it's nothing compared to the horrors in Gaza right now. The city's funding is being threatened by a Texas senator if Mayor Houston allows her own jurisdiction to uphold international law. We are being threatened with ICE. We are being called anti-Semitic, even though the resolution clearly says we are against anti-Semitism. How is being pro-humanity and pro-love for our fellow humans anti-Semitic? Decades from now, our grandchildren will ask us what we did during the Palestinian genocide. And I hope from the bottom of my heart that we did everything we could with every fiber of our being to stand against it and to use our voices and the First Amendment privileges we have here in the US. San Marcos has the chance right now to be on the right side of history and to make history in Texas. And I am hoping and praying to God that we take that chance. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tomas Diaz de Leon. Following Eli Doyle will be Jack Thornton, Maria Alvarado, Thomas Doyle, Tom Alter, and Sanjay Robb. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Tomas. I'm a San Marcos local. I grew up here, and I've lived here for 27 years. I'm here tonight to express my support for the ceasefire resolution and hope that City Council will do the same. I would like to say that I take exception to the claim I've heard some make that this issue doesn't affect San Martians, and so it isn't within the city's purview to adopt this resolution. I don't see how anyone can say that and mean it when merely having this up for discussion today has led to such severe and disgusting threats against our ability to interact with our local government. For example, the day it was announced that this would be on the agenda, local attorney and Zionist David Sergi took to Facebook to brand resolution supporters terrorists and declare his intention to call ICE on the attendees of this city council meeting. As an attorney, I'm sure he fully understands the weight of the threat that ICE represents. This is a blatant attempt to intimidate members of the community into silence, scaring them away from their right to voice their concerns to their elected officials, and it needs to be repudiated by this council. And then there's Senator Donna Campbell's statement. In response to asking our city council to speak against some of the worst human rights abuses of our lifetimes and ongoing genocide, she coyly threatens San Marcos' access to state funding. How democratic are these institutions really if, rather than listening to the political will of all the constituents assembled at this meeting in support of this resolution, Donna Campbell just gets to put her thumb on the scale and pronounce this conversation over? To say nothing of the hypocrisy of her statement, if she were truly interested in denouncing the exploitation of civilians, embedding of violence in schools and hospitals, blocking humanitarian aid, and showing callous disregard for the vulnerable, she would be supporting our resolution and calling for an end to these injustices being perpetrated by Israel. As we see similar attacks and more egregious infringements of our constitutional rights being carried out against individuals speaking in opposition to genocide and apartheid across the country, I believe council's support for this resolution would not only reflect the strength of our city's character and that of its elected officials, but also represent San Marcos's commitment to upholding democratic local governance that we are all encouraged to participate in without fear of facing state-sanctioned violence or reactionary retaliation. Thank you, and long live Palestine.
Our next speaker is Eli Doyle.
Hello, my name is Eli. I've been a resident of San Marcos for over 10 years, and I'm speaking today to voice my wholehearted support of this ceasefire resolution. Some residents of San Marcos, people you are responsible to serve, who are in favor of this ceasefire resolution are not here today because a local attorney threatened to call ICE. This reality is horrifying. The fact that people have needed to safety plan just to express their opinion at this city council meeting is horrifying. Many of the people who are showing up in opposition to this ceasefire resolution tonight are doing so because Donna Campbell threatened our city funding, or because they see the intimidation tactics being used by the federal government and are afraid that the already diminished funding for necessary community services in San Marcos will be further gutted. This reality is horrifying. The fact that people who in their emails to city council members clearly state that they care about the welfare of San Marcos residents, people who also in many cases agree that what is happening in Palestine is atrocious, feel the need to speak out against this resolution out of fear of our city funding getting cut is horrifying. The threats that San Marcos as a city has received from Texas state senators make this a local issue. The threats that residents have received that would make them rightfully concerned for their safety to show up to this city council meeting just to express their opinion makes this a local issue. And yet the horrifying reality of what is happening locally is but a fraction of the horror, the atrocity, the utter dehumanization, the genocide that Israel is committing and that the United States is actively supporting in Palestine. Right now, children in Gaza are trapped under rubble. They're writing their names on their arms so they can be identified if they don't survive the night. International observers, doctors, and aid workers have confirmed over and over there is no way out. Muslim, Jewish, and Christian Palestinians are being bombed in hospitals, shelters, and homes. Entire blocks are flattened in minutes. Grandparents are watching generations of their family disappear before their eyes. This is not distant or abstract. This is real human suffering. This past Sunday, literally 2 days ago, Israel bombed Al-Alhi Hospital, the last functioning hospital in Gaza. Instead of celebrating Palm Sunday and the beginning of the Holy Week of Passover, because again, there are Jewish and Christian Palestinians, staff and hundreds of patients were forced to flee with only 20 minutes notice. These war crimes, these utter violations of basic human rights, these despicable acts of power attack the humanity of everyone there and attack the humanity of everyone here. How do you feel in your body hearing about this level of cruelty? If you believe we have souls, how do you feel in your soul as we stand before you telling you that other people's souls are being violated at this level? Each of you, as city council members, are being given this opportunity right here, right now, to connect with your humanity and take courageous, compassionate, and wise action. Stand against fear. Stand against injustice. Stand against this genocide, now and forever. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jack Thornton, who joins us remotely.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Excellent. So my name is Jack Thornton. I'm a local in the historic district, a talented engineer, loyal husband, supportive son, and according to one local attorney, apparently a terrorist. I would like to very honestly thank Mayor Houston and City Council for their very real bravery in considering the ceasefire resolution. And as I speak, I hope everyone here takes a moment to consider how our own country's history portrays us in the genocide of Native people and later their forced removal from their land. This too was in the name of God. I'd like to keep this brief since we have been poring over fact for years. The entire rest of the world recognizes this supposed war is a genocide and that Israel is an apartheid state. And we're still here begging for only the most simple of human acknowledgments. There are some that want to try and muddy the waters on this conversation by initiating this question of whether the issue is local or not, as if this suddenly dismisses the issue. But I will say that it is local. It's local so long as you live in this country, because every hour of your labor funds bunker busters and armored Ford F-350s in the form of taxes to destroy hospitals and kill children. I don't remember voting for my taxes to fund this. But what I hate about this line of questioning is this underlying idea of, why do you care? This doesn't affect you. And I'd like to point out how easy it is to turn around that line of questioning. You ask how this hurts me. Let me ask how this ethnic cleansing benefits you. Why do you scream so tirelessly to keep the blood pouring? Thousands and thousands of innocents killed. The last hospital in Gaza was destroyed yesterday. Anyone with a heart can say why this knowledge harms them, but can you say why it benefits you? I ask the council to listen closely for these supposed benefits as they hear from the opposition this evening. But to circle back, I can't help but wonder what horrific name our textbooks will give this state-funded atrocity, since names like Trail of Tears has already been taken. Food for thought. But I do hope you are able to make the only ethical decision and approve this ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Alvarado. Is Maria here? I'll circle back. Next is Thomas Doyle.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Doyle. I'm a professor of political science and international politics at Texas State. I spoke before you last year when this issue was on the agenda with a set of reasons that were fundamentally independent but still consistent in favor of the City Council endorsing the resolution on a ceasefire. But I have another set of independent reasons to give you. First of all, it was on the 10th of April that hundreds of Reserve Air Force officers in the Israeli Air Force called upon the government of Benjamin Netanyahu to prioritize bringing hostages home, even if it meant ending the war. On top of that have been a number of protesters against the ongoing violence in Gaza who are Jewish themselves. Now, not being Jewish, I don't want to weigh in on what is anti-Semitism and what isn't. But as a professor of political science and international politics, it strikes me that this is a much more complicated issue than the oversimplifications that seem to be coming out in public discourse. As far as I'm concerned, it's a matter of prudence to endorse a ceasefire resolution. It's prudent because there's nothing to be gained at all by seeing people who are 7, 8, 9 years old, who are medical professionals working in hospitals, who are social workers, who become collateral damage. Collateral damage is a euphemism, but it stands for people being killed who don't deserve to be killed because they weren't part of the original violent action that took place on October 7th, 2023. So, just as President Trump has said that it is time for a ceasefire in Ukraine because there are too many people dying, too many innocent people dying, it would be wholly consistent with that thought to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Not for any high moral reason, but for prudence and for consistency with American values that stretch back through time. And on that note, I thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Tom Alter.
Good evening. My name is Tom Alter. I am a San Marcos resident, history professor at the local university, a member of the Texas State Employees Union, and I have an 11-year-old son and a 14-year-old daughter in the San Marcos Public Schools. I am here to speak in favor of the resolution calling for a ceasefire and an arms embargo against Israel like the one passed by my union. I have struggled with my comments as a genocide against the Palestinian people is being perpetuated by Israel with weapons coming from the U.S. government funded by our U.S. tax dollars. My children struggle trying to understand how children like themselves are able to be murdered just because they were born in Palestine. My students struggle trying to understand why the U.S. government is funding a genocide while the university they attend and local government remains silent. Once Israel began its terror campaign of bombing and collective punishment on the people of Israel, I was besieged by students asking why the history department is remaining silent, why are elected leaders remaining silent, or even supporting the genocide. The issue is not complicated. Apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and genocide are wrong. The issue should not be controversial. Yes, there are loud voices coming from those of wealth and power who call Palestinian children killed in refugee tents terrorists, and state senators citing biblical prophecy who support the genocide of Palestine. Read that biblical prophecy. It is horrifically anti-Semitic and genocidal on a world scale. There are some who say this is not a local issue. This is very much a local issue when billions of our tax dollars go to fund a genocide while our local school district is facing an $8 million budget deficit, let alone the other countless underfunded education and social welfare programs. The issue of Palestine liberation is now at the forefront of defending democracy, free speech, and opposing fascism. These should be issues concerning everyone at all levels of government. As a college town, our community is enriched by international students in an open scholarly environment. International students across the country, Texas, and here in San Marcos are being targeted for deportation, and free speech on campuses is being silenced, much of it over the issue of supporting Palestinian liberation. The council can reject this resolution, remaining silent on a genocide, allowing it in an environment where my daughter and I, while walking down a city sidewalk carrying a Palestinian flag after a rally, returning to our car, when someone in a city of San Marcos trucks, assumingly employee, feels empowered to stop the truck and yell vile and racist words at us just because we stand against genocide and racism. Or the council can stand on the just side of history and make San Marcos an example community for others to follow. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sanjay Rav, but following will be Molly Bexfield, Sam Benavides, Matthew Young, Sarah Perez Martinez, and Andrew Maglish. If those of you would be ready. Is Sanjay Rav here? Okay, I'll circle back. Molly Bexfield. Is Molly Bexfield here? And are you Molly Bexfield? You're next.
Hello, I am Molly Bexfield and I'm a citizen of San Marcos. I attend Texas State University. I would like to say hello to the City Council. I come as you as a member of the community, as your constituent, and as a Christian. I come to you as a Christian who, for the last 556 days, has witnessed the destruction of mosques, the bombing of so-called safe zones, and the murder of precious Palestinian lives. During the Islamic holy month of Ramadan, the original ceasefire was broken, and as Easter approaches, I find myself mourning the homeland of Christ, knowing that there are being martyred children by the seconds. I find myself mourning my Muslim brothers and sisters, and I find myself mourning the international students beside me, knowing that they are scared and to speak out because of a few loud voices who are telling them that they should not. I urge the City Council to please consider passing the ceasefire resolution so that more lives will not be lost, so that more precious lives, whether you believe in God or not, will not be lost. I see you to see them as either children of God or see them as your brothers and sisters, as your children, as your nephews, as your family, as your students, as your little siblings. See these human beings, these precious lives, as they are, invaluable. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sam Benavides.
Good evening, Council. Sam Benavides. As some of you may know, I now work full-time with the Caldwell Hayes Examiner. We are a movement-rooted alt-monthly print publication distributed for free at newsstands across the Bi-County region. We just hit 100 newsstands this month. I have with me our current issue. It is our 13th edition to date, and our cover story is titled, Organizers of Sacred Springs Powwow Indigenous Cultures Institute reclaim their Coyoltecan language, and it talks about how the ICI is going to be launching free classes for people to learn, reclaim, and revitalize the language. I'll read just a short excerpt. This population has lost their original native language because of the devastating impact of the Spanish colonization process and continued deliberate suppression of their true history, identity, and culture. I read this and I think about how today we all love to attend the powwows. Some of us love to claim our indigenous blood, despite how little it may be. We love to honor the indigenous land we stand on, and we acknowledge the brutal genocide that the invaders inflicted on the Native American people. And when I read this story, I can't help but think about how, for those of us who refuse to look away, we are currently watching history repeat itself right before our eyes every day on our screens. The only difference is that back then, they called it manifest destiny, and today we call it Zionism. Similarly, back then it was justified by calling them savages, and today it is justified by calling them terrorists. This is called propaganda. And if you ever ask yourselves what you would have done if you were alive during that time or during any genocide in in human history, it is exactly what you are doing now. I know that some of you might think that this resolution is not worth taking a stand on because it is purely symbolic and on its own will not end the genocide. But I truly believe that courage begets courage, and that San Marcos can be the first to start something that other cities across the state and even nation can be inspired by. Today, I ask that you vote with your conscience and think about your legacy. Many years from now, when history looks back on this genocide, and it's finally okay in mainstream to recognize that it was a genocide, just as we now recognize the Native American genocide, what will your legacy be? Will future generations look back on this vote and see people who stood up for justice, for humanity, and had the courage to stand up for the Palestinian people? Or will you be looked upon as someone who was so spineless they couldn't even call a genocide a genocide? I ask that you pass the state's first ceasefire resolution tonight. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matthew Young.
Good evening, Mayor Houston, council members. My name is Matthew Young, and tonight I'm here not as a resident, but as a brother. Someone who saw firsthand how a city park could spark something much bigger than just recreation. At that skate park right across the street, my brother stood with a board in his hand and made a decision that would change and shape his future. As a Texas State graduate and as a supporter of the Texas Main Street program here in San Marcos, Texas, he dreamed of starting a business right here in San Marcos that would help people find employment, purpose, and connection. That dream was born not in a boardroom, not in a classroom, but on that concrete surrounded by his community. On a cold morning in May, Steve packed his bags, put a dream into his pocket, and started a journey to San Marcos to begin helping this community. Steve would not see that sunrise on that morning. His life was cut short on a Texas highway just north of town. Steve did not get to realize that dream, but the vision, the belief that something as simple as a skate park could ignite hope, creativity, and opportunity still lives here. And now I hear talking in the town that we're thinking about tearing it down, tearing down the skate park, tearing down the dog park, places where dreams begin, friendships form, and community thrive. San Marcos doesn't need less of these places, we need more. The skate park isn't just for skaters, it's for dreamers. The dog park isn't for our fur babies, mine in particular, Maverick. It's for people, connection, mental health, and community wellness. When we build, we should be building on what matters, not paving over it. My brother Stephen believed in this city as much as I do. He saw potential in a place often overlooked. If you decide to remove the skate park, you're not just removing ramps and rails, you're removing the chance for the next person to dream just like he did. Let's protect these places where vision is born. Let's grow the city with the community, not away from it. So tonight, I reach into my pocket and pass along a promise to the mayor. This is something I do with my students. There's something powerful about writing down a goal, and once that goal is achieved, you pass it on to somebody. So tonight, I'm passing it on to you. My promise is to always remember the dreamers, the ones who dare to see the world not as it is, but as it could be. The ones who build with hope, speak with courage like I've heard tonight, and move with purpose. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Perez Martinez. After her is Andrew Moglick, and then will be Abigail Lindsay, Brad Hunt, Zainab Al-Hatri, and Daphne Carter. So y'all will start making your way over here. It's your turn, dear.
My name is Sarah Perez Martinez, and I'm here today to express my support for the potential resolution for immediate and permanent ceasefire in occupied Palestine, an arms embargo on the illegitimate apartheid state of so-called Israel, recognition of Palestinian sovereignty, and the protection of constitutional rights for all people. Some of you might question the relevancy and utility of a ceasefire resolution at the city level, and to this I say, this resolution is not the end goal. It is one step of many that we must take towards advancing justice. If passed, this resolution would be a significant instance of solidarity and an unprecedented amplification of the popular support for Palestine. This is an opportunity for our city to make demands towards an issue of global concern. And in terms of relevancy, I implore you all, do not make the mistake of thinking that the situation in Palestine has nothing to do with us here in San Marcos, here in Texas, here in America. Because first of all, an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. But more importantly, we as Americans are all complicit in the genocide of Palestinians. We have the blood of innocent men, women, and children on our hands, and we are morally obligated to do whatever we can to achieve peace and justice in Palestine. And so I'm calling upon all members of City Council to advance this resolution to a vote and to vote yes. Free Palestine. Down with the Israeli apartheid state, down with Zionism, and long live the Intifada.
Our next speaker is Andrew Moglish, who joins us online.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Andrew Maglich. I'm a voter in San Marcos, and I'm here to speak to you today in support of the resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. It is beyond shameful that it has taken a year and a half for members of this council to bring forward any form of a real ceasefire resolution, and that it has taken more than 60,000 dead and tens of thousands more presumed dead under the rubble for this council to even discuss it. Today, you will rightfully hear many speeches regarding the atrocities being committed against Palestinians, from bombing hospitals to burning journalists alive to mass murdering Red Crescent humanitarian aid workers and dumping their bodies in a mass grave. While it is vital that you and every elected official understand that this is what our tax dollars are funding, these crimes have not yet moved you to action. So instead, I want to contextualize this resolution alongside the Trump administration's current war on immigrants, the student movement, and our public institutions. As of April 9th, the Texas Tribune reported that more than 250 international students in Texas have had their visas revoked by the Trump admin for their pro-Palestinian views. Students like Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeysa Ozturk across the country were also abducted from their communities by ICE and disappeared for nothing more than what the Trump administration considers to be thought crimes, by the own admission of Secretary Rubio. Right now, they are coming for our community too. On April 11th, the University Star reported that a Texas State spokesman confirmed that 2 Texas State students have had their visas revoked as well. Remaining silent while students in our community are under attack will not save you or your political capital. Standing by and allowing the Trump administration to abduct students will not prevent their lackeys, like Donna Campbell in the state Senate, from making threats of cutting funding. These bad faith threats are part of a larger scheme to undermine public institutions and criminalize dissent. Years from now, everyone will claim to have been against the genocide and ethnic cleansing we are complicit in today. But very few elected officials today will be able to say that they took any action, that they had a moral backbone and they felt called to do everything in their power to stop these atrocities. I call on each member of this council to ask themselves, which side are you on the side of death or destruction, or on the side of life and justice? Make no mistake that dismissing this resolution means nothing but full-throated support for the systematic destruction of Palestinian lives. This council has shown it is capable of standing up to the state ledge and the Trump administration, just like when this council voted to support the challenge to SB 4 in 2017. I call on you to search for the moral backbone council showed then and fight for your constituents and your students rather than to cower to ugly threats. Please vote in favor of the ceasefire resolution. Free Gaza, free our schools, and free speech. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Abigail Lindsay, who joins us online.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name's Abigail Lindsay. I wanted to let you know I am still here fighting against PSA-25-01 and ZC-25-02. I know they will be coming up in the meetings later on within City Council. I hope everyone has had time to watch the 13-minute video that was sent to you, and I know you have received copies of the petition against the data center at 904 Francis Harris Lane. I want you to remember Planning and Zoning voted against these 2 items on March 25th, 8-1 against. There was a reason. Please watch the videos, specifically at mark 5 hours and 13 minutes. The late Dr. Jim Gaubar makes compelling arguments against these 2 items. The decision lays in your hands now. Please listen to the community. No good will come from this development. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brad Hunt. Is Brad here? Zainab Al-Hatri. Daphne Carter. Oh,
Hi, Zain Abdelrahim.
okay. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, council members. My name is Zain Abdelrahim. I'm likewise here to support the resolution that calls for a ceasefire and calls for actions to be taken against all forms of discrimination here in San Marcos, especially anti-Semitism, anti-Arab hatred, and Islamophobia. I'm a voter in San Marcos and a student of international relations at Texas State. I'm the daughter of a white American mother who grew up in the rural United States and the daughter of a hardworking Arab Jordanian immigrant, so I feel I can come here today and tell you I understand both narratives and sides of the story relatively well. My identity, equally Arab, equally American, brings me to events like these to serve as a bridge between peoples and cultures I feel I understand rather well. Many of those who have spoken here have touched the most essential issues, so I wanted to share a few personal anecdotes. It was this last summer that in Morocco, I served as a citizen diplomat of the State Department. And when I was in Morocco, it was an amazing experience. I got to learn Arabic. I got to learn about international relations with the State Department, with the help of my government. I felt like I was doing something tangible, making a positive representation of the American people. Nonetheless, it is actions of the American government that prompted the people of Morocco to, when I was walking down the street, to my peers and I yell things like effing Americans, etc. You get the image? Likewise, it was in Jordan that I sat around the TV with my grandparents and watched Benjamin Netanyahu lecture our Congress on where your tax dollars should go, which is an act so egregious it deserves far much more outrage. Then it was in Egypt that I spent a few weeks in which I witnessed the Egyptian people not only totally boycotting Israeli products, but American products as well, because that is how intertwined the American and the Israeli identity have become in the foreign eye. What I am here to say is I'm not here to condone any sort of anti-American sentiment. I bleed red, white, and blue. End of discussion. But what I am here to say is let's stop giving the world a reason to hate us. Let it start in San Marcos that we tell the world the United States of America will not be a pariah state and legitimately stand for liberty and justice for all, just as we called for at the beginning of this meeting today. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Daphne Carter.
Hello, my name is Daphne. Some people know me. A lot of y'all sitting here do not. I am not a Texas State student. I've never been in Texas State. I know sometimes that's prioritized within the city council, but I just want to make it clear that I've been a resident of this place for 7 years, and I'm here to help be a voice for those who've tried to have been silenced for decades. And I think it starts locally in order to get it to be bigger than what it is. And that's why I'm here to speak in favor of the city council to vote on and pass the ceasefire resolution. I stand in solidarity with Palestine, for their struggles are our struggles. It's no different. I just wanted to share one of the last messages from a journalist in Palestine. His name was Hassam Shabbat. If you're reading this, it means I've been killed, most likely targeted by the Israeli occupation forces. When all this began, I was 21 years old, a college student with dreams like anyone else. For the past 18 months, I have dedicated every moment of my life to people. I've documented the horrors in northern Gaza, minute by minute, determined to show the world the truth they've tried to bury. I've slept on pavements, in schools, in tents, anywhere I could. Each day was a battle for survival. I endured hunger for months, yet I have never left my people's side. By God, I fulfilled my duty as a journalist. I risked everything to report the truth, and now I am finally at rest, something I haven't known for the past 18 months. I did all of this because I believe in the Palestinian cause. I believe this land is ours, and it has been the highest honor of my life to die defending it and serving its people. Do not stop speaking about Gaza. Do not let the world look away. Keep fighting and telling our stories until Palestine is free. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ashley Prevost. Is Ashley here or? Okay. The next speakers following her will be Amanda Smith, Susan Neiman, David Abu-Garber, and Sassy Youngstrom. If you'll state your name for the record, and get the microphone where it works for you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Prevost. Good evening, council members. As I just stated, my name is Ashley, and I'm part of the San Marcos community. I'm here to implore you to support the ceasefire resolution. For over a year, Gaza has been bombed relentlessly. And you may ask, what can we do? We can condemn it. That's what your constituents are demanding you to do. Just days ago, the last functional hospital in Gaza was bombed. This genocide has killed more journalists in history. How many more civilians must die? How many more children must be amputated before we, as a city, say enough? This resolution is the bare minimum. It should have passed already, and many of you were elected to represent our voices. That means not staying silent in the face of genocide. Shane Scott, you've built your reputation on opposing government overreach. Well, this is exactly what is happening. Unchecked violence, zero accountability, and now retaliation against people in our own community. While you sit comfortably, sometimes literally falling asleep while we speak about atrocities, people are being targeted for nothing more than protected speech. While people in the audience laugh and snicker at the idea of ICE being called on their community members who dare speak against injustice. If this isn't government overreach, then I don't know what is. Your values should compel you to support this resolution. Now is the moment to prove that you stand for something. Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez, we're counting on you to keep your word. You were elected by people who believe that you would support this resolution. Your vote would tell the world that San Marcos chooses humanity. Matthew Mendoza, you also have a choice. Be the voice of your people or remain neutral until the storm passes. But the storm is at all of our front doors, and the world is watching. Mayor Houston, you are respected in this city. Your constituents, faith leaders, students, families, they're all calling for peace. Listen to them and act on their call. It would only strengthen your leadership. It would strengthen our trust in your leadership. Passing this resolution costs nothing, but saying nothing costs us our conscience. I will leave with this. You all have power. Use it. Resist. Resist the rise of fascism. Resist the weaponization of ICE. Resist the normalization of genocide. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amanda Smith. Is she online? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there you are. It's your turn.
Good evening, San Marcos City Council members and Mayor. I'm here also to speak in support of this resolution against the ongoing genocide in Gaza, against supporting this genocide through the production and sale of weapons to be used against innocent human beings. The moral argument for that is self-evident. I'd like to also bring attention to the fact that our city has been threatened by a state-level representative to have our funding taken away for something so simple as passing a non-binding resolution that is just a morals-based statement. City council members, if you don't vote for this because you give in to the fear and the blackmail that our city's funding will be taken for passing a non-binding resolution, you will be doing something undemocratic and you will be going against the will of your constituents. I urge you to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, and would you state your name for us, please?
Amanda Smith.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Neiman.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight regarding the resolution supporting Palestine and opposing Jerusalem. While I respect the diverse perspectives in our community, I believe this matter is beyond the scope of City Council business and detracts from the pressing local issues that directly impact San Marcos residents. First, this resolution addresses an international geopolitical conflict that is complex, deeply rooted in history, and far removed from our city's jurisdiction. The City Council's primary responsibility is to serve the people of San Marcos by focusing on local governance issues like infrastructure, public safety, housing, and economic growth. Diverting attention to foreign policy matters risks neglecting these essential duties. Second, adopting such a resolution may risk polarizing our community unnecessarily. San Marcos is home to people of various faiths, ethnicities, and political beliefs. Taking a stance on such a contentious issue could alienate residents who feel their views are not represented and create divisions where unity should prevail. Finally, I urge this council to reconsider whether engaging in global politics aligns with its mandate. As elected officials, your role is not to influence international relations, but to ensure the well-being of your constituents here at home. Let's focus on solutions for our roads, schools, and businesses rather than wading into debates better suited for national or international bodies. In closing, but I have one small thing that I wanted to bring up. I keep hearing from the young people here that the Palestinians are always the people that are hurt and everything. I lived overseas when I was younger, and in 1969, I was on a plane that was hijacked by the Palestinian Liberation Organization. So I am kind of on the other side of this. But I really feel that with our area here and your expertise, we should be worried more about San Marcos and not the overseas part. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Abu-Gaber, and after him, I'm going to read some more, will be Sassy Youngstrom, Zahid Vosh Fegagana, Jordan Oliver, Leanne Staff, Sloan Rucker, and David Sergi. It's your turn.
Hi, good evening. My name is David Abu-Gaber. So according to an analysis from notmytaxdollars.org, the citizens of San Marcos paid around $4.4 million for military funding for the Israeli government. Meanwhile, according to an analysis published in the journal Frontiers of Public Health, civilian casualties in Gaza cannot be explained as simple collateral damage. Rather, it seems that harm to civilians in Gaza is an actual goal of the Israeli military. So that $4.4 million paid by the people of San Marcos to the Israeli military could have provided free rent for a month for 2,780 households right here. Instead, we're paying for homelessness for families living 7,000 miles away. That $4.4 million paid by the people of San Marcos to the Israeli military could have provided 1 month of free groceries for 9,331 families right here. Instead, we're paying for food insecurity for families living 7,000 miles away. That $4.4 million paid by the people of San Marcos to the Israeli military could have provided a year of solar electricity for 12,625 households right here. Instead, we're paying to destroy civilian infrastructure 7,000 miles away. That $4.4 million paid by the people of San Marcos to the Israeli military could have provided a year of free or low-cost healthcare for 1,543 children right here. Instead, we're paying for massive disruptions to health service for families living 7,000 miles away. That $4.4 million paid by the people of San Marcos to the Israeli military could have provided a year of salaries for 48 elementary school teachers right here. Instead, we're paying to bomb schools 7,000 miles away. That $4.4 million paid by the people of San Marcos to the Israeli military could have canceled the student loan debt of 117 students right here. Instead, we're paying to take away the futures, if not the lives, of youth living 7,000 miles away. So it's bad enough that San Martians aren't getting $4.4 million in extra help paying for rent, groceries, bills, healthcare, and education, but we're paying to actively take these away from people living 7,000 miles away. And the worst part is that the people of Israel don't even really want this. Over 70% of Israeli citizens support negotiating with Hamas for an end to the fighting and an Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. So finally, when have we ever been in the right side of history by bombing women and children? We recognize it was wrong to bomb women and children in Dresden during World War II. We recognize it was wrong to bomb women and children in Cambodia during the Vietnam War. So why do we think that it's right to bomb women and children this time? For those of you who say that Palestinian civilians are used as human shields, I'll quote the comedian Bill Burr, who says, well, you got to work around that. If I'm mad at my neighbor and I want to beat the heck out of him, but he's holding a baby, I wouldn't come in and try to punch him through the baby. Now, I understand that the city government is under pressure from higher-ups in the state of Texas to not pass the ceasefire resolution. However, I hope that the leaders of the city of San Marcos can show some leadership in speaking up for what's right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Our next speaker, and I have asked those of you in the lobby, we're going to be peaceful and respectful tonight. No cheering and no clapping. You can do this. Thank you. Our next speaker is Sassy Youngstrom.
Good evening. I'm Sassy Youngstrom from Kissing Tree. It was surprising to me to see that a discussion for a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Palestine was on the agenda for the San Marcos City Council for today. Why? Local city council has no impact on what transpires overseas, nor is the U.S. directly involved in the Gaza situation. However, since two council members seem very concerned, where was the concern when Hamas terrorized, killed, and took Israelis hostage on October 7th, 2023. As council members, and this is for the members that don't know, I would like to read a partial statement from the city charter entitled Form of Government and Boundaries. The goals of the city government are to safeguard the health, safety, and welfare of the city's residents, provide for a high quality of life, including but not limited to neighborhood integrity, a clean and abundant water supply, cost-efficient electricity supply, efficient police and fire departments, and so on. Please become familiar with your role as a council member and stay in your lane. My message is, if San Marcos City Council is concerned with the situation in Gaza, either individually or as a group, or as all the passionate speakers today are concerned, the venue to address that is through the United States Congress, and that would be either through the Texas Senators Ted Cruz, or John Cornyn, or Representative Chip Roy, not the San Marcos City Council. City Council should focus on issues that affect residents of San Marcos and should not spend time on Middle East ceasefire. I am requesting that item be removed from the agenda on the basis of non-relevancy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Saeed. If you'll give them to, yes, give them to Ms. Trevino so you can use your time speaking.
Good evening, the council members and the mayor. I would like to start my testimony by remembering our martyrs. Hind Rajab, who was killed by the Israeli military, and more than 20,000 kids that they were killed in Gaza. So I want to focus on a few points. No state has the right to commit a genocide and a crime against humanity. This is while over 1,000 medical workers, 173 journalists have been killed in Gaza. In addition, 100,000 civilians wounded and 2 million are displaced. Yesterday, Israel bombed Al-Ahli Hospital, the last hospital functioning in Gaza. This is continuing genocide. This is a local problem. I am completely disagree as a resident of the San Marcos that this is not a local problem. This is a local problem. Our tax money is paying for this genocide. In 2024 alone, the US sent Israel $18 billion for the bombs and weapons that are killing innocent people, the children, and civilians. So 4,434,000 of this money is from San Marcos. How this is not my problem when $4 million of our money is sent to Israel for killing civilians and innocent people? Condemning war criminals and honoring human life is not anti-Semitic. I want to quote from my friend Ellen Cohen that she said, ignoring the international recognition of the genocide campaign of Israel on the people of Gaza and occupied territorial is mistake many in position of authority are welcome to regret. Sadly, there are Jewish students who have yet to realize that it is action of the state of Israel that puts them in danger, not the students who courageously protest the ethnic cleansing and war crimes in Israel. This is a quote from my friend, my Jewish friend. My other Jewish friend said that Jewish institutions like ADL are not representative of Jews in general. The self-appointed community leaders who run these groups try to present a unified. So I encourage you to vote for the ceasefire and end of the genocide and also arms embargo to Israel to save civilians.
Our next speaker is Jordan Oliver.
Brought my Bible today. Hello, and I want to wish everyone here a blessed Holy Week. I hope you had a happy Palm Sunday, and I want
Your
to...
name, please?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Jordan Oliver.
Thank you.
I want to talk about Donna Campbell and the threatening letter she sent to our mayor, specifically how she invoked the name of God as a way to threaten our city. She quotes a Bible verse where God is giving his blessing to Abraham, Genesis 12:3. I'll read it now. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. Though she neglects to mention the last part, because all peoples on earth will be blessed through you. See, I asked the council if they think Israel's apartheid state is blessing all people. Donna Campbell had the audacity to invoke Christianity, yet I asked the council if Palestinian Christians feel blessed as they are currently going extinct because of the genocide. I said, I hope you have a happy Palm Sunday. Do you know how Christians in Gaza celebrated this Palm Sunday? Mourning their families in the current oldest church in Gaza because the last one was bombed by Israel. They had to watch as Al-Ali Hospital, Baptist Hospital, was bombed. The oldest hospital in Gaza, a Christian hospital, was bombed on Palm Sunday. Does it sound like these people are blessed? It's sickening how I spent my Palm Sunday being baptized, while my Christian brothers and sisters spent their Palm Sunday being bombed. So I remind the council of 2 Peter 2:1. But false prophets also arose among the people, just as there will be false teachers among you who will bring in destructive heresies, even deny the master who brought them, bring upon themselves swift destruction. I beg the council to not insult Christian constituents by listening to a woman who can't even quote the Bible correctly, who claims that God supports the destruction of his Jewish, Christian, and Muslim Palestinian children. Our God tells us to do the right thing despite the administrations in power. If you want to honor God, then you will honor this tradition. Despite these threats, you will do the right thing. You will do the Christian thing, and you will pass this resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leanne Staff. Is Leanne here? There she is.
Hello, everybody. I'm Leanne, and as a Jewish San Martian, I just wanted to say a request for a ceasefire resolution is not an anti-Semitic ask. Showing support for the people in Palestine is not showing support for Hamas or any acts of terrorism. We can recognize the acts on October 7th as atrocious and recognize the state of Israel's attacks on Gaza are no way acts of self-defense and is by definition committing genocide. If you think supporting Israel is necessary to show your support for Jews, you are wrong, and it is unfair to the thousands of innocent lives and more happening every single day due to this awful war. People of San Marcos should be encouraged to respectfully show their support for humanity and decent quality of life for people of any race or religion without repercussions or fear of persecution. There's no good reason or excuse for the destruction of an entire people or culture. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sloan Rucker. Then it will be David Sergi, but after that will be Chrisley Doyle, Taraja Oliver, Sharice Miles, and Monty Parker. Okay, so is
That-
Sloan Rucker here?
That last person forgot their cup. If somebody wants to
Oh.
take the time to bring their cup.
Thank you. Is Sloan Rucker here? Okay, I'll circle back. Oh, they're coming through? Yeah, if they're that way, I can't see them. This is why I call the names out in advance so that we can be ready to roll.
Sorry, Mayor.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Sloan Rucker. I've had the privilege of living in San Marcos about 3 years now, but I'm originally from Houston. On and off, I lived in the 18th Congressional District, a majority non-white district that now sits vacant since Sylvester Turner's death in March. This leaves 800,000 Texans currently being taxed without representation. In this sense, I've been thinking a lot about political representation in the abstract as it ties to local funding and initiatives. Am I paying for the unjust targeting of international students? It seems like no one wants the dog park and skate park to be bulldozed on their watch, but how much of a voice are we given to that objection? Maybe the university wants some new shiny student housing downtown, but do people who have lived here for decades want to help pay for it? Has anyone tried finding a job in town lately? If we get another high-rise before more fair job opportunities, I'm going to lose it. I can't find a job within 30 miles, but hey, maybe I can pick up a shift at the Raytheon subsidiary in town, Collins Aerospace, to help perpetuate war crimes across the globe. On that note, I'm really here to talk about how I am enraged by the way that this city, state, and nation are aiding and abetting in the slaughter of civilians in Palestine. I refuse to sit idly by as we help fund such atrocities. There is blood on all of our hands, especially those who came out of the woodwork today to warmonger in opposition while we've been here patiently asking for this resolution for over a year, especially those who tried to scare away folks by calling immigration, especially those who call us ugly names online and on the street and spread lies about us to sow opposition, especially those who are in positions of power who cherry-pick scripture to justify war, and especially those who bow to the will of power-hungry politicians but do not heed their constituents. I am deeply, deeply concerned by the arms of oppression that are choking this city, a hippy-dippy little town that's cute on the surface with a really dark, ugly underbelly of oppression. I'm not asking the city to align itself with terror or whatever folks who slander us want to say. I'm asking for us to push forward with the ceasefire resolution and arms embargo. Go about minding our business, and instead of giving money to a war that doesn't help us, giving back money to San Marcos instead, which we so desperately need. And to everyone here who already supports a free Palestine, you are beautiful, but let's not forget our other communities in struggle in the Congo, Haiti, Sudan, and beyond. Thank you very much, and that is all.
Our next speaker is David Sergi.
My name is David Sergi. I'm a resident in San Marcos on Meadow Parkway. I'm a proud Zionist, and what shocks me here today is the fact that of all the speakers that we have heard, not one has mentioned what happened on October 7th. It is disingenuous for this council to consider this resolution. I challenge each of the next speakers that are pro-Palestinian to condemn the actions on October 7th. Israel has a right to defend itself. And unfortunately, as another speaker said, who was kidnapped in 1969 by Palestinians, this has gone on for way too long. Now, I got a text from another local Jewish doctor who said, "Please mention my cousin was a young girl in her 20s who survived cancer. She moved to Israel to paint. She was mowed down when terrorists in speedboats mowed her down in a hail of bullets." Yes, we will continue to defend ourselves and say, never again. I urge this council to, instead of having this ill-fated resolution, to pass a resolution that condemns the terror of October 7th. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Chrisley Doyle.
Yes, hi, Mayor Houston and council members. My name is Chrisley Doyle. And Mr. Sergi, I just want you to know other speakers did mention October 7th. I'm speaking to urge support for the ceasefire resolution that is before this council. The right to voice dissent regarding governmental policies is a crucial and fundamental principle of democracies. Our elected representatives should be safeguarding this right instead of hindering it. Voicing dissent about some governmental policies of Israel is not the same as anti-Semitism. We can condemn October 7th and condemn what's happening in Gaza now. There are many folks of all faiths in the U.S. and abroad who are in opposition to the policies of the government of Israel, which is different from saying opposition to the people of Israel. Please do what you can to promote peace by adopting this ceasefire resolution. And in addition, those who say it is not a local issue, it conveniently separates you from speaking out when you see wrongdoing. And if we stay silent in the face of atrocities, then we are complicit with those atrocities. So please consider that we all must do what we can to promote peace. Please adopt the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Taraja Oliver. And those of you at this door, if you're not lined up to speak, be sure that you allow room for those who are lined up to speak. Thank you. It's your turn.
Good evening. My name is Taraja, and I'm
Last
here.
name?
Oliver.
Thank you.
I'm here in support of the ceasefire resolution that's being discussed tonight. I believe, and I think a lot of us, or most of us here tonight, believe that it's our moral duty as a community and our constitutional right to speak up when we see injustice happening, whether that's in San Marcos or internationally. How can we not use our voice when we know that our tax dollars are funding a literal genocide? How can we not? And this is a local issue. What kind of message are we sending our Palestinian neighbors if we can't even pass a resolution saying that we value their lives and the lives of their relatives? All resistance starts local, and I implore all of you to consider passing this resolution and to actually pass it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sharice Miles.
I'm Sharice Miles. I'm a local trauma therapist and a resident of Hays County for 45 years. When I was 9, my Sunday school teacher took me to Israel to stay with her Israeli daughter and her daughter and her Israeli son-in-law. I remember visiting a monument to the Six-Day War, which started because the Soviet Union lied to the Egyptian President Nasser about Israel gathering troops. The war took place in 1967, with 15,000 Arab deaths, 300,000 Palestinians expelled from their homes in the West Bank, and only 1,000 Israeli deaths. 20 years after the Six-Day War, and 40 years ago, my Sunday school teacher purchased falafel from a street vendor in Jerusalem. And I was scolded and pulled away from a tiny girl who invited me to play with her next to her dad's cart. Looking over the pictures that I took that summer, she and her father were much darker skinned than my hosts. That child, if she is still alive, is a Palestinian woman about my age, and because of centuries of prejudice against the other, terrifying to my Sunday school teacher. I see her face whenever I dare to look at videos on my screen of Gaza. As I mentioned, I am a trauma therapist. I have worked with veterans, first responders, ER nurses, and people who have experienced family and sexual violence. I've also worked with people who have caused trauma for others, and their pain is no less visceral. Trauma, whether experienced or caused, wastes so much life. It reduces a person's ability to function in this world. It causes untold anxiety, depression, and other mental illnesses. Recent studies show that trauma affects our DNA, forcing us to pass trauma down from generation to generation. In Christian, Jewish, and Islamic scripture, Abraham banished his firstborn son, sending Ishmael and his mother to the desert with a little food and water. Ishmael, the father of the Arabic people, and Isaac, his younger brother, from whom the Jewish people come, have been in conflict ever since. Inflicting additional pain on an already pained world has never healed trauma. At what point do we, as citizens of the world that has experienced far too much violence, demand that the need for healing far surpasses the need for retribution? I urge you to support a resolution for ceasefire. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monty Parker, and after him, in this order, will be Maxfield Baker, Tori Martin, Joe Young, John Mayberry, and Karen Munoz Trevino. Mr. Parker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Monty Parker. And my comments about the anti-Israel resolution you're considering tonight. And I'll shorten my message to respect your time and not be redundant. First and foremost, it's hard for me to understand how this really became a priority for this council. Who among you really feel that a resolution from the city of San Marcos is going to have a bearing in the conflict between Hamas and Israel? And I've yet to hear anything about what Hamas is doing to the Palestinians. You were elected to represent the citizens of San Marcos and to manage the affairs of this city. But for those who feel it's no big deal and that'll just go away if you vote for it, I'll mention yet again, it was October 7th, 2023, when Israel was invaded. 1,200 Israelis were killed, over 240 were kidnapped and held hostage. How is that fact all but being ignored? This resolution will do nothing but bring division to our city. And on a side note, I've heard many tonight mention the taking of innocent lives, something no one should want. So I assume by extension, that means all of these guys are also pro-life. Please don't be sucked into an issue like this. Vote no and move on. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maxfield Baker.
Hey, look at that. Doesn't start until I start saying my name, right? So I'm getting situated. Whew. Yeah, my name is Maxfield Baker. You start every meeting, Mayor, saying that we should not be advocating or having threats of violence or intimidation. And it seems like Dr. Donna Kimball, through their note, is trying to intimidate us to not do what's right. They are also committing or supporting committing violence against our community members by withholding funds. They want to continue to support violence by funding Israel and their focus on genocide. And then the threats that we heard about ICE earlier. The city council, through their lobbying dollars, tries to fight preemption every year. It's like already in there. And yet here we are letting the state, again, preempt our decision at a local level to stand against something like this. Man, lots of notes. Do some work, don't do nothing. The graffiti that we saw on campus was because people didn't listen, right? The reason we're all here is because people haven't listened. Mayor, you have a compact against hate. If this isn't the right venue to fight the genocide, maybe do some work, right? Craft a policy or resolution that better addresses and includes the nuance of October 7th and all those things. People have talked about wasting time. By not doing something, you are wasting more of our time. Right? I don't want to be here. Y'all don't want to be here. But we have to be here because work hasn't been done by y'all. And I know it's a complicated issue. I've sat in the seat, right? For those of you that are on Zoom, I thought about attending on Zoom myself because you can change your background. And I was reminded that part of why Vietnam resulted as it did was because the war was brought home onto our TVs. Should we be showing you the atrocities of war on both sides, right? Genocide is affecting everybody. Should we have dead bodies behind us? Would that help send the message home? Video of people surviving these bombings? Is that what you need to see in order to realize that this is a local issue? Probably not. I don't encourage anyone to have to look at that stuff. But that is part of what has changed hearts and minds in the past about why acting locally on these national foreign issues is important. I want to say it is good to have everybody here. Typically we don't see big crowds like this. And I hope that those of you that are in, maybe opposition or just firmly, worried about the nuance of this issue, maybe you've heard something new tonight that isn't from the echo chamber that many of us live in, including myself. And maybe you're doubting some of the speaking points that people are making this evening. That's fine, right? Questioning is okay. That's why we're all here, is because we know these answers aren't easy and we need to work together. If you think that this won't make a difference, then why are you fighting it? That doesn't make sense to me. We've created lots of great speakers with this issue coming forward, and maybe even future city council members. The next elections are Matthew Mendoza and Saul Gonzalez. If you're interested in running for office, come and talk to me. I'll help you figure that out.
Our next speaker is Tori Martin.
Tori Martin. I understand that the topic that I want to talk about got pushed back on today's agenda, but I still wanted to come here and show up. I have emailed all of y'all individually a video that's very important to me, and I believe it could look like me and my neighbor's future about the data center. So I really hope y'all will take the time to watch that video. It would mean a lot to me. And I just wanted to come up here and show face, and y'all see how meaningful the subject is to me. And I'm going to continue to show up and stand up here and try to convince you to care about me and my neighbors and our land. And thank you for listening to me. I've been born here and I'm from here. I also would hate to see the skate park go. Since I've been born and raised in San Marcos, I did enjoy doing that growing up, and it is an important part of the community and for the children, and the adults. Thank you for listening to me.
Our next speaker is Joe Young. Is Joe Young here? If not,
I'm not Joe, but I'm Sam Young. I am a resident I'm a homeowner, a taxpayer of San Marcos. This bringing up a resolution, this is way beyond the preview of any city like San Marcos, of any preview in the United States. You have an issue, talk to your elected representatives. And it's still about genocide. I have 3 Jewish children and 1 Jewish grandchild. I have a stake in this, and I'm opposed to all genocide, and no one should suffer just because of their beliefs or their birthplace. I stand for America. I stand for Texas. I stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I support peace. Nobody should suffer. Nobody should be killed. We need to remember that it is Hamas who caused October 7, 2023. Hamas was elected by the people in Gaza. They were their governors, have been for 18 or so years. They are the ones who started this. The Israelis are protecting themselves, which they have their right. We have the right to protect ourselves. I have the right to protect myself. I will protect you if someone is attacking you. We don't need the division that I'm hearing here tonight. This is not helpful at all. We need to get along as a people. We need to support those people who are actually being attacked, and those who are being the attackers and are doing it unjustly should also be condemned. If you want to do a resolution between Russia and Ukraine. Do something about the killing of Christians in Nigeria and other countries in Africa. There are lots of things we can be against. The city of San Marcos, and you as a city council, should be concerned with what's going on in San Marcos. Bigger issue would be how much water are we going to have to make it through the summer. That would be something important to talk about. It just upsets me that this is such a divisive issue, and I don't understand why it should be. I know the history of the Jewish people. Israel was given to the Jews by God, and they are his chosen people, and he's going to protect them no matter what. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is John Mayberry. Following him will be Karen Munoz, and after will be Lana Murad, Matt Parks, Lisa Marie Capoletta, Casey Baker, and Jay Stiles. Mr. Mayberry, it's your turn.
Hello, Mayor and Council, John Mayberry. I'm going to pass my time. I just wanted to let you all know that I'm here if any questions arise.
Okay, thank you. Karen Munoz Trevino, you're next.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I saw a sign outside that says, genocide is a local issue if your government is facilitating genocide. Full stop, that's true. It's also true that this is local when you consider that students across the country are having their visas revoked, being sent to detention centers, being deported, disappeared, as a direct result of being targeted for their pro-Palestine activism. This is also clearly a local issue when a prominent attorney in town, so-called prominent attorney in town, David Sergi, who's in this very room, posted on Facebook and tagged Mayor Houston at least, quote, ICE will be there. Those calls have been made, end quote. That an officer of the court would threaten or actually call ICE, the very agency who is actively disappearing students across the country, is truly disgusting. And as an officer of the court myself, an attorney myself, I can't explain how truly appalled I am by his behavior, and you should be equally revolted. This threat is most concerning when you look around and see that a lot of the people that he's threatening to get disappeared are young people. You should condemn David Sergi specifically to ensure that your constituents feel safe enough to exercise their First Amendment rights, to ensure that the loudest attorney in this town isn't able to get away with such atrocious, frankly immature behavior. Andrew, who spoke earlier, talked about how City Council has previously been brave enough to thwart the state's threats. I was actually here in 2017. I was part of the people who were organizing to push this council to do something about Senate Bill 4, with some of the very people here tonight. And truly, I cannot say how much we appreciated that council finally listening to young people and doing the right thing. And here we are 7 years later with our faith in government much, much, much more eroded than it was back then. You can do the right thing tonight. You can be a memory for people like me, right? People like the people back there who will one day later think back, wow, remember we organized this really cool thing that was actually really important to a lot of people and at least symbolically proved that that our city council cares about us. You could do the right thing. You could do that tonight. And you could ultimately do that by pushing this resolution forward. Free Palestine. Thanks.
Next speaker is Lana Murad. Murad, is Lana here? Okay, Matt Parks.
Hello, my name is Matthew Parks. 6 years ago, I left the military and decided to make San Marcos my home. But over the past year, I've seen too many dead children that were killed with munitions and support from our government, paid with our tax dollars. Our support for this apartheid state is immensely unpopular, especially among our youth. We've been through several elections, and none of those representatives has spoken out about this crime against humanity that's occurring in Gaza. Not the presidents, not the governor, not the senators, not the representatives, none of them. That is why we're coming to you. Show the state, show this country, and show the world that at least San Marcos will represent its citizens. I'm sure each of you joined this government with good intentions. Now it is the time to act on those good intentions. We cannot allow ourselves to be bullied out of our moral convictions. Please do the right thing and pass this resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Marie Capoletta, who joins us online.
Hey y'all, good evening. My name is Professor Lisa Marie Capoletta. They call me LMC. The time is now 7:34. This is the San Marcos City Council. The primary function of the City Council is to address local governance matters, including infrastructure, public safety, and community welfare. Thank you for all of the resolutions tonight and all of the passionate speakers on the Historical Resources Survey, protecting our historic homes, Attendance Council to protect students and residents from slumlords, an action plan for train derailment in Victory Gardens in case there's a dangerous spill impacting La Raza as well as African American residents in our community. Thank you for the resolution on emergency communications infrastructure so neighbors can communicate with first responders in the event of emergency. Thank you for the resolution to make sure that gully between Dunbar and Victory Gardens that's breeding mosquitoes in the period of over 30 years will now finally be fixed. Thank you for the resolution on that monstrosity, the blight in Victory Gardens, which is a textbook example of environmental racism. It is truly touching that Councilperson Garza and her colleague, Ms. Hernandez, have placed this on the agenda to ensure that La Raza will no longer endure that environmental racism. Thank you for the resolutions tonight on protecting Native American artifacts and human remains from CIP projects and TxDOT projects, as well as sidewalk projects. Thank you for the resolution tonight to end gentrification so that La Raza, who are moving out family by family, generational, the generational wealth is now gone. And now they're leaving San Marcos because they can't afford the property taxes. And most importantly, we really appreciate the resolution to make sure that we don't run out of water. Regarding item number 16, Christians in this community find it offensive that you have placed this on the docket during Passover. Additionally, the packet is incomplete. It is a resolution with no research notations. Where in the packet is the proof that our tax dollars are going to a war across the world? There is none. In fact, I've looked at the Google documents and they were all created in April of 2024. It's shocking to me that somebody up there spent this much time on a resolution knowing the important key critical issues that we have here in San Marcos. And finally, I think a more realistic resolution for you guys to pass is mandatory Taco Tuesday. In honor of all national culinary interest, every Tuesday shall be official taco day. All citizens must consume at least 3 tacos from local establishments to boost our economy and have happiness levels. Or, more importantly, mandatory city nap hour. That would be a great resolution to bolster national productivity and health, because after all, those will have more impact. Thank you for your time, and God bless San Marcos, and Jesus Christ is King.
Our next speaker is Casey Baker, who also joins us online.
Hi, my name is Casey Baker. I'm here to speak on item 16 in support of the resolution for the ceasefire in occupied Palestine. In October 2023, as has been mentioned before, Hamas killed 1,200 people, and they took 250 hostages. It's unacceptable. It's not something I condone, and it's a horrible act of violence. But since then, Israel has killed more than 50,000 people in Gaza. Nearly a third of those people dead are under 18. Homes, businesses, schools, hospitals, everything has been leveled. The destruction is absolutely sickening to see. While both of these things are vile, they're violence, it's terrible, I didn't pay for Hamas to attack Israel in October 2023. However, I am bankrolling death after death in Gaza, and I do not want to stand for this anymore. By passing a resolution to support a ceasefire, an arms embargo on Israel, recognition of Palestinian sovereignty, and the protection of our constitutional rights, the city of San Marcos is going to be able to publicly stand against hate and violence in support of our community. Why would I ask the city of San Marcos to weigh in on an international issue? To be honest, it's because I know y'all and I trust y'all more than I trust our larger forms of government. I believe that our words as a community are better heard at the local level and working its way up than waiting for things to change at the top level and float on down. So I do think that it's important for us to make this resolution. I think it shows where we stand as a community, as a group of people who are interested in peace, who despise violence, and who want to move forward without supporting this anymore. Another reason this is a local issue is because we've seen students have their visas revoked for speaking out against the atrocities committed towards Palestine. I don't think that that is correct. I think we need to have our free speech protected for our citizens as well as for our international guests who are attending Texas State University. I think that the city of San Marcos, by standing up at a public and official level for this resolution, will be in support of their citizens, their guests, and can inspire other cities to do the same to make a larger change in the world. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jay Stiles, and following Jay will be Ricardo Trevino, Shelley Acree, Laurie Ramos, and Perla Castro. And just in case you're wondering, we're on about person 40 of 68. Mr. Stiles.
Good evening. My name is Jay Stiles. I live at 3130 Summit Ridge Drive. I've been a citizen in the San Marcos area for 32 years. And I wanted to talk about the data center and particularly in the consent agenda for number 7, which is up tonight for y'all to vote on. And I would like to ask that that be removed from the agenda, from the consent agenda, and be dealt with separately. I was at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting recently where there was a large crowd like this, and there was, I don't know, over 50 people that spoke, not one in favor of going ahead with that project. And so I was toward the end of that deal, and after hearing everybody talk about noise and proper use of the land and pollution and so forth, it came to me, hi Joe, came to me that it boiled down to 2 things, and that's in power and water. And anybody's paying attention around here knows that we don't have enough of either one. And good to see you. So, and so, you know, it's funny, I had a visual aid, and I wonder where we're going as a city, and the leaders are taking us here. You got this visual aid here, water shortage sparks action. Shows a waterfall, 4 years later, no waterfall. Everybody knows what's happening at the lake. So we don't have enough water, but yet we want to look at having an industry that takes copious amounts of water, despite what other assurances we may get from the people who are being paid to tout that, and that they use huge amounts of electricity. And I just brought another visual aid. All the folks here that have a mailing address in the city probably got this. It's from PEC. I'm suspecting that, Mr. Scott, you may have seen this. And this says that they are within their right and will cut off our electricity if they feel like it for whatever reason they give. Now, if we think back to Uri, just very few years ago, there were people that died because they didn't have electricity. And to say that we have enough capacity to provide more electricity, I know in the event it's shut off, it won't be that center, it'll be to the citizens of the city. And there's the end of my comments.
Our next speaker is Ricardo Trevino. Following him, Shelley Acree, Laurie Ramos, and Perla Castro.
Hello, my name is Rick Trevino. I'm an attorney here, and I wanted to begin my comments with some testimony given at the United Nations by Dr. Tanya Hassan. Excuse me. She says, I'm speaking to you today as both a member of civil society and as a healthcare worker. The precedent that has been set in Gaza will spread everywhere throughout the world. It signals the demise of the rule of law. As one volunteer surgeon said, when I was in Gaza, it felt like it was the prelude to the end of humanity. If solidarity with your fellow humans is not enough of a reason to act, think about how this will spill over to you This should be frightening for everyone. I'm here because I'm frightened. I'm just, and the reason that our people here imploring our local city council to do something or say something about this atrocity is because, John Q. Public, John Q. Taxpayer, we don't got a lot of power. We got to wait for 3 minutes just to talk to somebody. We don't have that bully pulpit, and you guys do. And what you says matters. That's why these guys wouldn't be here so pissed off that people are upset about what's going on in the world. Too bad. We recognize that this body has power. When you say something, it means something. Again, that's why people are trying to stop you from passing this resolution. And again, it's totally relevant. You guys got students with visas right now that if they talk about Palestine, they got a target on their back. Families trust San Marcos with their kids. Parents do. And they think about stuff, and kids are having a hard time confronting what their government is capable of aiding and abetting. Worst crime in humanity. Your constituents, their kids all across this country, their parents of these children, are going to come to San Marcos, and they have a right to talk about things that piss them off, that hurt them emotionally, morally, like a genocide. Are you going to let these bullies like you, David? Are you going to let...
Sir, you will address us, not people in the audience.
Okay. Well, are you going to let bullies in this town bully you around? I don't think so. I think what that post about ICE is pretty unseemly. And that guy's got money. I know how it works here. Please do not lower yourself to someone like that. To bullies, because they're scared because the writing's on the wall, folks. The world isn't like this. And I'm glad that you guys have an opportunity to say something about it.
Our next speaker is Shelley Acree.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for having me here this evening. I'm here today to advocate for City Council to pass the ceasefire resolution. I am also advocating for the City of San Marcos to divest entirely from Israel. We should not be an ally with nor financially support a country that is actively committing war crimes, the list of which is nearly endless. But one recent example, with which there is video and audio evidence, shows Israeli forces executing medical workers. Israel lied about the incident and covered it up. It was later discovered that they killed 15 medics and first responders and buried them with their crushed ambulance, some of them with their limbs bound and others with evidence suggesting that they were buried alive. This incident is atrocious and is only one example of the many incidents available to the public. So with the evidence available and the UN stating this war crime was indeed committed, why are we supporting the terrorist state of Israel? They not only commit terror acts, they lie to us about them. Now, let me read you a statement from Texas State Senator Donna Campbell in a letter written to our San Marcos Mayor, Jane Houston. Should San Marcos's leadership oppose this vital alliance, in reference to alliance with Israel, I respectfully warn that state funding could be at risk, as Texas firmly rejects support for entities aligning with instability and terror. Now, with actual evidence of Israel actively committing terror acts, if her statement is true about rejecting entities of terror, Senator Campbell should be directing that letter toward Israel and calling them out on their war crimes. Instead, what we're seeing is the state of Texas ignoring the facts and evidence and demanding blind allegiance to a foreign nation actively committing war crimes and threatening that if we do not agree with the said war crimes, that we will no longer receive state funding. Those are our tax dollars. And this is the reality of the situation. Speaking out against Israel's war crimes and asking for a genocide to stop is not anti-Semitic. Calling activists Hamas sympathizers or any similar term is not accurate and is indeed a tactic being used to intimidate and inaccurately condemn protesters, and pulls the focus away from the actual issue, which is that there is an active genocide going on in Palestine, which is being funded by our tax dollars. I ask San Marcos to stop financially supporting Israel and to please pass the ceasefire resolution. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Our next speaker is Lori Ramos. Is Lori Ramos here?
Yes. Let's see. Okay.
Can you turn your video on?
Okay. I'm trying
Video,
to.
is that Lori?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, we can't see you.
Okay. Here we go. Okay. This is. Can you see that picture I just put up?
No.
Okay, well, I'm going to start talking anyhow. There's a picture that I was hoping you were going to be able to see. It's of my grandmother, my Bubby. She was a member of the Jewish Labor Bund. I'm not sure that many of you are familiar with the history of Jewish political movements, but they were kind of like on the opposite side of the Zionists. They felt like it was immoral to displace people for them to create a new homeland. They felt like they should stay where they were and fight for their rights and fight for education there and not try to displace other people. Today, there's still a huge number of Jews who have this belief that we should not be occupying and creating an apartheid and causing genocide for the Palestinian people. Then there are these people that are calling all of us speaking up terrorists. They're calling us, many names. And they just deny. They deny that there's a genocide. They deny that there's an apartheid. They deny that there's anything wrong. They deny the history and the context of what happened before October 8th. And they're in their actions, they are willing to just do away with the Bill of Rights and constitutional rights that people have to speak up. This is just plain old wrong. And to those people who say that, why does this matter? We shouldn't worry about it. It's somewhere else. Are you kidding? You guys want to sit by while a whole nother Holocaust happens? You want to be like the people that sat by in Europe and let millions and millions and millions be slaughtered in front of their eyes? Is that the way you really want to be? So I do feel as the city council, you are elected officials and that you have the responsibility to speak up for moral actions and speak against immoral actions. Thank you.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
I'm sorry, Lori Wasserman. Lori Wasserman Ramos.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. And our next speaker is Perla Castro. Following her, if y'all would get ready, Gabriel Rosales, Zaina Abdel Rahim, Jim Keith, Jared Shumsey.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Perla. I am a Texas State graduate, a psychology major, and currently working in San Marcos with survivors of trauma. Being in San Marcos was a big thing for me. I come from Houston, the most diverse city in Texas. I chose San Marcos because of the diversity that Texas State had. We here are lucky to be surrounded by people of different religions, of different colors right now. This is a right that we all have to speak upon the things that are going on and how our tax dollars are being used. This past Ramadan, I practiced alongside my Muslim brothers and sisters as a Christian and Catholic. I tried to do this in solidarity, but I realized I could not understand an ounce or a single percentage of what it is that they are going through in Gaza. While we hear fireworks on holidays such as New Year's Eve, they hear bombs and fear. While we celebrate our independence on the 4th of July, we stand by watching innocent human beings being stripped of their independence. While our children swim in pools in summer, innocent Palestinian children, last pool is a pool of their own blood. While we get to fast during Ramadan, Palestinians' fast doesn't stop at sunset. While we enjoy feasts during Thanksgiving, Palestinians are separated from their families and don't know where their next meal is going to come from. While we celebrated Christmas, a time of love and kindness, we should extend that love to all brothers and sisters. Our tax dollars should go towards the community, help enrich citizens' lives instead of fulfilling and taking part in this genocide, a war that has taken place by Israel in Gaza 15 times. And this is not about teams. This is not about one religion or the other. This is about realizing that we are all part of one race, and that is the human race. We want to protect everyone, especially those who are innocent. And as we have seen, innocent lives have been taken by this. And every single step forward is a step towards fulfilling that peace and getting others to realize that we are all human beings. And our flesh, our religion, is not all that we are. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gabriel Rosales, and it's been brought to my attention, we may have had a mix-up earlier. Zaina Abdel Rahim, is that person here, and did you speak earlier?
Yes, I'm Zainab El-Hatri. We got mixed up.
Right, okay. So,
So I went during her time.
okay, but have you spoken? No. Okay, you'll be after Gabriel Rosales. My apologies. Is Gabriel Rosales here? Well, in that case, you're next. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, you're next. And if you'll state your name for the record, please.
My name is Zainab El-Hadri. I'm a resident of San Marcos, a Texas State student, and a Yemeni American. I'm not a public speaker usually, but I am speaking for the ceasefire resolution. These claims that Hamas is bombing the schools, the hospitals, this is all hypocrisy and lies. Israel is the one blocking aid. There are more than 90,000 children facing malnutrition because of it. The Israel offensive forces have conducted numerous airstrikes on more than 200 educational facilities, including universities in the Strip. UNICEF has stated that 564 or 85% of all schools in Gaza have been hit by Israeli attacks. The World Health Organization states that every hospital in Gaza is either damaged, destroyed, or out of service due to the lack of fuel. Just recently, as everyone has been saying, Israel bombed the last functioning hospital. Defending Israel's violent cruelty and war crimes for the sake of divine promise, Senator Donna Campbell said, is ridiculous. Israel possesses no liberty and no justice. People are being tortured and killed, children, men, and women, and the elderly. This is one of the most well-documented genocides in history. Propaganda cannot hide what is happening to Palestine, and the government should not and cannot intimidate us into silence. The genocide has everything to do with America. Everything that happens in Palestine will come for us here. We're already seeing it with ICE kidnapping people off the streets and U.S. cop cities utilizing Israeli military tactics in violence and control. And now I worry that my dad in Yemen, where the U.S. is also bombing, won't be able to come home. The only way forward is addressing the root causes of violence, Israeli occupation and apartheid, and ending U.S. complicity in its oppression. I end my time.
Our next speaker is Jim Keith.
Hello, I'm Jim Keith. We've all heard primarily one side of the story here tonight, and I didn't come here to hear that. I know you have years of information where you've gathered your own thoughts, where you've accumulated information during that time. And that's what I came here to hear firsthand in your discussion tonight. During the discussion later on, I hope the council member or members who desired this discussion will identify themselves and explain the connection between a resolution in San Marcos and positive outcomes for the situation way around on the other side of the planet, and how a resolution by City Council can positively affect San Marcos. Also explain the reasons why the Palestine War was chosen instead of ongoing wars in Ukraine, Sudan, Myanmar, Ethiopia, Haiti, Republic of Congo, Syria, and Yemen. They've all have similar activities going on currently. Because a resolution calling for anything by anyone without clear, explainable, positive outcome goals would seem like an inefficient waste of a very busy City Council's time. So I'll be looking forward to hearing about the resolution's methodology for positive outcomes. I'll be listening.
Our next speaker is Jared Chumsey.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jared Chumsey. I am a volunteer with the Tenant Advocacy Group. We're a local organization run by volunteers fighting for safe, fair, and affordable housing practices in San Marcos. And I want to start just by saying how happy I was to get to listen to the visioning session that y'all had back in January. Not one, not two, but the vast majority of council was prioritizing securing affordable housing for San Marcos. And so I think tonight, and honestly every city council meeting, should be an opportunity for you all to live up to that promise. So I think that this council has a lot of potential, in my humble opinion, to enact some really important sea changes in the city code that addresses affordability. The development that's being proposed tonight on items 9 and 10 could be so much more than it currently is. There's a really key area, right, in that section of town that's a gateway to downtown. It could provide affordable housing for those on fixed incomes, such as folks with disabilities and elderly residents. This site's proximity to the small HEB makes it very accessible. So let's kind of get creative, right? What can the city be doing to incentivize the developer to change their approach? Right now, they're targeting students with some predatory leasing practices that we've, opposed since TAG has been formed. Staff mentioned during the visioning session that not a single developer has opted to go for city incentives to construct affordable housing. Well, why opt for affordable when developers realize that they can just ask City Council to build more high-rises that only cater to students, trying to maximize profit for only developers and not thinking about the rest of the residents? So we need conventional multifamily housing here. That's the way that it was zoned in the comprehensive plan when it was adopted in the fall of 2024. And that's the way that it should stay. So under the recommended housing type section on page 58 of the downtown plan, it calls for housing that's, quote, marketed to all demographics, not just or primarily to students. That includes this section of town. So as the development stands, please vote no on items 9 and 10 because it could be so much more for all of San Marcos. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam Barrientos. He spoke at 3, so he may not be back. Next is Jack Riddle. Okay, then it's Cindy Laird, Hamida Kusanov, Jessica Cousineau, and Alan Dominguez. Cindy Laird?
Yes.
Okay, your turn.
Hi there. My name's Cindy Laird. My husband and I moved here to San Marcos from Dallas about 4.5 years ago. We could have moved anywhere, but we chose San Marcos because of the small town feel and the warm and friendly people and the welcome we got here. We are afraid that San Marcos is going to become another Austin or Dallas with the big city attitudes and the big city problems. There's a resolution asking for support for Gaza in an arms embargo and ceasefire. I believe this is not in the best interest of San Marcos because if passed, the city has no control over a foreign war. I believe that most of the U.S. is not anti-Semite. I don't think that San Marcos is anti-Semite either. I think that demanding and passing this resolution could open us up to losing state and federal funding during the time when we do need it most. I think that the City Council should be involved in the business that matters to the majority of San Marcos, focus on city services, enacting policies, establishing budgets and rates. These are the stated purposes for which you've been elected. What do we care about? What do I care about? We care about the underprivileged. We care about housing. We care about the river and our parks. We care about safety and the police and their staffing shortages. We care about their need for equipment and the low morale of our officers. We care about streets. We care about keeping them repaired and passable. We care about the train noise that won't be abated for several months now. We care about the city, and honestly, I care a lot about the 1,200 Israelite souls that were slaughtered and raped, and the 240 that were taken hostage, many of whom are still held captive. That's what I think about. I will say that after listening to my fellow citizens talking about the atrocities of war, I do have a better understanding of where they're coming from, and I do see the other side. I do respectfully oppose, though, the resolution on the table. I want to say that the actions and the votes of this council will be remembered in the elections later and going forward, and I really do appreciate you letting me speak out.
Okay, is Jack Riddle here? Okay, now I'm looking for Hamida Kasanov, Jessica Cousineau, Alan Dominguez, someone who didn't provide a name, but their email address starts with Texana. Your name?
Alan Dominguez.
Okay.
Hello, City Council. Hello, Mayor. I'm here to speak in favor of the ceasefire resolution. We hear a lot of our constituency calling this a genocide, and I think it's important to emphasize what that means, and that in the month of March, we're not seeing the IOF or the IDF engage with Qassam brigades. We are only seeing Israel airstrike homes, killing families, airstrike hospitals. There are no universities to strike because there are no more universities in Gaza. Gaza has been fenced in like a ghetto, and we here in the United States who speak about this, like the student movement who speaks about this, gets treated with intimidation and with repression. We have international students coming to this country seeking education, standing up on this issue, who are instead being disappeared by masked, non-badged, Gestapo-like ICE agents. I'm a student here at Texas State University. I'm a student of philosophy, and I've been here for 3 years. I love San Marcos. I love the people here. I love my community. I love my friends. I do think it's important that this city council passes a ceasefire resolution, because at every level of government, whether that be the federal government, the state government, or even our university governments, they're strictly opposing us on this issue. They beat and arrest UT students. They threaten Texas State students. And it matters to the community here. Obviously, this is a country of immigrants. This is a country with many people who are from the Middle East or from West Asia. There are also many people here who simply cannot withstand to see this genocide, which has only taken place due to the financial, military, and political backing that the United States provides Israel, take place for over 500 days. It's gut-wrenching, and it is important to the community's welfare that this ceasefire resolution be passed. Thank you. That's my time.
Okay. Those of you who are standing, have I called your name? Okay. We're looking for Hamida, and followed by Jessica. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, City Council, for allowing me to speak. My name is Hamida Husainov. I am here tonight to speak for the voiceless, I'm here to speak for those who are called animals simply because of their fate of their birth. I am here to speak out for those who are not given the same consideration and justice that we and other groups receive. I am speaking up for those people who right now, as I am speaking to you, are being terrorized, displaced from their homes, starved, ethnically cleansed, and murdered by an extremely well-funded military, one of the best in the world. I am here to speak up for the thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of murdered children by the same military who has some of the most sophisticated technology to kill them. I am here to speak up for the mothers of the murdered children whose anguish will never go away. I, too, am a mother of a daughter who was brutally hunted down and murdered without any mercy. I know well the Jewish Holocaust, of the courageous man named Ralph Lemkin, who came to the United States to implore America to stand up against the Nazis. His continued struggle to save his people when America stayed silent to the atrocities that were taking place. He is the one who created the word genocide. I made a promise long ago. I would never stay silent like those of Nazi Germany and others in the world, including the United States of America. Stop the genocide. Stop the ethnic cleansing. Let us save the integrity of the United States. And my dear Daria, wherever you are, I am standing up, and I hope you are proud of me. And the last thing I want to say here, because people said, what does this resolution have to do with San Marcos? In my political party, we believe it is local. We believe in small government. We believe it starts here. By the time my money goes out, I have no control, but I can watch. Here, I can watch where my money goes. I can watch how it's being distributed, and I can watch my politicians. And I'm looking forward to doing that. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Jessica.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jessica Cousineau. I'm a local attorney here in San Marcos. I work and worship here. I would like to believe that the community I spend so much of my time in welcomes both me and my family. But tonight, I wonder if that's true. On the agenda is the proposed resolution calling for a ceasefire that you've heard so much about. As much as it pains me to see Gazan families hurt, I am also concerned about my own family. I have a picture here. This is Omri Miran. He's a distant cousin of mine, family member that we have watched as he was taken hostage and as he has remained a hostage through today. Omri is the father of two young girls. One was a toddler, the other was an infant in her mother's arms when they watched him taken hostage on October 7th, 2023. That was the last day they saw him. That was the last day that any of us have seen him in person. He remains a hostage, as I mentioned. My family is in the midst of celebrating Passover, Pesach, a holiday in which we celebrate our freedom, and yet he is not free. He was unable to celebrate with his wife, Lishay, with his two daughters. It pains me to know that. It pains me that I put a seat at my table for him as a hostage. As you gather together and celebrate your own holidays, as you get ready to celebrate Easter, imagine what it would be like if your father, your brother, your cousin were still held hostage. and could not join. I've heard several people mention that this resolution is not anti-Semitic, that because it states it is not anti-Semitic, therefore it is not. While I hear what they're saying, I would respectfully disagree. Israel is a very small country. It has a population only slightly larger than that of Dallas or Houston, and that's when you count the Gazans. They're surrounded by several countries who are larger and who have stated and sworn that they believe in the destruction of Israel and the destruction of the Jewish people. So when I hear statements like, "Long live the Intifada," it tells me that this is anti-Semitic, that it is not just a resolution against a war. Please don't use this proposed resolution as an opportunity to virtue signal at the expense of those of us who are here in San Marcos. Thank you.
What is your name? I'm sorry, the lady behind you.
I was the one that had the email, the website was.
You're next.
Okay, thank you.
If you'll give us your name for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Hello, thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Anna Crumby. I just want to take a minute to address the zoning change that is proposed for the AI data center on point 7 of the agenda. To my knowledge, the last time this was brought up at a city council on February 18th, there was lots of questions raised about this facility, and I regret that I don't have the answer to those questions before coming and speaking tonight. However, I do know that the water usage for these types of facilities tends to be very, very high. As you'll know, the proposed facility will be drawing from the same aquifer that the San Marcos, Comal, and Guadalupe rivers pull from. Not only are these natural areas important parts of our city's heritage and culture, but they are also a large source of tourism income for both San Marcos and for neighboring cities such as New Braunfels. The level of these rivers are already lower than normal due to a variety of factors, but this lower river level negatively impacts not only the ecosystems in the rivers, but also the tourism levels. As a San Marcos resident who came to this area in large part because of the beauty of the river, and who recently started a job working directly with river tourism in New Braunfels, these 2 points are very important to me. With this in mind, I would like to suggest that the council take special care in choosing or adjusting the zoning in a way that caps or regulates the water usage by this facility. Possibly requiring proper water stewardship or the use of reclaimed water by any facility that would use over a certain gallon cap. This would also set an expectation for future facilities that may come into the area and protect our rivers in the future. In addition, I would like to speak for just a moment on the pro-Palestinian resolution that is being proposed. I've heard many people say that, why are we not talking about the Hamas attack on October 7th? I would like to state that this attack killed 1,200 people, which is horrible. I do condemn that. Since then, 500 more Israelis have also been killed, and many have been taken hostage, and I do not believe I do not stand behind that either. However, in that same amount of time, over 50,000 Palestinians have been killed, and countless more than that injured. The reason we haven't brought up October 7th months is because it was years ago, whereas the large-scale killing of Palestinians is ongoing. There are several reasons that it is local. One is my taxes, although I do concede it is a small part of them, go towards funding this genocide. Another is that law enforcement that my taxes pay for is trying to silence people protesting it. I have heard people in the room laugh when we call what is happening in Gaza a genocide. I would like to say this in response. The United Nations was created in 1942 in response to the genocide in Europe by Nazis in World War II, in hopes that future genocides would be stopped. In March of the year 2024, Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Reporter on the situation of human rights in the occupied Palestinian territories, says that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the threshold indicating the commission of the crime of genocide has been met. Unfortunately, the U.S. is one of 3 member states of the UN that can veto resolutions, and we have been doing this regularly in this context, and I would like to speak up because of that.
And would you spell your last name?
Yes, ma'am. Crumbie.
Thank you.
And it's Anna with 2 N's.
Got it. I had that part right. Okay, our next speakers in order will be Ana Juarez, Darla Munoz, Tova Gallner, Olivia Juarez-Reed, and Olivia Fatal. And after them, there's only 5 more. I'll go ahead and take who's at the microphone first of the group. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Mayor Houston and council. As a citizen of San Marcos, I'm very concerned that this council would place item 16, resolution pertaining to ceasefire, on the agenda. I have to ask, what are you doing? This is not a topic that the city council needs to be spending time on. Your time needs to be spent on city and local issues like housing, schools, economic development, lowering our crime, supporting our law enforcement and fire department. So I'm here asking you today to vote no on item 16 and focus on our city, San Marcos, Texas. One more thing. I'd like to just talk about one more thing about that I noticed today, and I'm really appalled at the behavior that I see here by some council members that are disrespectful during our Pledge of Allegiance at the opening of council meetings. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ana Juarez.
My name is Ana Juarez. Dear Mayor and members of the City Council, I respectfully ask you to support Resolution Number 16 on the non-consent agenda, calling for a ceasefire of the Israel-Hamas war and an end to Israel's blockade of humanitarian assistance. Hamas's attack and taking of hostages on October 7th is horrific. But Netanyahu's response to the attack is even more horrific, and we must stop it immediately. My request for the ceasefire comes now because Netanyahu's administration recently broke its own ceasefire agreement, instead demanding further concessions. Most Israeli citizens want a ceasefire, and over 70% disapprove of Prime Minister Netanyahu and his government. Unfortunately, we rarely hear of Israeli protests and calls for a ceasefire, even though hundreds of thousands of Israelis are protesting in the streets. This war is notorious for the scale of indiscriminate killing of innocent bystanders. Israeli forces have killed at least 50,000 Palestinians. Up to 70% are children and women. This is an appalling level of so-called collateral damage. Likewise, I have never seen such a deliberate and extensive campaign to destroy an area's homes and infrastructure. Israel has deliberately made much of Palestine uninhabitable, destroying homes, hospitals, schools, streets, and other infrastructure guarantees Palestinian refugees will not be able to return to their homeland. Netanyahu's unparalleled cruelty and disrespect of human life extends to the blockade of humanitarian aid. Innocent Palestinian children, women, and men are starving to death, dying of treatable illnesses, and suffering lifelong consequences because of the blockade. This is inhumane. Netanyahu has no official endgame for this war. We must end the resounding silence and let the world know that we will not tolerate the indiscriminate killing and removal of innocent Palestinians from their homes and their homeland. Please, don't turn away your support for this resolution. Please don't turn away. Your support for this resolution will add to the voices around the world asking Netanyahu to honor his word on the ceasefire and end the blockade of humanitarian aid. Ya basta.
And your time is up. Thank you.
Gracias.
Darla Munoz. Okay, after Darla Munoz will be Tova Galdner, and I'm going to call the rest of the names. Olivia Fatal, Martin Jacobitz, Vicky Barber, Jaden Heimowitz, Clay Smith, and Rabbi Ari Heimgarten. Ms. Munoz, your turn.
Good evening, I'm Darla Munoz, and let's change the subject here for a minute. I'm here tonight because we're once again talking about apartments in downtown, and this time it's on Hutchison Street. Exactly a year ago, we were here fighting a development on Lindsay Street, which Shannon Mattingly was a representative for the out-of-town developer. And he pretty much got what he wanted, and we warned you the dominoes were going to start to fall, and so here we are now. The realtor for this project told Planning and Zoning that he had been working on this project for 10 years. But by some miracle, in the last year, he was able to have perfect timing where all the property owners just sold at the same time. And Mrs. Mattingly is the representative for this new project as well. Now, none of the people live in this town. This project will not affect their quality of life. And although the developers gave a San Marcos address at P&Z public hearing, their LLC clearly states that they have an Illinois address. And I highly doubt that they live or work in the vacant office building on Hutchison Street that they're planning to demolish. So that, in my opinion, was a little bit deceptive. So they came in and they said they were going to make our town better with this ginormous eyesore. Here are a few highlights of my favorite examples of how they're going to do that. Okay, first they said they, quote, worked to create architectural aesthetics to attempt to interface as residential property. Looks like you're walking through a community. No, it doesn't. It looks like you're walking past a prison. We are not Huntsville. They also decided that the Hutchison side of the building would be the best for the pool. So now every time we go to the little H-E-B, we get to see young people partying in their bathing suits, and I'm guessing H-E-B is going to be the new favorite hangout for teenagers and any other creepy people who are into voyeurism. They also told us they were giving back to the community by installing a water bottle filling station, a bench, a park, a bike pump, and a commemorative plaque to show where the high school used to be. I mean, I'm sorry, this is really insulting, right? Look, that property does need to be developed on Hutchison Street, but not this. This is a monstrosity. The title of this picture says, "Designed for its time with historical character." I don't see any historical character at all. I think it's horrible. And you know, other people besides residents would like to live near downtown, not just students. So why are they always given preference? Please, you cannot allow this project to go up as student purpose built and go up 7 stories. Or, you know, work your magic and just get rid of it altogether. Have them start over architecturally. It's horrible. So please vote to deny. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Olivia Vital. Olivia? I'm sorry, what's your name, ma'am? Tova. Okay, if you'll come on up then. I'm sorry, you were next.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. My name is Tova Galnor, and I'm here to talk about the subject that everyone's talking about, even though personally I think that the council should be worried more about San Marcos issues. I've heard so many, while I deeply respect the importance of the open dialogue and the right to advocate for human rights. But I must tell you that only Hamas and the other people that support Hamas can solve the issue with one thing, simple, and that is release the hostages. Israel will go back to Tel Aviv and party all night the same way they've done all the time. And all they have to do is release the hostages. They do not. They're holding the whole world hostage because of this. Okay. In Israel, like every other sovereign nation, Israel has the right and the obligation to defend its citizens from horrible attacks. And I was there in October 7th, and I've seen, because at the time they did not say that they cannot show it on television. Television was just open and we saw it. Pregnant women was cut open with the babies taken out and put in microwaves, and other children, other babies, usually toddlers, put in ovens. It was a terrible thing to say. I got up and I left the very next day. I left Tel Aviv and came back to the United States. So we know that killing innocent people is wrong. Dismembering innocent people is also bad. And again, all they have to do is just open the doors and let us have our hostages. Israel will say goodbye and good riddance, okay? That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, and now, Ms. Fatal. And as Martin Jacobich, Vicky Barber, Jaden Hymanowitz, Clay Smith, and Rabbi Weingarten. Okay, I'll ask for that when we're through. There's several people that weren't here when I called their name, and so I'll call them, and then we'll check on you. If you would give Ms. Trevino your name, and she'll check on it. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor Houston and the San Marcos City Council and the people of San Marcos. My name is Olivia Fatal. I have lived in San Marcos for 7 years. I'm a human rights artist in the city. I stand with Israel. I read Torah passages for the remaining hostages to be released. Due to unfortunate events between Israel and Hamas, I'm here to give a voice to the innocent people and especially the children of Palestine who have seen their world change, altered, and ended. According to Al Jazeera, the latest figures are 62,614 Palestinian people dead, and that's not accounting for people trapped underneath the buildings. It could go even higher. In Gaza and the surrounding areas, and 17,492 of those are children. You cannot tell me a child is not innocent of this. We should not be killing them. Like here in the US, Jewish people, women and children have been given like a protective people status from President Trump during his first presidency. Ensuring hate that has been wrought against us will not go unpunished. We have fought for and won state and federal dollars to ensure our security at our own gathering places, as there are those who would like to hurt us and the children. Isn't it time that the Palestinian people are afforded the same rights as we demand for ourselves? I'm here tonight to affirm the right of Palestine to be its own sovereign nation with its own boundaries. I am begging for the same personhood that we all have and feel inside of us in this room to be applied to the plighted faces of the innocent Palestinians. I'm not talking about Hamas, the people who just live every day and work and eat and snuggle in their own world. I am begging for a ceasefire every night because the Jewish need for self-preservation and a preservation of our community can and has to stand on the side of social justice. What am I here for? I'm here to ask for our wonderful city council to affirm the lives of the Palestinians that we see on this TV screen. And, behind them, not just those, by voting yes on the ceasefire. And in doing so, you are affirming human rights for all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Martin.
Hello, my name is Martin Jacobitz.
Thank you.
I want to thank the City Council and the Mayor for the service they do to the city. We have a federal government, we have a state government, we have a local government. As I've read through some of the past meeting notes from the City Council, I found that there are no resolutions that have to do with international conflict. As I looked at the budget in the past, I haven't found any evidence that the City of San Marcos is providing any direct funding to Israel. The City of San Marcos should and needs to, as you have been doing for the past years, worry about the City of San Marcos. From an international standpoint, words matter. So the resolution, at least the part of the resolution that I read, says A resolution calling for the immediate permanent ceasefire in occupied Palestine. Occupied Palestine. An arms embargo on Israel, not a bilateral arms embargo, an arms embargo on Israel. Recognition of Palestinian sovereignty and the protection of constitutional rights for all people. These are issues that are pertinent for the state of Israel and the Palestinians living there. Nobody likes genocide. Nobody likes people dying. If you haven't heard, the Hamas, and let's face it, it's about Hamas, from the river to the sea, have you heard that? From the river to the sea, it says from the Jordanian River, to the Red Sea, it should be a Muslim-controlled area. And all the people that aren't Muslim living there should be eradicated. Hamas has not yet said that they would live with Israel in peace. The war is horrific. I understand that. Words matter. If you're going to have a resolution, make sure that it's a resolution that says conflict is bad, genocide is bad, war is bad. Wars in Ukraine, Myanmar, Mali, Somalia, Libya, Sudan, Central African Republic, the repression that China is doing, these are all ongoing right now. Why take a stand on one particular country with one particular group of people when it's happening in all other places of the world? Stay local, that's your purview. Personally, can have whatever feelings you want about the Palestinian situation. I understand, and voice them to whom? The federal government, because they set the policies with Israel. This shouldn't be a local issue. Thank you.
The next speaker is Vicki Barber.
Hello, I'm Vicki Barber. I'm married into the San Marcos family. My husband is Bill Barber. He's a disabled vet, Navy, or he would be here tonight. His great-great-great-grandfather settled Stringtown.
We'll start that over for you.
I'm sorry. And his great-great-grandfather was James Lafayette Malone, who was one of the founders of the Methodist Church. His great-grandfather was I.B. Rylander, and many of you are familiar with the Rylander Kyle House on Belvin Street, the iconic white columned house that we all admire. His grandfather was a grocer, provider, wholesaler in San Marcos. His father wasn't from San Marcos, but his mother was. She was Helen Barber Allen. His stepfather was C.M. Allen. So we care about San Marcos very much. I know San Marcos. I've been here and around for almost 40 years. Someone mentioned San Marcos is a diverse community. It always has been. It always has been. We've always had Jews, and I'm Jewish by choice. We've always had Jews, Catholics, Episcopalians, Methodists, Baptists, Pentecostals, you name it. We've had every race. My husband's best friend in high school was Syrian, and that was a long time ago. It really concerns us, this proposed resolution. This is not a San Marcos resolution, people. This is not the way San Marcos behaves. People get along, they respect one another. They respect the differences and they respect the things that we have in common. I'm real disappointed that this has come up. Now, that's a little history about San Marcos. I'm going to tell you just a very brief history about Israel. Israel has always been Israel. When the Romans evicted the Jews in Common Era 70, they eliminated, because the Jews had been so bad, so rebellious. So they eliminated every reference to the Jews, including changing the name of the country from Israel to Palestina. It's still Israel. It always has been. Thanks so much for listening.
Next is Jaden.
Good evening. I'm Jaden Heimowitz, and I'm a Jewish student at Texas State University. I'm here tonight because I'm deeply concerned about this proposed resolution that singles out Israel and promotes a one-sided view of a deeply complex conflict. Let me be clear. I believe in peace. I believe in the dignity and human rights of both Palestinians and Israelis. The suffering in Gaza is heartbreaking. The suffering in Israel is heartbreaking. Innocent civilians on both sides do not deserve this violence. A ceasefire is something many people want. I want to be clear, I'm not against a ceasefire in principle. No one wants to see more innocent lives lost, but we have to be honest. Hamas has repeatedly rejected ceasefire efforts and has openly vowed to carry out attacks like October 7th again and again. How can there be peace when one side is still calling for violence? And how can there be a real ceasefire while 58 hostages are still being held in Gaza? Any call for a ceasefire that doesn't include their safe return is incomplete. So I have to ask, what does your call for a ceasefire really mean? Does it mean Israel should stop trying to rescue over 50 remaining hostages, including children still being held by Hamas? Does it mean Israel should ignore rockets being fired into its cities daily? And when you call for Palestinian sovereignty, what does that mean in practice? What does that mean for the 6 million Jews living in Israel today? Does it mean peace and coexistence? Because if it does, then I'm all for it. Or does it mean erasing Israel's right to exist? Yes, Palestinians deserve self-determination, but so do Israelis. Peace must include both peoples, not just one. This resolution, whether intended or not, excludes Jewish pain. It ignores the rise in anti-Semitism we're seeing across the country and even here in San Marcos. I felt it as a student, I've seen it around me. This kind of resolution with no call for the release of hostages only makes that fear worse. Please don't let San Marcos become a place where complex global conflicts are used to divide our local community. We are a city that believes in unity, compassion, and inclusion. Let's not undermine that by passing a one-sided resolution. It brings more division and fear, especially for Jewish residents like me. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Clay Smith.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Send peace and blessings on Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. My name is Clay Smith. I manage the San Marcos Mosque. My talk is as follows. Ceasefire agenda amalgam. Everybody loves peace. Everybody loves a ceasefire. Yet, the topic disproportionately catalyzes and triggers emotionally disturbed and aggrieved people in our community to do vigilantism and vandalism. Over the course of more than a year, the City Council members have been welcoming a ceasefire resolution, the drafting of which is by a cacophony of private interests. During that year, perturbed by a wishful welcome here, the wannabe drafters brought two things. They brought to a Jewish-owned business an assault, and two, they brought to a Muslim house of worship vandalism. That is, both the Jewish community of San Marcos and the Muslim community of San Marcos have been physically attacked. And now, with today's agenda item, that risk escalates substantially. Discussion item 2. Discussing the topic here will not save one life nor prevent one scratch or cut from occurring in the Holy Land. This is not a place of international debate, a debate that threatens the personal safety of Jews and Muslims in San Marcos. Therefore, according to statute GC.4.D.449.1.2, this state statute gives Jews and Muslims the right to not be put at risk in our property and our body and institutions, and the right to ask by state law that you all cease and desist from this topic. Please review with the city manager before the item 16 is reviewed. Topic number 3. As the manager of the San Marcos Mosque, I invite the City Council to stop this international topic, which is not its purview. Rather, two things you could do, a different direction. Number 1, our local rabbi and our local mosque manager, myself, have been having a discussion on neighborliness. The rights and obligation of neighbors are many in Judaism and Islam both. Towards that kindness and beauty and neighborliness, I invite the City Council to add to its many beautiful accomplishments over the years by continuing to focus on local benefits to neighborliness. Second suggestion. Additionally, the City Council may sponsor professionally managed dialogue among people with various views in the matter of the Holy Land. Those professionally managed dialogues can be cathartic value, and such discussion will bring San Marcos to be a safer place.
And your time is
Certainly,
up.
beautiful goal. Thank you very much for your being here, and thank you very much for having me here. Jazakallahu khairan.
Our next speaker is Rabbi Ari Weingarten.
Honorable Council, thank you for this opportunity to share a few words, and for your serving the city of San Marcos and making it the wonderful place it is, multicultural and welcoming to all people. Today's proposed resolution is a little bit, it's something that will bring divide to our community in a way that will be very hard to amend. It's something that has to do with a geopolitical argument, and to take our beloved city and take one side to the next is not going to help the city of San Marcos, and just going to create a hotbed for unwanted things here in the city. Did the city make a resolution regarding Russia and Ukraine? Did the city make a resolution regarding the Kurds, regarding Syria? We didn't. Why now? Why is this different? Because it's a Jewish people. There were a lot said today, and I want to just point out some of the things. I wasn't going to speak about this in this way, but I want to ask you, if Israel would lay their arms down today, what would happen tomorrow? Would there be a Jewish nation living in Israel? If they laid their arms down, if they didn't protect themselves, what would be? And not only that, it starts from Israel. If that would go, where do you think they're coming next? That's one point to think about. A second point is Hamas is holding our hostages. Let go of our hostages and there will be no war. Let the resolution reflect something like that. Why doesn't Hamas release our hostages? And then we're talking about the numbers a lot. According to the numbers stated, many of those killed were Hamas terrorists. And let's say 30,000, let's say 50,000 were killed, 30,000 were Hamas. That's a better ratio of 1 to 1. What can you do more? They're trying their best to get our people back, and it's unfortunately civilians are dying, and just want to remind the city of San Marcos, the council, our place is to keep San Marcos beautiful, not to get involved with a very complex geopolitical matter. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Jim Davis, and while he's approaching the podium, I'm going to read these names of people who did not step forward earlier one more time. If you're one of these people, come in and line up at the podium. Maria Alvarado, Sanjay Rav, Brad Hunt, Lana Murad, Gabriel Rosales, Adam Barrientos, and Jack Riddle. This is your last call. Mr. Davis.
Yes. I appreciate your endurance. It's been a long evening. I'd like to say up front that I do not condone most of the things that Israel has done in the past or is doing now. They're presently in violation of God's will for them, but their defensive action taken after the atrocities of October 7th isn't anything that any other nation wouldn't have done. If rockets were fired upon them, babies were thrown into ovens, and civilians were raped and slaughtered. I appreciate the sentiment and the passion for peace, but I would have appreciated it more if it had been directed toward Hamas, who built the tunnels, fired the rockets, and actually started the conflict. Most people have seen that Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis are terrorist organizations, and they cry not only death to Israel, but also death to the USA. That said, as a pastor, here are some quick summarized biblical reasons why we should not pass this resolution. When God made his covenant with Abraham, he said, I will bless those who bless you and curse those who curse you. Hamas and the Palestinian issue is a present example of many historical examples proving God's word to be true. San Marcos and Hays County does not want to be another example. In regard to the dispute over the land of Israel, God spoke a prophetic word around 3,500 years ago that is pertinent for us today. The land covenant that God made with Israel will never be forgotten. God spoke through his prophet Moses, the Lord will scatter you among the peoples, and you will be left few in number among the nations where the Lord drives you. There you will serve gods, work of man's hands of wood and stone, which neither you hear or eat or smell, but from there you will seek the Lord your God, and you will find him if you search for him with all your heart and with all your soul. When you are in distress, and all these things have come upon you in latter days, you will return to the Lord your God and listen to his voice. For the Lord your God is a compassionate God, and he will not fail you nor destroy you, nor forget the land covenant with your fathers, which he swore to them. The Lord Jesus, before his crucifixion and resurrection, said that Jerusalem will be trampled underfoot by the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles, which is another word and term for nations, are fulfilled. Until the time of the Gentiles are fulfilled. The time of the nations is followed prophetically with the judgment of the nations. This issue is complicated, and I don't even pretend to have reasonable solution. But I do know that death to Israel and from the river to the sea challenges the veracity of God's spoken word and invites the cursing of those who curse Israel. I sincerely hope that we will not test God's promise to the seed of Abraham and to Israel. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine Bowers.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Catherine McCrocklin Bowers. And first and foremost, as a wife of a former city council member in a surrounding community, I want to thank you for your service to this community. Although I reside in the city of New Braunfels, I have spent the majority of my life as a resident of Hays County. I'm here tonight in my capacity as the president of the Alpha Delta Pi Housing Corporation. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a teacher and nervous to get in front of people.
You're doing fine.
I'm here tonight as the capacity as the president of the Alpha Delta Pi Housing Corporation, which oversees the properties located at 316 West Hopkins Street, also known as the Cape House historic home built in 1901, and 319 Hutchison, our chapter building. Both of these properties fall within the 400-foot notification area for the following agenda items. Item 9 and item 10. While I recognize the need for student housing, both as a community member and a parent of a university student, such development should not come at the expense of existing property values or the character of our neighborhood. We strongly oppose the approval of the conditional use permit that would allow for student housing in an already congested area of town, as well as the alternative compliance request to increase the maximum building height from 5 to 7 stories. The proposed height increase would significantly impact surrounding properties and place undue strain on local infrastructure, traffic flow, and the overall livability of the neighborhood. Additionally, it would exacerbate existing parking limitations in the area where parking is already in short supply. These proposed changes prioritize short-term financial gain over responsible development and the long-term well-being of current property owners and residents. It is also our understanding that both the agenda items are not in alignment with the city master plan, as noted during the planning and zoning presentation. While the proposals are still under review at the planning and zoning stage, I personally inquired with city staff about a traffic impact study and was informed that one had not yet been conducted. I also requested information about the developers to discuss potential solutions that could benefit all parties. But unfortunately, that meeting never materialized and I never heard from them. Therefore, on behalf of both myself and the Housing Corporation that I represent, we respectfully urge the council to remove both items 9 and 10 from the consent agenda tonight and carefully consider the broader impact that this development may have on our community. We ask that you uphold the decision made by the Planning and Zoning Board at their most recent meeting. Accordingly, we respectfully request that you deny both proposals and vote against this approval. Thank you for your time tonight.
And that concludes our citizen comment for this evening. I would like to say thank you to our audience, except for a couple little things that happened there near the end, and we have been here 3 hours. Y'all have been fantastic with keeping the noise down. That means your neighbors can hear what's going on. Best group ever. Thank you very much. I'm now going to declare a recess for 10 minutes. Council will be back at 9:05. Truly, thank you all. For the consent agenda, the following ordinances, resolutions, or other items numbered 1 through 8 may be acted upon by one motion. No separate discussion or action is necessary unless desired by a council member who pulls that item. Council, y'all have anything to pull? No. Where are my other two?
I don't know.
I'm going to set this one aside for a moment. Let's read item 9.
Okay,
No, I'm not. I'm going to wait for them. I'm going to go find them.
okay. Do you want me to go find them?
Nope, we're going to move on. Are there any items to pull? All right, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda and items numbered 1 through 8.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Scott, seconded by Mr. Mendoza. We will vote. Oh, push button vote. Oh.
Okay, the motion passes 5-0 with 2 absent.
All right, then we are on to item 9.
Yes, let me clear this off real quick, Mayor. Receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against Resolution 2025-76R, approving a request for a conditional use permit in case number CUP-25-02 to allow purpose-built student housing development generally located between West Hutchinson Street and Pat Garrison Street and between North Camacho Street and North Fredericksburg Street. Authorize the city staff to issue a conditional use permit consistent with this resolution and declare an effective date, and consider approval of Resolution 2025-76R.
Presentation.
Mayor and Council, Amanda Hernandez, Director of Planning and Development Services. Items 9 and 10 on tonight's agenda are for the same project. First, we will discuss the request for purpose-built student housing, and then we will talk about the request for additional stories. To start, I want to remind City Council of the definition for purpose-built student housing, which is development that is designed for, marketed to, and primarily used by college students. The table on the screen compares some of the main differences between student housing and conventional multifamily in our development code. There were questions on the message board regarding the maximum number of bedrooms allowed per unit in student housing and conventional multifamily. First, there is no maximum, and staff could not find maximums in any of our previous versions of the code. We do, however, have a dwelling unit equivalent, wherein, I think that's what you were thinking of, Mayor, where, for example, a 3-bedroom unit is considered a single unit and a 5 or 6 bedroom unit is considered 2 units. And that's used in our zoning districts that have density requirements and density caps. So that would not apply for this development in our Character District 5 downtown. Another message board question was whether City Council can add a condition to limit the number of bedrooms per unit, and the answer to that is yes. Next slide. The subject property is almost the full block bounded by Hutchison, Comanche, Pat Garrison, and Fredericksburg. The corner property on Pat Garrison and Fredericksburg, where the hair salon is located, is not part of this request. Next slide. The property is currently used for rental homes, offices, and parking. There are 2 historic structures on the site on Pat Garrison, and the hair salon not included in this request is also listed as a medium preservation priority. There was a question on the message board asking if the development would result in closures on adjacent streets. The answer is yes, because the building will be on the property line, so they'll likely need to use all 4 of those streets at some point for their construction. The length of time and the exact closures are unknown at this time, but we will review a circulation plan when they come in to request lane closures. Other questions on the message board address the development's impact on the surrounding area, whether multifamily, which is allowed by right, or student housing, which requires this CUP, the impacts would be similar. We can expect to see more pedestrian traffic to and from the university, HEB, and other downtown businesses. There would be more vehicular traffic because the density would be increased from what is there now. The economic impact may vary if the development is student housing, typically because students would have a lower income and may not be living in San Marcos the full 12 months of the year. Next slide. The property is zoned Character District 5 downtown, which allows purpose-built student housing with a conditional use permit, which is considered by City Council following a recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Next slide. For this type of request, we do like to show our analysis of the criteria for approval. The first set of criteria in Chapter 2 of the Development Code apply to all conditional use permits. Next slide, please. I'll draw your attention to number 2. Criteria number 2 on the screen, which asks whether the request for student housing is consistent with an area plan. We have an area plan for downtown, and staff finds the request is inconsistent with the plan, which calls for a diverse population and housing that is not only for students. Criteria 3 is marked as neutral because when looking at the surrounding area, the requested use is compatible with the multifamily to the north, but not compatible with the other surrounding uses. Next slide. There was a question on the message board, which relates to criteria number 4, and when we would expect to see a traffic impact analysis. Currently, staff has reviewed a worksheet which shows that we are triggering a traffic impact analysis for this development, but the date we can expect that analysis is unknown at this time, and the applicant may be able to answer that question when they give their presentation. On criteria 5, staff had a neutral conclusion because we don't know what roadway improvements may be necessary. To respond to a message board question, staff has reviewed, oh wait, I already said that. Sorry, I lost track of my notes here. We are going to require traffic impact analysis. On criteria 6, again, we don't know if any variations or standards will be requested, but we'll learn that throughout the permitting process. Next slide. This set of criteria are specifically for purpose-built student housing, which is why we see some redundancy with the criteria on the previous slides. Criteria 5 references the downtown plan. For criteria 1, 2, and 3, we have neutral findings. For number 1, the development could possibly transition to traditional or conventional multifamily in the future. However, student housing generally is designed in a way that would make that difficult. On criteria 2, while the building will not be LEED certified, it will meet building code, which includes many durable and long-lasting materials. And for criteria 3, we don't anticipate adverse effects on surrounding properties since multifamily is permitted by right. However, future impacts won't be clear until after the project is constructed. Therefore, staff's conclusion is neutral. Next slide. I have some quotes in the presentation from the downtown plan referencing the need for non-student housing. Next slide. Based on staff's analysis, we provided a neutral recommendation to Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Commission recommended denial. There were concerns with the reduced parking being requested by the applicant, 0.7 spaces per bedroom instead of 1.05, which is the code requirement, and the increased traffic that the development may bring. The Commission discussed additional bedrooms and that affordability is not guaranteed. Finally, the Commission was concerned with the impact of this development on the surrounding generally quiet neighborhood. 2 people spoke in opposition at the P&Z meeting, and as of noon today, we had received 15 letters in opposition, which were emailed to the City Council, and 1 in favor. I know we've received a handful since noon, and y'all should have received those in your inboxes. The code requires a 3/4 vote to approve this request since it comes with a denial recommendation from Planning and Zoning Commission. The supermajority requirement is found in the purpose-built student housing section of the Development Code. I have additional slides with staff recommended conditions. If City Council goes the direction of approval, I'm not going to go through those at this time, but we'll be happy to walk through them when we get to the discussion portion of this item. The applicant and the representatives are here to speak, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay, so next I will open the public hearing. And we have some folks who signed up, and after we go through that list, I'll see who else is in the room who wishes to speak on this one. The first one will be Clay Smith. Following him will be Maxfield Baker, Lisa Marie Capoletta, who will be online, and Shannon Mattingly.
My name is Clay Smith. I'm nearly a neighbor to the proposed project. I'm on the high side of the block next to this. I'm excited about any opportunity we get to get more housing nearby. Muslims have the habit of doing 5 prayers a day. So we get up at 6 in the morning and we walk to the mosque if it's walking distance, and we do our morning prayers in the noon, in the late afternoon, after sunset, and when it's all dark out. And so these are, being 1 block away would be a tremendous boost of opportunity for, we're almost a total student mosque. I mean, the regional mosque is between between Kyle and Buddha, so we're almost 100% students. So this is a tremendous opportunity for our students. We're 160 students right now for weekly prayers. We probably peaked at 175 this semester. We normally get about 160. So I do have a little bit of an ulterior motive, so I kind of got to be honest with you. Let me just read this. There's an issue that is very important to Muslims, which is, O believers, this is a verse from the Quran, O believers, stand firm for justice as witnesses before God, even if it's against yourselves, or your parents, or your close relatives. Be they poor or rich, God is your best at, God is the best at ensuring their interest. So do not let your desires cause you to deviate in justice. If you distort your testimony or refuse to give it, then God is certainly aware of what you do. So this causes me to try and be truthful in my testimony as much as possible. And so I have a little bit of ulterior motive in saying, push this parking issue. Make them have a lot of parking, because then we might be able to rent the parking from them when they have too much parking. But I also got to be honest that I'm kind of cheating the system there by advocating that. I would love it if this building were built with all concrete between floors, because I'm a worrywart about fires, and I think that a building like this with parking underneath, if a car catches fire, you want the whole building to be concrete between floors. So build as tall as you like, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I love I don't care if it's as tall as the Target building that's just a few blocks away. It's fine with me. So thank you very much for all your work, and thank you for listening to me. Praise God. May God send peace and blessing to Prophet Muhammad, and bless your work and bless all this process. Thank you.
Next is Mr. Baker.
Woo! Woo! Sorry. What a fun night. Yeah, my name is Maxfield Baker. I am, our addresses, those are important. 314 Shady Lane.
It's required for public hearing, not for citizen comment.
I know. I was one of the few dissenters, for those of you that watched the meeting, and I hope you did, because a beloved mentor of mine, Jim Garber, really led part of the discussion on this, and he will be missed, but his wisdom is not gone. He spoke pretty clearly about student housing. Him and probably most of you have had long discussions about some of the problems around there. And so I'm here to remind you that back in November, you had the lovely Shannon Fitzpatrick come and talk to you about problems with the rent by the bedroom model, of which this is aspiring to be. A pun on that Target building, Aspire. And so, I just, when we think about the multitude of issues with student purpose-built housing, I'm reminded of the work that the San Marcos Civics Club is doing on the Tenants' Bill of Rights. Some of the practices that Shannon warned you about are related to things like the application process and the leases. I am not here to call for a moratorium on student purpose-built housing, but I think it would be apropos for you to handle those issues before continuing to approve more student purpose-built housing that will then be grandfathered in because the rules would have changed, right? So it's prudent to make sure that we kind of deal with these issues before we just continue to pass things. You know, when it comes to reasons why, the variance that they're asking for might not be a great idea, I'm reminded of the apartment complex kind of right around the corner that also has the tiered parking garage, which for several rainy seasons, those students that live there got flooded out and their cars were ruined, and it was a disaster. It was straight up, there were news articles written about it, you can look it up, and were there any protections for those students? I don't know. That would be something that I would want to figure out if I was voting to approve this, to make sure that we're not doing things to leave vulnerable populations, which students typically are, subject to the prey of those who serve to capitalize on this. You know, when I think about the multitude of projects that we want to bring to town, that we know that there are things that they can do by right, and then anytime they come and ask for things extra, that's where you all get to kind of really do some negotiating, which I know is something Shane Scott loves to do in favor of our residents and students. And so negotiate, get the most out of this that you can, including protections for tenants, including safety and well-being and habitability issues. Just as a quick plug, the San Marcos Civics Club meets the fourth Monday. Or April 28th is our next one at Tantra Coffee House from 6:30 to 8:30. If you're having issues with student purpose-built housing, we would love to hear from you as we're pushing for a Tenants' Bill of Rights. We have 90 signatures. We hope you sign too.
Our next speaker is Lisa Marie Capoletta, who joins us online. You're on mute.
Hi, yes, good evening, y'all. My name is Professor Lisa Marie Capoletta. They call me LMC. I did not attend the P&Z meeting because I was very saddened by the passing of our beloved Jim Garber. And it's unfortunate that the last time he was residing in a meeting, that meeting went till 2 a.m., which to me was poor judgment of the phasing of the agenda. The LDC, or the Land Development Code, the Comprehensive Plan, the Historical Resources Survey, and character studies, a lot of us in this community are wondering if it's fake outreach. And I'm the first one to say, I really, in my heart of hearts, want to work collaboratively with city staff, but they've pushed us all into a corner time and time again. And tonight I'm asking you to actually take a look at their documentation. The Historical Resources Survey was paid for by tax dollars, and there's 3 historic structures in that area. We were promised neighborhood character studies, and that was after the Comprehensive Plan Committee demanded those neighborhood those little neighborhood character studies. They didn't have them on the table, and there was an outrage, and now we have them. And I think that the question marks that they give you are very silly. Of course, there will be related adverse impacts such as traffic and noise and odors and air particulates spewed into the neighborhood, visual nuisances, as well as drainage, which means that this leadership has flood amnesia if you pass this. But in addition to that, we have empirical situations in this community, such as the crack at the local that none of the locals like, that keeps reappearing because it's built on that type of clay, right? And that's all over town. When they were working on the parking lot behind Alvin Ord's, they hit a water table. They hit a water table right around the corner from me, and I have that all on video. So we know we have the aquifer. We know we have a cave system, which means it's a ticking time bomb for a sinkhole. Additionally to the cave systems, we have the elephant in the room, which is flooding. Now, the X does not align with the area plans, the comprehensive plan, the downtown master plan, or the historical resources survey. And in the situation with our particular city staff, a neutral means no, because they tend to rubber stamp everything. And we all know that we were given a bill of goods that if we had student purpose-built housing, our taxes would go down. Our taxes spiked. We have La Raza being gentrified out of their homes, and now they're flipping those buildings, and now the university owns it. And now you're telling us that we don't have those on the property rolls. The last thing I want to say is well, first of all, the message board answers were a little too late and your website was down today. And finally, for years, we've been asking you guys to produce the traffic studies before they come to a public hearing, not afterwards. Thank you for your time, and God bless San Marcos, and Jesus Christ is King.
Our next speaker is Shannon Mattingly. Following her will be Audrey Rund, Kelly Quinn, Patrick Quinn, and Ed Terrio, and then there'll be a few more after that.
Good evening, Shannon Mattingly, 2705 BK Road, Austin, Texas, and I am representing the developer tonight. As mentioned, the project is Zone CD5D, which was Zone CD5D prior to the adoption of the Downtown Master Plan. That does allow for 75 feet in height. It does allow for multifamily. It does allow for purpose-built student housing. The ratio for parking that, though, is a 1 per unit instead of 1 per bedroom, so you're looking at about 0.40 to 0.45 spaces per bed. And it allows for approximately 3 bedroom units, so it wouldn't allow for anything more than that. The request before you tonight is to have a CUP and an alternative compliance. The height would still be 75 feet. The bedroom count, we are asking for the CUP so that we would be able to have more of a mix. We definitely have not used the word affordable. We like to think that it would be somewhat attainable for some students, because as you increase units, a lot of times you're able to decrease the amount of rent where they're sharing spaces. The property is still going to be approximately 600 plus or minus beds, whether it is under the current CD5 or whether it has the CUP and alternative compliance. So the units are the same, the height is the same. The main thing that the applicant is asking for is to have that unit mix and also be able to have 2 additional stories. So the height would not change, but we would add 2 stories, which would be able to accommodate parking for more than double the number of parking spaces. So it's over 200 more spaces if you approve the CUP and the alternative compliance. Some of the things that would potentially change as we move forward, the project will be developed as a purpose-built student housing, or rent by the bedroom, I should rephrase that, not as a purpose-built student housing, as a rent by the bedroom multifamily project. It will be 5 stories. That is why they purchased the property, and that has been the intent as they move forward, and they have the ability to do that under the current zoning. They have done a TIA worksheet. The trip generation from what they could do currently versus what they're proposing doesn't change. They will be doing a full-blown TIA as they move forward with their platting and they start designing the site. And so once they do all of that is when they do that full-blown TIA. But the bottom line for us is that being able to have that alternative compliance and that CUP makes the project a better project for the developer. I mean, we're not going to say it's not, but it also allows for double the parking on the property. We can't make all of it work if we don't have that additional 2 stories to park it. And so that, I know a lot of people have asked, well, why are you even asking for this if you can do it anyway? And that's the reason, is because you go from 0.40 to about 0.75, 0.8 on your parking spaces if you get the CUP and the alternative compliance. And
Your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Audrey Rund.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you
Yes,
see
we
me?
can.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Hello, my name is Audrey Rund, and I'm with Emerge Here, and my address is 210 West Hutchison. I'm here to provide clarity with our company's operations so we can have a successful partnership moving forward. We have listened and addressed some of the community's concerns through our presentation and our slides, but I wanted to take this time to address additional concerns that have bubbled up recently. One of the concerns that has bubbled up are that our units will have higher rents. I wanted to talk a little bit about our pricing structure. Our pricing reflects the value of the community itself, including the amenities that we include, the proximity to the campus, and of course, how new the community is. We have traveled multiple times to the property location. We have met with established properties in the area and connected with the local university because we want to make sure that we are aligned with the needs of the future residents starting at development. I wanted to address the comment about random roommate matching. Students may sign with their chosen roommates or request roommate matching. Roommate matching is an option chosen by the tenant. It is not a requirement of our lease. Our team is very transparent throughout the process to ensure a clear and comfortable experience ensues. There was a mention of no class action lawsuits within our leases. We've always supported a direct and personalized, timely path to resolve issues by empowering our residents to contact local resources. This can be through the university, student legal services, or apartment associations. We are currently a member of the Texas Apartment Association and the Austin Apartment Association, so we can provide those resources directly. It was also brought up an as-is clause in our lease. The clause within our lease intends to set expectations for furnishings and fixtures. However, I also want to mention that the apartment must still meet the basic health and safety standards. We also offer model units, actual units, and virtual tours when available. So we are definitely not hiding any units. Turnover period was a concern. Residents from the very beginning are informed of their lease terms, and if there is a gap, our team is trained to provide them resources to help the move in and move out process move smoothly. That is giving them hotel recommendations, encouraging local connections, or also storage options as well too. Many students also return home or pursue internships during the summer, and our units are fully furnished, so most residents are only moving their personal belongings. Our pedestrian-friendly location is close to campus nearby dorms, which makes it highly desirable for students. This demand often shifts students' interest away from conventional housing, in our opinion, creating more availability for non-student residents in surrounding areas. We also will and have rented to non-students who are comfortable living nearby the university and students. We are looking forward with the future partnership, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Our next speaker is Kelly Quinn.
My name is Kelly Quinn. My address is 210 West Hutchinson. I am the CEO of Emerge Here. As Audrey has mentioned, she and I have spent a lot of time in the San Marcos market. We have met with citizens, we have met with city officials, community leaders, business leaders, students, and the university. I think we have a pretty good handle of the challenges that San Marcos faces as well as its needs. One challenge I can't help you with is reducing the amount of students in San Marcos. The students are here and it will continue to grow. Texas State's strategic plan, by the time this project opens in 2027, will be an additional 5,700 students. This project will account for 10% of that growth. This project is truly pedestrian. You can walk to class, you can walk to the HEB, and you can walk to the square. You can't drive any quicker than you can walk to the 3 destinations in the majority of a student's life. This project, as Audrey mentioned, will pull students from neighboring communities and provide a living option for the additional students that will be coming to San Marcos. Saying no to the CUP and alternative compliance does not stop the project. It does not stop students from living at the project. It does not stop rent by the bed. It does not decrease the density or the number of bedrooms that will be delivered to the market. It does not decrease the height of the building. Saying no simply reduces the number of parking spaces as well as the amenity space, the available rentable options, and the fees and taxes payable to the city of San Marcos. However, saying yes to the project comes with additional benefits. It more than doubles the parking spots from 200 to over 400 parking spots. It will also provide a parking in lieu fee for the city of San Marcos. It will provide greater unit sizes, which will provide more attainable rents for all students. It will increase the amount of gathering space for its tenants so that the students have a place to gather outside of the city streets of San Marcos, or the bars and the square and the university. It will increase the annual real estate tax bill, and it will further increase the pedestrian experience from the current building with additional design characteristics, lighting, and streetscape. I am around for questions. I look forward to being a partner with the city. I understand that you have worked with developers in the past that have been less than reputable. We do not operate that way, and I would appreciate it if what people did in the past doesn't affect the way that you look at me or the way that you think I do business. I am a partner in every market that I have been in, with the city, with the university, with the residents, and I will do so here. Please give me the opportunity to do it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kelly Quinn. I'm sorry, Patrick Quinn. I forgot to check your name off, sorry.
Just a few Quinns here. Good evening. My name is Patrick Quinn, 210 West Hutchinson. I am the co-CEO of Next Chapter Properties and advisor to Emerge Here. The CUP and alternative compliance that's before you today will allow our project greater flexibility to deliver a design that complements both the downtown and neighborhood characteristics in one building. As Kelly stated, we will be a member of your community, and we take that responsibility to ensure that our project provides for the needs in which we specialize. The proposed design embraces the historic character of San Marcos while being true to its time when it was built. It will provide for additional parking and ample space for our residents to gather and socialize. The requested building will feature multiple indoor and outdoor amenity spaces and be 100% self-contained. The architectural aspects along Hutchinson were inspired while we were on a walking tour of San Marcos. It features ornate cornices, increased street setbacks, and articulations that far exceed minimum standards. Pedestrians that travel down Hutchinson won't feel confined as they are treated to a newly installed streetscape and active ground level. While the ground level is still in early planning, I promise you this, it will be active. It will not be vacant. It will not be dormant with paper covering the windows and for rent signs plastered along. It will be a fully activated ground level featuring office and amenities, some private use, and others open to the public. We recognize the community can benefit from well-programmed ground floor, and our ideas include office spaces, bicycle repair shops, water sports rentals, and a designated area for storage and charging of personal mobility devices, electric scooters or bikes. Along Comanche, the design features an intimate residential townhome-inspired character that from a pedestrian level will feel like you're walking down a residential street. Here again, our enhanced streetscapes, setbacks, building articulations, and architectural design elements adhere to the downtown vision while exceeding minimum design standards. At the corner of Pat Garrison and Comanche, we will deliver a welcoming pedestrian plaza at the new downtown gateway. Our conceptual plan includes amenities for public use, including shaded benches, water filling stations for people and pups, a charging station for personal electronic devices, small bike repair, and a wall section available for a mural, and a historical marker paying homage to the site of the former San Marcos High School. Economically, the project will have a tremendous impact, and environmentally, we will drastically improve the water quality and stop the trash that now discharges freely into the San Marcos River. We look forward to our partnership. I thank you for your time, your consideration, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Our next speaker is Ed Terrio. Following him will be Jared Chumsey, Adam Barrientos, and Catherine Bowers, and I know she left. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Ed Terrio, and I live at 120 Lakeview Circle in Lockhart. If I could, I'd like to summarize the request that has been brought before you tonight by Patrick and Kelly Quinn. The property is currently zoned CD 5D. By right, without requesting any more permissions, they can build a 75-foot tall rent by the bedroom project made up of approximately 600 bedrooms in predominantly 3-bedroom units. Because it is restricted to 5 floors, the complex will be parked at 1 space per unit at a ratio of around 0.4 to 0.45 spaces per bedroom due to the space limitations. This number meets current code. The primary reason that the Quins are requesting the CUP is to allow a broader mix of uses. Their experience has shown that this is what the residents want, and it will help keep rents attainable. As you know, the approval of the CUP requires almost double the parking, 1.05 spaces per bed. Thus, additional floors are needed to accommodate this parking. There's no additional height, only floors. The approval of the CUP also allows the city to place conditions upon the project. Without the CUP, there are no conditions. These applications involve no requested variances. A CUP is a zoning permit approval, and the alternative compliance is a zoning permission granted by the City Council. Zoning variances are approved by the ZBOA. So summary, with the approval of the CUP and the alternative compliance, same height, 75 feet, 7 stories, substantially more parking, the same approximate 600 beds, a better unit mix allowing attainable rents, same number of vehicle trips, enhanced architectural design, and the opportunity to apply conditions on the project. Without the approval of the CUP, there's the same height, 75 feet with 5 stories, substantially less parking, the same approximate 600 bedrooms, predominantly 3-bedroom units. There's reduced architectural design, and most importantly, there's no conditions that can be applied. The Quins are quality developers, and we hope the City Council will work with them to achieve a superior project on the site. Thank you very much, and we're available to answer questions.
Jared Chumsey is next.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jared Chumsey. I live at 104 Lady Bird Lane here in San Marcos, Texas. Again, I'm a volunteer with the Tenants Advocacy Group. We, as an organization, as a volunteer organization here in town, we're not against students finding housing, especially if it's affordable housing for students or convenient for them to access the university. What we're against is time after time, we get students that come to us, to our organization, saying that they are having to deal with this really predatory leasing practices that are used by these purpose-built student housing complexes using this rent-by-the-bed model. Students can live in conventional multifamily apartments, right? So why not build something like that? It's because they're trying to maximize, the developers are trying to maximize their profit here, right? And if the city continues time after time to roll over and allow developers to do what they please, then, you know, this is the city that we're going to have. The housing stock is going to be primarily these private for-profit dorms. And it's, as staff had mentioned, it's very difficult to actually roll this back because of the way that they're constructed. So just recently, Cibolo and Alamito dorms just added 1,000 beds in the fall of 2024. Castro Hall, which is set to open this fall or next fall, depending, will add another 942 beds. And more beds are slated to be built on campus. So when TAG was first founded in the fall of 2023, our research found, and we've sent it to council before, our research found that San Marcos was already overbuilt by 8,000 beds in off-campus rent-by-the-bed complexes. Overall, purpose-built student housing is luxury housing prices minus the luxury. These are designed to be private, for-profit, cramped dorms. I mean, they are like sardines in there. Building out more purpose-built student housing in the city does not add to the housing stock needed for regular residents and for families. Once you go purpose-built student housing, as staff has mentioned, it's very difficult to go back. Many purpose-built student housing complexes have mostly 4 or 5 bedrooms. Some of them have even been pushing more bedrooms per unit. And, you know, have you ever seen a 5-bedroom floor plan for an apartment? They're stacked in there. So even if a purpose-built complex is converted to traditional housing, these large floor plans won't make financial sense for most families and residents. So I have a question for the developers. What is the going rent for the largest unit that you are proposing for this development? Is it really affordable for students? Rent by the beds are, in some cases, bringing in $800 to $1,000 per month per bed, not per unit, in a typical 4x4. That's $3,200 to almost $4,000 for a 4x4 apartment. The whole business model of rent by the bed necessarily
time is up.
dictates. All right, please vote against this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm sorry, we're not, the bell isn't working with the timer for the public hearings. So I'll be paying more attention. Next is Adam Barrientos here? He spoke at 3 o'clock. Okay, that ends our public hearing. And I want to make a clarifying statement. It was Shannon Fitzpatrick that talked to us in November about rent by the bedroom groups. So,
Mayor,
okay,
if I
yes,
may,
ma'am.
I think there may be some audience members who
Oh, you're
wanted to
right.
speak during the public hearing.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for, against, or about this project? Now is your time. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Mike Dallas. I'm at 4413 Spicewood Springs Road in Austin. I'm the real estate broker that helped put this assemblage of land together. It was about a 10-year process dealing with 5 different property owners and getting the timing to where everybody, including D.R. Horton, they had to go build a building somewhere else. Shane Glosson, who's operating Pennington Funeral Home, he decided it was time for his business to relocate just because the neighborhood had changed. So I targeted areas close to the university that were already zoned CD5, and this was appropriately zoned. I'd been encouraged by city staff in the past, instead of selling land a mile or 2 miles from campus, to try to find, to try to get students closer to campus. So that was the point of doing this. I heard some comments about land for affordable housing, and this property is not priced appropriately for affordable housing. Most of the affordable housing that's been built in San Marcos recently has been built on the east side of town. The land prices are much cheaper over there. Another thing I wanted to address was some misinformation during the planning and zoning meeting about this not being student housing at one point. This was always intended to be student housing. It's a student housing developer that put the property under contract. The church was very aware of that. In fact, to address the parking, we were going to lease parking at the 2 Frostbank drive-throughs that the Methodist Church owns. So it's always going to have been student housing. Texas State is going to continue to grow. You may have heard Governor Abbott in his 2026-2027 budget, he's appropriating more money to Texas State and to UNT, and he wants Texas State to grow. He wants it to be a tier 1 funding university and become a research university. So if Governor Abbott if he wants to throw money at Texas State, it's probably going to grow. So I think this is a perfect location for additional density, walking distance to everything, including a mosque. So I appreciate your support.
And who else would like to speak? Just step up to the microphone, and we'll need your name and your address.
I'm Darla Munoz, 1128 West Martin Luther King Drive. I'm not sure my comments are going to matter, but I prepared something, so I'm going to go ahead and read it. In case you missed it, the public hearings for this development at Planning and Zoning occurred at 1 in the morning, and so I just wanted to thank the community members who stayed that late to voice their concerns. I wanted to point out that when the staff added the discussion topic notes to your packet from the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, they did not report or put into the record Commissioner Meeks's comments and concerns about how this group had told the Methodist Church on more than one occasion and to more than one person that they would not ask for any changes to the land code. They were only asking what they were allowed for by right. But now here we are, and they're requesting 2 changes. And then the concern was never addressed by anyone in the development team. And I want to know why it was left out of the notes. I mean, that seems like they're trying to hide that information. And if you read the notes, you will see that the commissioner's concerns about traffic and noise and retail space on the first floor and the parking ratio and the high rents and the damage this complex can do to that unique area of town, and how they're actually going to go up 2 stories without increasing the height of the building. So Ms. Mattingly launched into a 7.5-minute high-speed word salad in which she did not address any of the concerns or answer any of the questions of the residents or the commissioners. Instead, she repeated all the things they were already allowed to do by right. She reminded us several times how the developers could sell to Texas State right now if they wanted to, you know, a little thinly veiled threat there. She restated how the developers were not only the owners but the managers. But unless they're going to move to San Marcos with their children and live in one of these apartments on site, surrounded by college students, I don't see this as anything more than a smoke and mirrors talking point. You know they're not going to move here and do that. It's still going to have all the same problems as all the other student apartments in this town. She also talked about the tax money that this would bring in, even though we know the odds of this building being sold to Texas State within 7 years is very high. They're building dorm-style apartments. And correct me if I'm wrong about this, but the 7 years will start from the date the CUP is granted, not the date of completion and occupancy. So you could only get maybe 2 or 3 years of additional tax money. And, you know, is that what we're all concerned about now? It's just property taxes? Even to the detriment of our town and our history and our historical neighborhoods? You can't just look at dollar signs when you're making these decisions. Please don't let this giant complex destroy our downtown. Please vote to deny. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for, against, or about this? And now I'll close the public hearing, and I await a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion from
Second.
Mr. Mendoza and seconded by Mr. Scott. Comments? I have a bunch, but I'll let others go first.
I might have a question. Well, I do have a question, Mayor.
Go for it.
Someone brought up the rent. What is affordable rent, and what is that rent going to be, more or less, for those student housing bedrooms? And also, I'd like to know about the questions that.
Hang on a second. If someone, representative, could come on up to the microphone, because we're probably going to have several questions. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Gonzalez.
that one of the commissioners brought up about 5 questions were asked and they were never answered. They were just danced around. I think those questions were made for Shannon. Can you enlighten me on why those questions were not answered?
I'm holding my ground for just a second to ask if the motion for approval included the staff conditions that were in the presentation and staff report, or if we want to go through those separately.
Good question. Did that include
It did, yes, ma'am.
the conditions? And are you good with that, Mr.? Okay. Thank you for that. I was
Yes.
presuming that, but thank you for making that clear.
Yes,
So
thank you, ma'am.
appreciate it. Okay.
Unless any of my colleagues need
Wait,
it. No.
Mr. Gonzalez, we're still with Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, do you have those questions? Did you watch the
and I'm
meeting
s-
and make notes?
I tried. I didn't make them fast enough.
Okay.
But I do have one for the city attorney as well. Is there a way to guarantee this property not to ever be sold to a nonprofit organization?
The only way to do that is with a restrictive covenant of some sort that's recorded so that any subsequent buyer also wouldn't sell it. There'd have to be an agreement.
Between
The owner would have to agree to do that through a restrictive covenant of some sort.
It's in the conditions. Is that not enough?
Well, here's,
It's okay
It
to say
is.
no.
It
But
is,
we did
but
one once
here's-
before, and we thought that was going to work.
here's the little bit of the rub on that is, once the complex is built and we have the CUP, we'd have to seek an injunction of some sort based on the condition in the CUP versus a restrictive covenant that's recorded, but it's.
And what would be the
one
end
is-
result difference, restricted covenant or condition? What's the end result of either one if something gets violated?
I think the restrictive covenant is a little bit stronger, but yes, you could do it through a CUP condition. We'd have to enforce it through injunctive, some sort of injunctive relief.
It's a process,
Yes, sir.
and it takes a lot of money to do this, if we go that route. If for some reason they decide to sell to a nonprofit.
Yeah, it's in the conditions
Okay.
list.
Right.
Did you have another question?
No. Well, the
Yeah.
affordability. Thank
And
you.
then I'm going to Mr. Mendoza, and then I'll go to Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay, as far as affordability with the units, what we're asking for with the CUP is the ability to build more than 3-bedroom units, which would typically be 4 and 5-bedroom units. I can't give you an exact dollar amount because I don't know the market rents that we will have 2 years from now. I can give you percentages that we have in other projects. So for example, in other markets we're in, a 1-bedroom would be 2.5 times the price of a 5-bedroom. A 3-bedroom would be 2/3 the cost, or I'm sorry, a 5-bedroom would be 2/3 the cost of a 3-bedroom. So it ratchets it down based on how many bedrooms are in the unit because there's only one kitchen and one living space. So it's less rent for the larger bedroom units because it only has one kitchen and one living space. Unfortunately, I can't give you exact dollar amounts because we won't open the building for 2 years.
Okay, thank you. Well, I apologize. I guess my other question was meant for Ms. Hernandez. And this is a reference about things not showing up in the meeting, in the P&Z meeting that were discussed, that didn't show up in our report.
So I am not sure what that reference was to, but there are 2 separate items in the packet today, and I went through the topics that were discussed on the conditional use permit. I'll have another list of topics for the alternative compliance for height. I don't know if that's going to cover it. With the conversations with the church, I'm not aware of those, and I don't recall that conversation. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when we heard this.
Was there any other conversations that you remember now that we should know about?
Just what's in the packet, and like I said, I'll have more in my next presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, and we had at our place today, a letter from the person who addressed the church and saw it was the realtor on the property. So you should have that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is that all that you had?
That I
Maybe
can
we come
remember.
back if
Yeah.
you have more.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mendoza, then Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. This is actually for the Quinns first off. I wanted to ask, you are the developer, I guess we'll classify you as the developer of this project?
Correct.
Is that correct? Will you also be the management company of this project?
We will.
What does that entail?
So although there was a comment earlier, unless you live local, can you manage the project? And no, I will not live local. However, we still manage our Champaign projects, which are, and I do not live in Champaign, and we still manage our Daytona project, and I don't live in Daytona. We have employees that are in the market, and so me directly, no, I will not move to San Marcos to manage this project. Will my employees manage this project? Yes, they will. Will I know absolutely everything that is going on with this project? Yes, just like I do with all of my Champaign properties and just like I do in Daytona.
Thank you. Parking. Are you going to be, for the 2 stories that you're requesting for the parking spots, will the fee or the charge for these parking spots be included in the rent, or do they have to pay an additional fee to use these spots?
There's an additional fee for the parking spots, and I know that can be a difficult topic. Sometimes I've seen it on city council meetings before, but we do charge for the parking because if we don't, then someone that doesn't bring a car doesn't want to pay the same rent as someone that gets to bring a car. And if we don't have parking spots for everyone, it's hard to have spots for those that paid and those that haven't, if nobody is paying for them.
I asked that out of concern from an apartment complex we have here called Cheatham Flats, that it seems that they were doing the same thing where they were offering the parking spots for a fee, and some of these students or some of these residents realized, well, I can just park on the side of the street in the neighborhood without paying a single fee. My concern is the limited parking anywhere in this area of town, unless you're gonna go park at the HEB, and that's just not fair for anybody. So I'm wondering if you guys could
They
just.
tow.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, well, then, that's the last thing we want is for anybody to get towed up for that.
And I have heard of that problem. I know the View on the Square had a similar problem, and when we talked to them this year, they're actually fully leased out on their parking spots for next year. And so Aspire is also fully leased out on their parking spots. Point is fully leased out on their parking spots. So it seems to me from the people in the direct downtown area where it's harder to find parking, those parking spots are fully leased out. And yes, there may be overflow in the neighboring communities. And I think we see that in other markets where the university has grown substantially, like this market. And we've seen them implement then permit parking or zoned parking to avoid that problem. But there's only so much we can do with our developments. And like I said, from what I know, all of the properties within the downtown area have their parking sold out to their residents and to their students.
Great. I'm wondering how long that, it's no offense to you, I'm just wondering how long it took for them to finally finish the project when these students are finally able to fill up their parking spots. Let's say it takes 1 year or 2 years. Is there any way, and it's a big ask for me to throw this out to you, but is there any way for you to incentivize those residents to have the parking spots instead of giving them the option of saying, hey, you know, choose a less expensive one, but can you offer them some kind of incentive, a bigger, larger discount or something just to make sure they are parking?
I would say, how can you require it?
Well, yeah, something.
Just say, if you live
they've
here and
gotta
you've got
do
a
it.
car, you're gonna have to do this. There is not another place for you to park. If they start parking downtown, they're either gonna have to pay a lot of parking fines or risk getting booted.
I think it would be, I think that's obviously a possibility, but I also do, and we've discussed this before, think that a lot of people do bring their cars, but there is still a good majority that don't. The other thing is Texas State has increased their international population by 400%. We have a large international population on our properties in Champaign, and none of the international students have cars. Given our proximity to the university, I see us having a lot of international students, and so it would be difficult for the international students to pay the same rent as the kids that are coming with the cars.
I guess my concern would be is, in 7 years, let's say a nonprofit decides to come by and purchase this property, and in do right, you're allowed to sell it. I want to make sure that we have parking for whatever entity purchases this property. I fear the parking situation. The next question I want to ask you, and that's the last one, and I'm glad Mrs. Munoz brought this up because it's been irritating me for about a week now, the pool location. Ms. Munoz was right. I would hate to be going to that small HEB looking up and seeing something that I just don't want to look at. Is there any way to place that on any other side of the building? Maybe facing towards the old Pennington location?
Or screen it.
Or screen it, or something to prevent my residents from going to HEB and just not want to see what they don't want to see.
Absolutely. Would you like to talk more to the pool location?
I love the idea of the additional screening that's come in. And if you've seen in the drawings, we do have some trellises and some things that are set up exactly for that purpose. It doesn't come through on the drawing. I'll also remind you that that pool area is significantly higher up. But what putting the pool on that front area did for us, it allowed us to recess that building back even further from the street. So when you're walking down the street and you're looking up, you're not seeing a broad face of a building in your purview. That building is recessed so far back, and we accomplished that by putting the pool up front and scooting that building back.
Okay, but the screens is a possibility or some kind
We could do some sort of architectural embellishment there to draw your eye away from.
Or just
or
screen it.
Or a railing or something,
Can't see
just,
through
yeah.
it.
Okay, that'd be a big thing for me, please, if you guys could do something.
If you want it to happen, work on some wording
work.
for an amendment.
Okay.
And I'll come back to you after I go to Mr. Gonzalez and then Mr. Scott.
So a couple questions. I guess just to go in order, or for my own sanity. So I don't know, this is for you, Sam, or for Mr. Hernandez. So as they currently stand, their current zoning does allow for student housing, correct?
It allows multifamily, conventional multifamily, and student housing with a conditional use permit approved by City Council. And if we can maybe go to the first slide of my presentation with the blue.
Was the question,
table.
can students live there even if it's not purpose-built student housing? If they don't have a CUP? Was that the question?
Well, no, because my understanding, based on what the development team, and I'm not really sure which of the four of them said it, is that as it currently stands, they can build purpose-built student, or whatever our acronym is, PBSH, but it limits the number of bedrooms. So
They
they
can
basically want to
build-
go from 3 to 5, but they could build.
Conventional multifamily. They can build multifamily apartments that would have a limit of 3 bedrooms per unit maximum, that would have a different parking calculation. That's why I had this screen pulled up here. That is allowed by right. But to have the ability to design for, market to, and be occupied by students requires a conditional use permit, requires this approval. And that would allow them to have the 4 or 5 bedroom units that they were discussing.
So as it stands, they can have conventional 3-bedroom units that students could theoretically lease, but they couldn't market directly to students.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and so I guess now my question's for the development team. So as it stands now, there's a, I forgot what wording we used for it, but essentially, I guess restrictive covenant, of not being able to sell for 7 years, effective the approval of the CUP, would, or not being able to sell to a nonprofit. Would y'all be willing to change that effective date to once y'all start leasing?
Yes, if that gets the support of the project.
I've already got an amendment written up, marked down for that.
Okay, and then the other question I had, sorry, I wrote it all down in weird. So in visioning earlier this year, this council overwhelmingly showed a priority to pass tenants' rights and tenant protections. As one of the speakers that spoke against it alluded to, if we approve this, y'all would be grandfathered and possibly not have to abide by any new regulations. Would y'all be willing to change y'all's practices, essentially waive y'all's grandfather status and change y'all's practices to abide by any new tenant protections or tenants' rights that this council passes?
I mean, we certainly would be open to negotiation, you know, and speaking on the rent by the bedroom, I'm not sure what part of that, which part of that is considered predatory, because in most markets that we're in, students view that as a benefit. Just to give you an example, on the rent by the bedroom, if you and Matthew rented an apartment together and Matthew decided to not pay his rent, would you want to have to pay his rent on your behalf? Because that's what a conventional market product is. That is why rent by the bed was built for students. I understand that it's been a problem previously in the market. I actually reached out to I watched the city council presentation by Shannon Fitzpatrick. I reached out twice to schedule a meeting and had one scheduled, and then was never able to meet with her. I am happy to meet with Shannon, with TAG, with any group that wants to meet with me to talk about why the way we do rent by bed is not predatory. I've also included in the package that you've received letters from the universities in which we've developed for 10 years, who also don't view that our student leases or rent by the bedroom is predatory. Students are in a different position than market rate individuals, and as such, the buildings are structured differently.
Well, I wasn't necessarily targeting the rent by the bed model as an example, but which I guess this is also a sneak peek for my council colleagues. But one of the things that I intend to bring forward soon is something similar to what San Antonio City Council has passed in recent history, which is like transparency in like eviction processes. So one of the things they require is when a tenant is served a notice to vacate, it clearly states this is not an eviction, things like that. So if we were to pass those types of protections, more transparency type things, would y'all be willing to adopt those within y'all's business practices rather than just we're grandfathered, we don't have to do that?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it would be a negotiation. I can't agree to something that I don't know that I'm agreeing to. But I also don't view this project as a one-and-done project. That's not how we've operated in other markets. So if I want to do more projects here, of course, I'm going to work with you. Audrey touched on it. We also sent an email. We didn't receive the email from the TAG group with all their concerns until I think it was today, or maybe it was late last night. We've addressed those concerns in an email format. Audrey tried to address some of them in her 3-minute speech, but we are open to suggestions and transparencies. We feel like that's how we already do business, and we're proud of the way that we do business. And so I don't see it being an issue talking, but again, I can't promise you, yes, I will agree to everything you decide a year from now, because I don't know what you're going to decide a year, whatever that time frame is.
Right, and then I guess my last point for now, going to the parking situation, and I'm not too sure what the legalities of this would be, but I guess the mayor and Mr. Mendoza mentioned basically just requiring parking. You have a car, you have to buy a parking space. Could that not be done as like a lease addendum or something that the potential tenants would either sign an affidavit or something saying that they don't have a vehicle, or purchase a parking space. In which case, if they lie, then they're in violation of their lease, which I'm obviously not advocating for eviction or predatory evictions. But I mean, in theory, if you did something like that, they'd be in violation of their lease, and there'd be some sort of teeth to requiring them to buy parking space if they have a vehicle.
One of the things I would offer up that we've done in the past, whereas if you bring a car to campus and you don't purchase a parking spot for us, you have to show us proof that you have a space for that vehicle somewhere else. That would be an easy solution, and we've deployed that before.
I'm leaning towards affidavit, I promise I do not have a car. And at such time I do decide to, acquire a car, parents acquire one for me, I will sign up for a parking spot.
I think just similar to the affidavits on the pets that we have signed, I mean, can someone get around? Of course they can, but we also have an affidavit that I won't bring a pet to the property, or if I do, I'm acknowledging that. So I would imagine it would be the same sort of affidavit that's signed for pets to the property.
Just a little bit more, make them think about it, than just checking a box.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that would be helpful. Because
Absolutely.
we've already been burned with that.
Understood.
Mr. Gonzalez, if you want to speak, turn on your microphone.
But let's say you do have a car and you decided not to tell you, but you're gonna park that car down the street in somebody's front yard on the street. That's legal. That's
exactly what we're trying to address, is to make sure that that student is telling them that they've got a car and they're gonna pay for it, and they're not declining to give that information. That's why I'm saying, rather than a checkbox, they don't have a car, an actual affidavit that's somewhat enforceable.
We can't enforce that. Is that possible?
I just want them to think twice about lying.
It's kind of like she says earlier with the pets. It's a matter, yes, it's enforceable if they get caught. But yes, there's always something people can work around, but if there's awareness of the actual facts, yes, it can be enforced.
There's only so much they can do.
But if they do learn of somebody violating the agreement, yes, it can be enforced through the lease.
And let's say their car's under their parents' name, like most cars are with college kids.
Yes, the reality is that there's going to be people who find a workaround, but again, you have them sign an affidavit under oath.
There's ways.
You do the best you can.
Yeah.
Mr. Gonzalez, did you have any other questions?
Probably, but I can't remember that.
Okay, we'll come back. Mr. Scott?
Yeah, I had a question. As far as the length that you hold the apartments before selling, would you agree to 15 years? And not to a university?
Well, let me just read what the condition is already, and that's suggested by staff. Number 5, the developer.
I read that already.
Developer, well, I'll read it for the public. The developer shall not sell the property to a non-tax-paying entity for 7 years from the effective date of the conditional use permit. I'm going to provide an amendment that says from the effective date of the first certificate of obligation. I'm sorry, certificate of occupancy. We're doing that other thing later. So I'm going to make a motion to amend to do that, which changes it a little bit. It pushes it a little bit more into the future.
Back to my question.
Back to your question.
Yeah, the 15 years.
I couldn't do 15 years.
Okay.
I couldn't get the project financed with 15 years.
What about 10?
I could do 7 from the date of occupancy.
Well, right, no 7's there.
No, from the date of
From the date of occupancy, which
not
would
the
be
CUP,
9-ish
which
now.
is 2
They
to
just
3 years
answered that.
difference.
Stand down. They just announced that.
You keep asking something we've already talked about.
No, not.
Well, then be clear about what you're
I was
asking.
very clear. Anyway, it was, you can't do 10 years. You're just gonna do 7.
Yeah, their intent's to sell.
But it's going to be 9 from what's in
now.
here now. Maybe 10. That's where we are. You have an amendment?
No,
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
I'll let you know.
Okay. Did you remember something, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, so there was mention, I guess this is more for staff. There's a mention of a traffic study that's being done, but we don't know when it will be completed. So what's the purpose of the traffic study? We're gonna make decisions with that. I mean, can we make any of our decisions contingent on the traffic study?
A traffic impact analysis is reviewed by our engineering department, our transportation department, and it's an administrative process. It usually comes along with a plat. And that would be the next logical step if we're approved this evening, that they would do their plat, watershed protection plan, public improvement construction plans, and traffic impact analysis. Because what the traffic impact analysis will tell us is what street improvements are needed that would be drawn on their public improvement construction plan. So if we need any lights or stop signs, wider roads, we're gonna see wider sidewalks with this development. All of that is kind of one package that we review. What they're doing right now is requesting entitlement. They'd like to know whether or not they can do with their land what they like, and then they start going through those processes with staff to figure out all of those details.
Right. So somehow that answered my question in my head, even though I can't explain how that answered my question, but thank you.
Okay, so you're good. Anybody down here? Back to Mr. Mendoza, and then I will start unloading a number of items.
Yeah, and we may have on the screen some recommended language to start with for Mr. Mendoza, if that would help.
What's your question? Or statement, or whatever, concern?
Okay, so as it sits right now, so let's say this is approved for the additional 2 stories. Do you
We're
have-
talking about the student housing CUP now.
Oh, okay.
The 2 stories is the next item.
Then I'm trying to think if it'll fit here. I'm basically trying to find out how many estimated percentage will be conventional rooms compared to student only.
Conventional leases versus rent by the bed leases?
I think it says that they'll offer both, and it depends on what the lessee is looking for.
Yeah, just for a point of clarification, by the current zoning, we can rent by the bed.
Yeah.
So I think earlier, maybe that, at least to me, that didn't sound clear, that it would be more of a market community. By our current zoning, we can rent by the bed right now. If you would like leases that are joint and several and rented by the unit, it really doesn't matter to me. I am happy to offer those. If that's something that would make everybody more comfortable, we can, and the student can pick. And again, I think the rent by the bed is a better structure for a student. I think that most parents think rent by the bed is a better structure for the student. And I'm happy to even report, I know you said that you maybe want to change some things on looking at student housing. I can report what they choose and why. At the end of the first year of leasing and say 90, whatever it is, 80% chose rent by the bed, 20% chose a joint and several lease, and here are the reasons, and maybe that will help kind of understand the difference and really the desires for the parents and the families, right? Because that's who we're trying to protect. So it should be their decision on what type of lease they want.
Condition 3 right now says the development shall offer both individual leases and conventional leases where units may be rented in their entirely. It
Nope,
says shall
that's no
offer.
problem, yes.
This one's the percentage, that's understood.
Hey, Mayor, may I possibly just run through the conditions so everyone's aware of the conditions that we're talking
I
about?
think that would be excellent.
Okay, if we can go up one slide to condition 1, and I'm not going to read them, I'm just going to summarize. Condition 1 is that the development will register with the city's long-term rental registration program. Number 2 is that the leases will be on the development's website, the apartment's website, and that they have to include the text that is in our development code that says they have to include. And it really has to do with, if the building isn't ready and the students have already signed a lease, that they have the ability to get out of the lease or be rehomed for the time.
And that's after construction, not
Correct.
every turn, and I've got an amendment to insert.
Okay.
That makes that clear, which is what's in our code.
Perfect. And then if we can go to the next slide. Condition number 3 is the offering of conventional leases where everyone signs a single lease, or rent by the bed where each person has a lease for their own room. Condition number 4 is parking calculation. Instead of the 1.05 per bed required by code, they would provide 0.7 spaces per bed, and that comes from their parking study. The developer will not sell to a non-tax paying entity for 7 years from today. We heard Mayor has an amendment to that one. Next slide. That they would have to dedicate all of the right-of-way that's required for the roads surrounding the property. That's a requirement of code anyways. We just wanted to make sure we memorialize that here so we get the roadway improvements that we need to handle the additional traffic. Number 7 is that the conditional use permit will expire within 3 years if they don't submit another application. And there was a question on the message board related to that particular condition. The next logical permit application that will come in is the plat. That also deals with some vesting that we have with the state. So as long as they keep this development moving forward in the next 3 years, the expiration, it will not expire. If they do not proceed with the development, this approval goes away and the next person who wants to do something similar has to come back through the process. And then number 8 is that they comply with the other development code requirements.
And the not selling includes that there'll be a restrictive covenant. That's part of the conditions. Okay. I will go, let me just start with the
Mayor, I
stuff.
have one last question.
Oh,
It's
go
more
ahead.
just a curiosity type thing, but if I remember correctly, the initial plans included commercial space on the ground floor. I know P&Z brought up an issue with that. Has that changed, or is that still part of the?
And I'll add that I'm pretty sure that's a condition on the height,
Right.
which we're not to yet, but I'll let them respond to that.
Yes, the concern that was raised was what I mentioned in my presentation, that the community does not want to see more vacant, empty spaces on ground levels. And our approach to this is going to have an active ground level engagement, which will be
Yeah.
outfitted with.
And we'll talk about that when we do the next one. Go ahead and finish your sentence.
Okay.
But I don't want to start getting two things
Got it.
conflated.
But it will be there, it will be active.
Apologies for that. All of my amendments, except for one I just thought about, will get on the screen. And one of them is on item 2. It has the lease shall be made publicly available on the property's website. And my amendment is to make that an item, and then 3 separately, that the lease shall contain the following text. And this is from our code. In accordance with the Development Code, Section 5149, purpose-built student housing, item B, use standard 1 student leases. Any residential dwelling lease that is executed and effective before the issuance of a certificate of occupancy by the city enabling the tenant to occupy the premises shall include a late delivery provision providing as follows, that they will provide for alternate housing or the student gets out of their lease and gets their deposit back within 10 days. So this was in here, but it didn't have the provision of that it's up after construction. We've had a couple of apartment complexes that were not ready after date of construction, and first one didn't treat the students very well. So this is to be helpful. And then also in red at the bottom, this condition will no longer apply to any lease for a unit with a move-in date that's on or after the date the city's issued a certificate of occupancy. enabling the tenant to occupy the unit. That means this is just for that first year. After that, it's not for every turn. So that is my motion, and I'll see if I get a second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Are there any questions on this one? It's just to make it what's actually in our code. It's to match up. Just a couple of sentences got left out. Mr. Trevino, we'll vote. Mr. Gonzalez?
Oh,
Yeah, we're push button voting today.
right, I'm sorry.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0.
Okay, and next is to include, and renumber all of these others, and actually, my bad, that number 9 would be 10, is the number of bedrooms shall be limited to 5, which is what they're telling us that they're gonna do. So I'm not imposing anything you haven't offered. So that's my motion, and I will accept a second. Seconded by Mr. Scott. Are there any questions on that?
No, we're still gonna vote on the main motion.
Wait, I got some
Oh.
more yet.
Oh.
So, yeah, this is still
Just
just the
getting it
amendment
ready
that's on the
for-
screen.
Right.
I'm sorry, I wouldn't do it, but apparently some people do. We've got one complex that there's 6 bedrooms. I know, they wanted 10.
The motion passes 6-1.
Okay. Okay, and then the next one is on item 5, and I didn't send that one in, but, we have gotten it on the screen anyway, is to change that date for that not selling for 7 years from conditional use permit, what we were just talking about, issuance of their certificate of occupancy. Mr. Gary, do we need to say like for the last unit, or, because they're going to get more than one certificate of occupancy for,
Not for this building. We issue certificates of occupancy per building, and because
Yes.
this will be one single structure, they'll get one single certificate of occupancy.
it will be one? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Never mind. That's my motion.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Scott. And any questions?
May I ask for one little point of clarification?
Sure.
We will sometimes issue a temporary certificate of occupancy,
Right.
which allows full occupancy of the building.
Right.
If, say, the trees are gonna die because we're in a drought, can we put temporary certificate of occupancy? Because that's when they're actually allowed to move in.
I think that this should say temporary certificate of, I guess, how long can it be between the temporary and the CO, and the real CO?
It's usually 6 months. A lot of it really depends on, the sidewalk won't cure because it's raining for 3 weeks. Or, again, the trees are going to die because we're in a drought, we can't keep them watered. So it's usually that type of stuff where the building is good, ready to go, has passed all inspections. But there may be a few outside things that still need to
I
happen.
think I understand your point, but I think I'm going to leave it the way it is.
Okay.
But thank you for offering the option and the explanation. Any questions on this one? Let's vote.
Mayor, real quick, on your second, who did you give that to?
Mr. Scott?
Mr. Scott, okay. Sorry, I just wanted to confirm.
It was you.
Oh, it was me then.
I'm sorry, was it you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I thought we both said it at the same time and you just gave it to him, but yeah,
I'll
was
give
me.
it to you. That's good.
I mean, I don't really care as long as it got
We'll
seconded.
give that one to Lorenzo Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. And the motion passes 7-0.
I heard a voice from over here.
And Mayor, I just noticing, I just want to
Oops.
make sure that, I think we're on the same page. The second sentence, the condition
Right.
prohibiting sale for 7 years from the date of this approval should also match the first sentence, from the date of the certificate of occupancy, but
Then I'm going to make a second amendment.
I just
Would
caught
you
that.
state that again, and that'll be my second amendment on item 5?
All right, yes, ma'am. The second sentence should read, "The condition prohibiting sale to a tax-exempt entity for 7 years from the date of the issuance of the certificate of occupancy."
And what
Shall
should the
be
next word?
memorialized in a restrictive covenant approved by
So
the
we
city.
take out this approval
Yes.
and put in shall? This approval comes out and you insert shall?
Yeah.
Okay. We're inserting shall. Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez provides the second. Let's vote on that one. Thank you for catching that.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Mendoza, do you have your,
That's what I was asking for,
your amendment ready yet?
We have something on the screen for you.
Aha, look.
The pool deck shall be screened so as not to be visible from the HEB parking lot.
Do you want to make that motion?
I'd like to make the motion, please. for
Okay.
approval.
And
Second.
Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez gets a second. Staff's good.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0.
All right. Does anybody have anything else? Okay, I've got my other statements now that we've got all this fixed. And I'll just say, I don't like five-story buildings in the downtown area. I don't like it. I didn't like it when it got passed in 2011, but we have to deal with it. That's where we are. Regarding wishing that the student, that this would not be student housing, we've already got 2 apartment complexes downtown that are not restricted to students, aren't even purpose-built student housing, correct? But yet, I believe that there are a lot of students who live there. So I think by saying an apartment complex is fine, not students, is not real. What I'm hoping is that perhaps, maybe Pollyanna here, that perhaps some students might be drawn to the new purpose-built student housing with some of the opportunities there, like rent by the bedroom, and you're not stuck with, that's how I got a room one time, was an apartment, because somebody else had left and they didn't want to be stuck with that fourth rent. And that maybe then that will open up some units there. So we have that. There was concern, a lot of concern by the Planning and Zoning Commission about the increase in traffic. Clearly, there'll be more cars coming through. Don't know what could have gone there otherwise. But I think if you have student housing and they're going to walk to school, and they're going to walk to the HEB or the local grocery store, and they're going to walk downtown, they may work at the mall. They may take 2 trips a day to get to the mall and back, or maybe they work at a local restaurant or something. I suspect a lot of those cars are going to sit there till they're ready to go home, that they'll do several times a semester. Got to have a place for that car. I don't think there's going to be a lot of trips. I was hoping we had some study, somebody more than what I just think, that would confirm that, but I'll let you know that in the absence of that, that's what my thinking is here. So, I'm not crazy about the 5-story, but what I'm looking at is exactly what you said that I had all written down. By right, they can do the 600 whatever, more or less, units crammed into 5 stories with 194 parking spaces, or with the CUP, it's 600, same number of units, plus or minus a few maybe, with 400, twice as many parking spaces, and the building is going to be a better building, more open, more area, et cetera, because our code allows you to buy down the number of spaces, which you're planning to do, which keeps that down. The 4 and 5 bedrooms will be more affordable than 3, and the height is the same. So that's been one of my objections about other 7 stories is the height. Height's going to be the same. And to be honest, downtown prices, per square foot prices, are probably not going to allow for what we think of as affordable housing, because downtown pricing is per square foot, and that's just the way it is. So that's why I'm going to vote for this motion as amended. Just wanted to explain all that. Does this require a supermajority?
Yes, ma'am.
It wasn't in our packet, so I had to check in. So,
It's buried in chapter 5. It took us a minute to find it too, but yes, we do need supermajority.
Usually it's in the packet, and so anyway, so
Yes.
fortunately, better late than never.
Yes, ma'am.
So we've got it, so y'all know supermajority because Planning and Zoning Commission said no. And you know, I respect the Planning and Zoning Commission, it was late. I don't think that they had the time to have a full discussion about the comparison that I just did. You know, it's gonna be the same number of bedrooms, there'll be more parking, et cetera. I don't think they had that full discussion, and I can understand that. So, are there any other comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Amendments, thoughts? Mr. Mendoza?
Just another comment. I am, if you guys know me, I am a huge single-family neighborhood preservationist. I focus on that. I'm coming from a single-family neighborhood. Those are, again, I've mentioned it earlier today. Some of those people, well, most of them, spent decades earning and working for the little small third of an acre. I have seen time and time again where, I mean, this is 600 units. That's 600 people that are going to be spread throughout town. Whether we think they're going to fill this or not, I mean, it's packed downtown. Everybody wants to live down there, students. My fear are these 600 units, 600 people, being distributed out to neighborhoods. Rio Vista, Sunset Acres, Blanco Vista. They're going to be driving. I would like to rather them to see where they want to be at. So that's kind of where I'm focusing on, is I want to try to avoid this from being distributed out to the single-family neighborhoods. It's not the developer's fault. It's not even the student's fault. It's the environment we're in, but we're losing generational wealth in those neighborhoods. They're turning into rental homes, or they're turning into short-term rentals. This is another way to keep 600 people downtown and away from removing generational wealth. So
How about
that's my
keeping them
main-
near campus?
That's, well, I just want them where they want to be.
Any other comments?
Well, I'll be going against it because they wouldn't go up to 10 years before they would sell that property. It seems to me that the intent is once they get their 7 years, it's going to be sold. Well, just wanted to know, I just wanted to let you know why I'd be voting against it. So I think Councilman Scott made a great point, 10 or 15 years. They flat denied the 15 years, and then he tried to compromise with 10 years, and they wouldn't do that. That's my stand.
Well, we actually do the change that I made, it actually pushed it to 9 or 10 years, effectively.
Yeah, but,
Is there anything else?
that's it.
I see our little lights are blinking.
The motion fails 4-3.
No, it fails because it's not a supermajority. It's not 6.
Right.
Okay. So,
And Mayor, on these deals, we, because it was a motion to approve with specific conditions, the options now are a motion to approve with different conditions or a motion to deny, one or the other, because it hasn't officially been denied. So those are the options.
but it hadn't been approved, so they can't do it,
That's correct.
the things that this would allow them to do.
That's correct.
I have a question. And since we're still, am I understanding right, we're still under discussion on the actual item itself?
Well, actually, we've disposed of it, but if people want to say something else, he was just explaining
But
what
What we
the
normally
status
do though,
was.
Mayor, is if you recall, we usually, the motion to approve failed, but there hasn't been a motion to actually deny the request,
Yeah.
just to.
But do we have
put
to
that
have a
for-
motion to deny?
I would recommend that, Mayor, just to
Ms.
have the
Hernandez is-
finality.
Yes, if I may, I got a whisper in my ear from the developer, and they said that they would be willing to agree to 10 years.
Oh, shocking.
You know, that really disappointed
Motion.
me because they're playing games. And this is serious stuff, and they know that. I'm not into, okay, since our backs are against the wall, let's go 10 years. You should have done it from the beginning.
Can we discuss if there's not a motion on
I'm
the table?
still sticking with no. lessen.
Is there a motion to reconsider?
Yeah, I'll motion to approve with, like, new
No,
amendments.
it's a motion to reconsider,
Reconsider.
period.
Oh, it has to be.
It's just a motion to reconsider, and if that passes, then it's all back on the table. Yeah, that's a separate motion.
Well, how we've typically done these is if there was a motion to approve that failed, then the motion just failed, and what that leaves on the table is an alternative motion to approve or an alternative motion to deny versus a
Why
reconsider. That's
can't
how
we
we've
do a
done, that's how
motion?
we've done them in the past.
Right, so
but-
mine's
Why
like
can't we
an
do a motion to
alternative
reconsider to
motion.
get it back on the table?
Because
Sure.
Jane, you
That's-
like consistency.
No, I'm consistent on that.
He's literally saying that that's
No.
not what we do.
So, could
The man with the law degree.
Could the body entertain a motion to reconsider? Yes, they could. So
Don't we
those are
need
your
to
options.
do that to get it back on the table, and then
She
it's
literally
open and
just
we
said
could
no.
do or deny or whatever?
How I've typically done it in the past is just a new motion, but it's whatever
That's
the
not the
body
way I've
wants
been
to
doing
do.
it.
Oh.
Okay, well, either one will get you there if you have a preference. If you just want to reopen it
Who
for
has a
the
preference?
possibility
I
of
just
new
said motion
conditions.
to, like motion to,
But yeah, how we've typically done it is just a new motion, but
Yes.
at least that's my recollection. It's been a while, probably since we've had one of these,
No,
but
that's not what we've done, but I'll go along with it. So if somebody wants to make a new motion, fine, let's go with it.
Motion to deny.
I tried to make the motion to approve with like new amendments.
Yeah.
Following.
I'm waiting. I
You
said a new
interrupted me like
motion.
6 times.
I said, let's have a new motion.
Yeah, but I attempted to make a motion before the mayor interjected with whatever reality she's navigating in, asserting that this is the way that things have gone down, when our attorney literally told us before and during that that's not the way it's gone down.
And I'm now going with what the attorney says. So do you want to argue about it all night, or do you want to make your motion and get
Mayor,
it
I
done?
think you wanted to argue about it all night. So
No.
my motion was to approve, and with exactly what you said earlier, with amendments.
So, question, now the developer's willing to go 10 years, don't we need to make a motion to change it from 7 to 10? So the same motion that we just did for the mayor, don't we now need to modify that motion again to change it from 7 to 10?
well, I think that's what she's offering. There hasn't been a second, though. In
Make
your
a
motion,
So it's clear.
I just said it.
that you're offering for the 10 years from the date
Yeah, I
of
said with
certificate of
amendments, and then
occupancy.
that's when, yes.
And then just we needed a second for that.
So it includes everything we just did
Yes.
and changing 7 to 10.
I mean, I wanted it to be that, but then also allowing for us to talk about, like, ask, okay, what else do our neighbors want, right? So it's like, you're saying they're playing games, but for me, it's like, I feel like the conversation is not over if there's still, like, give and take that could happen. But yes, we can start with that.
So your motion is as the one that just failed, except change the 7 to 10 on the resale. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm waiting to see if you get a second.
I get the second. There's a lot of-
And I hesitate to say anything because I don't like to weigh in when y'all are dealing with policy decisions. Only thing I will say is think about what we're doing. Yes, I know it can get frustrating when you feel like it's the negotiation, but if you have a guarantee of not selling a property for 10 years versus someone who by right can build this facility right now, and they could sell it without any of these restrictions. So that's the only thing that I will say, is that's something to think about, given with what we're going through right now with PFCs and HFCs, taking property out the tax rolls. That's all I wanted to say, is just for y'all to think about that.
Then say that again. Just the first part.
Just that if we deny, and we don't have a seat at the table to bargain on saying that there's a restriction for selling the property
Right.
for 10 years from the certificate of occupancy date, then they could go and build this.
They could sell it
be done,
tomorrow.
and could sell it tomorrow,
But
and it
that's
would be
gonna be-
tax exempt.
That's-
Whereas this at least is giving us a guarantee of 10 years from the date of certificate of occupancy. So that is at least giving us revenue over the next 10 years, because it's a guarantee. So that's all I wanted to put forward for consideration. It's y'all's decision, obviously. It's just I know how real this issue is to all of us with the PFCs and HFCs and people taking things off the tax rolls and what that's done to our revenues.
The message we're sending across is, push the council this far and see if we can get over with it. And if we see it's not working, let's change it at the very end. That's a message that I'm getting, that we're gonna give other developers.
But bottom line, we're getting the 10 years y'all wanted.
Yeah, but.
And it's exactly what Ms. Reyes
Yeah, but-
just said, is we were guaranteed, I hate to say guaranteed, the tax revenue for at least 10 years.
So is the conversation open? Like
Yep.
we can, okay. Can I actually have the developer come back up? I'll be honest, I've stayed quiet because I'm listening. But I was concerned in your response as, like, it was a hard no immediately. And you mentioned some things about financing. And so if you can expound upon what you meant by that, as to why it's not plausible.
If you want to, go ahead.
And if I may, I think there was some confusion as to how the proposed amendment was written comparative to today being the start date, and then it got moved, and then in our mind, that still equaled 10.
Sure.
So
But
that's,
as it exists now.
but as it exists
it's proposed.
now, we are still comfortable with the 10 years.
Okay, so if it was 15, what would your hesitancy be?
I don't,
Part of, for me, I was the one that brought the financing. It's the financing of it.
Would you
So
get
when
closer
you-
to the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's making the project make financial sense. When you do the project and you work with banks and you have certain loan agreements and interest rates, it's hard for, I'm not saying that we automatically would sell it to the university in 10 years or sell it to someone else or another developer, but to not have that option for 15 years is it's too long. It would be hard for us to finance the project if was one of the conditions we had on it.
And I know you had mentioned earlier that, you had watched some previous, council meetings, you had spoken to some people about sort of wanting to learn the history of the city and what works and what doesn't. The reason your response was maybe triggering for some of my colleagues is this has been a theme. And in the beginning of your comments, I respect your request of wanting to be seen different as other developers. But that interaction right there is actually very common on what we've experienced with developers. I want to give you another chance. So, yes, financing aside, but it is a huge concern. Our taxpayers lose out when these buildings get sold.
100%.
And this has happened time and time again. And if we're talking about HFCs, PFCs, yes, those are my concerns, but this is also my concern because it will take it off. So from the public eye, because I am getting texts, from the public eye, it looks like y'all want an escape route out. So I just want to give you another opportunity to sort of address that question. And if you would, is a 15 a hard no?
Do you feel differently? I think it makes it, hold on, I'll tell you this. In fairness to my response, I don't know right now because I've never been asked this on a single project I've ever done. It's never been an issue. So I can tell you it's not being dishonest. In projects, there's banks, there's investors.
Sure.
I have to talk to all of them. When I come back to them, to me, 15 years sounds egregious. 10 is a little more palatable. I know for sure 7 is fine. So I tell you, I don't know because I don't know what their response will be. Does it kill the project? It could not, and I just don't know. Because I'm not the only one that I don't have tens of millions of dollars to build a project on my own, so I'm not the only one with say in the project. So I don't know what it will do to the project. Knowing what we have by right now, would some people view that it makes more sense? That's where I don't know, because I've never been in this situation before.
Because I'll be honest, I'm newer on the council, which is a lot of the reason why I wanted to listen to my colleagues on this issue. one of the themes that got brought up though constantly when I was walking doors was people's perception in this city is that the university bleeds us dry. And that we put so much, but it's not a reciprocal, relationship. I just want to feel more comfortable about this, and I don't. Even the 5 bedrooms, even the assertion that parents feel more comfortable with a rent-by-the-bed lease. As somebody who has been in a rent-by-the-bed lease, had friends who have been in rent-by-the-bed leases, I can probably tell you at least 4 people off the top of my mind, myself included, that were miserable in those leases. Miserable. And to hear that, yes, I read, the letters of support from that other places have given y'all and kind of, and I respect that. It sounds like y'all been doing some good work outside of,
Thank you.
this area. However, considering all of the history, I just don't know if if I feel comfortable about this yet, which is why I voted the way I did.
Okay.
We need housing, we do. But students are not the only people in this city. The vast majority of people stay here year-round. Students leave. There is little to no housing for people who are here year-round. None. So when we talk about affordable, attainable, I get it, market rates and da-da-da-da-da. But as a company, correct me if I'm wrong, you can control what your profit margins look like.
I can't control the price of land that I pay for.
Sure. But you could, in a way, make this affordable if you wanted to.
I would be happy to discuss affordable housing with you in other locations. We have done it. And if Patrick would like to come up, we worked with the Fort Worth Housing Authority, and Patrick can talk more about that project. And we did affordable housing there, and we worked on a project there. This site does not lend itself to affordable. We have done it in other markets. It doesn't make sense in a student development, and the project isn't financially feasible with an affordable housing component. And we've also found it just doesn't. People normally live with people in the similar time of their lives. We normally find people that are older don't want to live with students, or they're in a different stage of their life. They're on different schedules. We've seen it in other markets, and it just doesn't work. It sounds great on paper, but it doesn't work in reality to have affordable mixed in a student housing project across from a university.
So it sounds like, we've known from the beginning this vote needed a supermajority.
Correct.
Would you be comfortable postponing? So we can iron some of these things out. We can talk with some of our advocates that have been working in the tenant advocacy space. And maybe come to a better conclusion than what we have now versus an outright denial.
Councilman,
Please.
got a question. Let's say they decided to go 12 and kill it right now. Would you be okay with that? 12 years? Would you be okay with that instead of postponing this to, because it's gonna take supermajority. Right now, I think if you go 12 years, it's gonna pass.
And just to be clear, this is a 12-year prohibition on selling to any nonprofit
Right.
entity.
Non-tax.
Non-tax
Whoever's
exempt.
going to take it off the tax roll.
I think that wasn't 100% clear, that there was 2 things in circulation, but if this will not be sold to a entity that does not pay real estate tax due to a nonprofit status, we don't have an issue with
It's
the
not
time.
through nonprofit status.
Or, tax exempt status.
Right.
Sorry.
City Attorney, are we covering ourselves with this conversation, what he's saying and what we're saying? I just want to make sure we get the tax money for 12 years.
Well, if we go with the restrictive covenant condition that was in there, yes, but
If it doesn't
We've gotta
pass,
make
you
them-
have no guarantee of no
Right.
years.
I realize that.
And there
Okay.
would need to be that motion, a motion to amend the pending motion to add that condition.
Councilmember Zepti.
So, based on what you just said, I'm sorry. So y'all's concern is just selling in general, not, is there a year limit in y'all's mind if the requirement is only not to sell to tax exempt? So I guess, are y'all fine with the 12 years or the 15 years or whatever number we're considering if you can sell to other for-profit companies that are still gonna continue paying taxes. Our concern is getting the building removed from the tax rolls as soon as it goes up.
Yeah, and I think that's where the misunderstanding
That's where the
was. I think
misunderstanding
we thought
was.
Shane was saying to not sell to anybody for 15 years, which can get
Oh.
tricky, again,
Yeah,
with
that it
investors
was-
and.
Yeah, that's what
No.
our understanding, that there was a restriction on selling to anybody for
No.
10 years. If-
Non-taxing entity, but you bring up a point that just went through my brain. Okay, so, Mr. City Attorney, what I need to make sure of is if you decided to sell it 2 years from now to somebody else who's paying taxes, does this follow them, and is that why the restricted covenant is kind of the belt and suspenders to the condition here? Because if you sell to somebody else's profit, which you can do, we don't want them selling. We want to make sure we're covered on this property for X years, however many we.
That's correct, and the restrictive covenant, it's a recorded document, it's just no different than the mortgage or deed of trust.
And it
on
follows the property.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Runs with
the CUP would not be in effect until that restricted covenant was filed, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Since you mentioned that you quite didn't understand what Mr. Scott was leading to, are you saying you're okay with the 15 years then?
If you get it done tonight, yes, fine. I'll deal with it.
As to tax
Her motion
exempt.
was
As
10.
15 years, as to
Yes.
tax exempt.
Wait, 15 years.
Thank you, yeah, just so we're clear on that, yes.
So it's 15 years.
Well, what's on the table right now is 10. So if somebody wants to change it, we need a motion to amend. But remember, the 10 is really 12 to 13 because it's certificate of occupancy.
Well, that's, are we, I guess the question therein lies, if we're netting to a 15, yes, we are fine, so that would need to be adjusted.
Then
So
we-
that from the certificate of occupancy, which assume it takes 2 years to get there, plus that time frame.
Or we
so-
just go back to conditional use permit in 15 years.
Well,
That's fine
It's
too.
one,
It's
just
six
add
of
or
one, half a
subtract
dozen of
2
the other,
years.
yeah.
Exactly.
Whichever language you're more comfortable with.
Mr. Gonzalez.
so if the CUP is good for 3 years, can we just make it 12 and leave it at certificate of occupancy? Which still gets us to the net 15.
Say that again?
So if we approve the CUP, they have 3 years to actually use it.
No.
Well, get their certificate of
Where are you
occupancy.
getting that from?
The CUP is good for 3 years.
No.
No,
Oh, sure.
the CUP is good forever.
So I think the 3 years comes from condition number,
Oh.
goodness, I have it covered
It-
up on my screen, but they have 3 years to start making forward progress, and they have to continue the forward progress or their permits start to become dormant and things like that. So that 3 years is separate from
But the
what's going
CUP
on
just
here.
expires entirely, right?
Yes,
And so
ma'am.
that means they got to come in and start over. That's for the CUP. We're talking about the sale. It's all they're talking about.
Right, no, I understand that, but
Okay.
because you're recommending going back to the, basically 15 years from today. What I'm saying is, can we make it 12 years from certificate of occupancy? So even though it doesn't make financial sense, if they drag their feet in and it takes them 10 years to actually build this and get their certificate of occupancy, then that means it stays on the tax roll for 22 years, as opposed to just 2 years after they open.
Yeah, so this is going to make it longer, could make it longer.
Going back to the CUP and then.
No, going
adding
back to
something-
certificate of occupancy.
Is there a way that we could see like sample verbiage that I think there's like 2 different ways to approach it that gets us to the net 15 that they agreed upon? Right? Does that make sense? Like, because I don't know how to, with all this remixing going on, I don't know how to frame it to meet that
I would say
goal.
12 or 13 years would be the right number to put on this condition as it's worded, because for most multifamily developments, it's going to take them from plat to certificate of occupancy at least 2 years, sometimes 3, depends on, is it raining a lot this year?
And what I will say is to Mr. Gonzalez's point, it's better, in my opinion, and Sam, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's gonna be more protection for the city if we do it as the 12 or 13 years from certificate of occupancy, because
Right.
exactly what Mr. Gonzalez said, if they take a while to build the project, then it stays to where, okay, from certificate of occupancy,
Right.
if that's 10 years to build or whatever,
Right.
that it's still, so it makes more sense, and they said they were willing to
As
do it. It was
written.
whatever we were most comfortable with. So if that's the case, I would say that's better for the city and better protection for the city to have it be from certificate of occupancy and whatever that 12 or 13 number that y'all agreed to.
Do you want to restate your motion?
Did they just like live update that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to read all that?
No.
That's the motion.
Restate your motion with the 12 years instead of 10.
Yes,
You've restated it.
yes.
Second.
Mr. Gonzalez seconded it before, or do you still second it with 12 years?
Yes.
I have Mendoza down on the second for
I
that
think it
one.
was, or,
I had given it to Mr. Gonzalez, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoever. We're on the same page.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion?
I do, oh, were you gonna say something, Sam? Yeah, I just wanted to, one, thank you, Stephanie, for helping bring that up in a super succinct way, because I did not have words. But also, I appreciate Amanda and Mr. Gonzalez's point. I think it's important to name that it's good that I think this is the second developer that we've engaged in this type of back and forth with. And I think it shows that we are starting to raise the bar and be more intentional about how we grow as a city. And I think that that's how we begin to change kind of like how developers feel about how they need to show up. So I feel like progress is gradual. But yeah, that's really all I have.
Are we ready to vote?
On this one?
Uh-huh. It is it's kind of a substitute motion, but it's all the stuff we did before, except with 12 years.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0.
And that takes care of the CUP. We still have item 10, the extra 2 stories. I believe we're ready for that to be read, Ms. Trevino.
Receive a
That was just for the student housing.
That's why I asked if that was a vote for the amendment as written. That was my question.
No, because she just made a whole new motion, and we didn't have an amendment. I could have said, I need an amendment to go from 10 to 12, but I kind of skirted and said, would you like to just restate it at 12? So the 10 motion went away, and I said it was everything that we did except to change to 12 years.
Well, I would have made a motion to amend the amendment, or amend the other things that we were doing. I wasn't okay with the bedroom amount either. So I wouldn't have, I made a vote under duress.
I mean, the
Like,
mayor did explain that it was the whole thing previously approved with the amendment to 12. You know, now we have done this before, if you made your vote an error and you want to
Yeah.
correct that,
Y'all
but
did
I mean,
that to me.
we've done
And
that
said,
before.
"Nay, nay,
but-
Alyssa, you
but,
stay as you lose."
Well, yes.
What did you want to change?
Well, I was hoping we could pull up the amendments, because I don't have them in my packet, the amendments that you had provided us as it related to the bed amount.
Because I was still working on them today.
The maximum
of
5.
5 bedrooms?
So,
Yeah.
just to clarify, we've done this before. You know, the vote was taken, closed, apparently, I mean, it sounds like you had a misunderstanding, so there's a couple ways, is we're reconsidering the whole thing, so we can talk about that, or it's really, if the body wants to indulge the request, right? So,
I wouldn't have voted for it.
I mean,
I would have voted for that amendment. I misunderstood the amendment, or the motion.
Most of them takes a majority for the second one too, doesn't it?
No.
if the body has no objection, obviously they can do it, but it's up to the body, really,
Can we
So,
still do that?
so what do you
to
want to do? Vote?
indicating your
Okay,
vote was
do you want to change your vote
mistaken.
to no, or do you want to try
Yeah,
to change
what is
the
it
other
that you
amendment?
want to do?
Amend this.
To what?
4. I mean, even you said, Mayor, you
So
wouldn't
we
want to
need a-
live
we
with
need
5
a
people.
second. And then if we-
I wouldn't, but there are people who do.
I second your
Thank you.
motion.
Motion to amend to 4.
There's not a motion on the table to amend. We need to get the main motion back on the floor.
I move to reconsider the last vote.
So moved.
Second.
All right?
Okay, there
So
we go.
we've got a motion
So
by
now we get to
Mr.
vote whether
Lorenzo
we want to
Gonzalez,
reconsider it.
seconded by Ms. Rodriguez to reconsider our last vote. Let's see if that passes, and you all were on the prevailing side, so yes, you can do that.
I'm actually lost.
This is, do you want to talk about it some more?
Do you want to undo what we just did? Momentarily.
Yes.
This.
I just want to say, I think it's interesting how we pick and choose when we flip and reverse things, but I agree.
I didn't push
So-
it this time, but it was
But I
the
just
right
think it's
thing to
interesting,
do.
that's all I'm saying. I just
I-
think it's interesting.
I agree with you on that.
I mean, you're the one who made it so that I couldn't reconsider last time, but that's fine.
No, I didn't. Okay.
We asked the,
The motion is back on the table with all of the changes, because they all passed. The floor is now open for other amendments.
Motion to amend the approved, yes, that. Motion to amend to the number of bedrooms shall be limited to 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
We can't agree to that.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to get the finance.
I'm going to ask you a question to say, does that work for you? You will need to be at the, somebody's got to be at the microphone. And I'm going to, rather than you blurting it out from the audience,
Excuse
I'm
me.
going to ask you a question. Does this work for you?
No.
Okay.
I just need an expansion on that. Why?
We have 5-bedroom units right now at 1060, our property in Daytona, and they are preferred as of now in that market more than the 4 bedrooms. I can build 3 bedrooms now. Going through all of this with the CUP, the increased parking requirement from the current .40 to the 1.05, the condition to not sell off the tax roll, just to build a few more, or just have the option to build 4 bedrooms does not make sense for me. The 5 bedrooms, they might not work for some people, but they do work for other people. It does, we have students or athletics that have scholarships, and it just makes that amount work for their housing. I don't see it being a big portion, but I want the option to have 5 bedrooms.
So I remember your testimony in the P and Z committee, and the rationale for the 5. You had mentioned affordability.
I mentioned attainable.
Attainable. And thank you for the distinction, because that has
It's a
been
big
the
distinction.
number one thing the entire time. I've heard that word used interchangeably. How does it make it more attainable?
The rent is less.
But I've received no figures. And the example that you gave me is in Florida. Florida's market,
Then
than
we're gonna have to just come to just thinking about it together, in the fact that we can have units that have 5 bedrooms and charge less, and the project still makes financial sense because it still is only 1 common area and 1 kitchen for those units. So it costs me less to build, which allows me to have a lower rental rate for 5 bedrooms, just like it, and then it just goes from there.
okay, so let's talk about Daytona property then.
Sure.
Because that's, do you have the market rates off the top of your head for that property?
The exact, no, because it
Okay, well.
changes,
that's-
but
that's what's
for
so difficult
example,
about-
okay, so I can give you like an example of, like, at one point, I think our 4 bedrooms were, I wanna say, you know what, I don't wanna be quoted on saying what it is, but I can tell you that our 5 bedrooms are less than our 4 bedrooms.
Per room.
Per room, per bed,
room.
on a per bed lease.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna keep mine.
So that's your amendment? Okay. So are there any other comments on the amendment to change the number of bedrooms to be limited to 4? Let's vote.
Oh, the motion fails 2 to 4.
What? I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button. That should have been a no.
No, Mayor? Okay.
Yeah, that should have been a no. Sorry. I'm not used to voting no a lot.
Do you want to do it over again, Mayor?
Oh, sure.
Oh, we all, okay.
Yeah.
What are we doing? I'm like,
To let me hit the right button.
oh, gotcha.
This is from going to 5 to 4.
Four-bedroom.
Yeah.
Okay. The motion fails 2 to 5.
Okay, so now we're back to the main motion, which is actually the last motion that passed, and we haven't changed it, but since it's back on the floor, I guess we need to vote on it again. Are there any other changes proposed?
This is the overall one?
This is the whole enchilada at 5.
So just for clarification, this is literally what we just approved.
Uh-huh. Bedrooms at 5, years at 12, all the other stuff. And all the conditions that staff had put in, except for the ones we have amended. And
Oh,
this
wait.
is only for the student housing CUP.
But does it take into consideration like that? Wait, that?
Yes.
Yes.
Just making sure. Because now we're gonna reconsider it again.
No, we need to make sure. That was good. So,
Mr. Scott? Ms.
no pressure,
Yeah.
but we are all waiting on you.
All right, the motion passes 6 to 1.
And I think that takes care of item 9. Item 10, do y'all need a break? Because it's been
Yes,
2
please.
hours since
I
we
need to
had
use the
one.
restroom.
I'm giving you 5 minutes. It's a bio break. Please get back here on time so we can go home just a few minutes earlier.
Early.
Return from our break, and we are now on item 10.
Receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against Resolution 2025-77R, granting a request in case number AC-25-02 for alternative compliance to maximum building height requirements in Section 4.4.3.7 of the Development Code to increase the permitted building height from 5 to 7 stories for a proposed development generally located between West Hutchinson Street and Pat Garrison Street, between North Comanche Street and North Fredericksburg Street, authorizing city staff to issue permits consistent with this resolution and declare an effective date, and consider approval of Resolution 2025-77R.
Okay, first, we will have a presentation followed by the public hearing.
Amanda Hernandez, Director of Planning and Development Services. This is the same property from item number 8, and on this item, we are considering additional stories. Next slide. Item 9, they are backwards, apologies. As it relates to height, the property is generally surrounded by one-story buildings and parking lots with a 6-story apartment building to the north. Next slide. Zoning district allows up to 5 stories by right and 75 feet in height. The applicant's request is for 7 stories, but they're not asking for any additional height. And either stories or height require an alternative compliance approved by City Council. Next slide. Section 4346 are actually not criteria for approval. Apologies for that typo. They're actually findings specifically related to requests for additional stories or height. These guide staff's recommendation, and in response to a question on the message board, these are not requirements. However, they can be added as conditions of approval. I won't go through each of the items. I'll just summarize that following the detailed analysis against these items, staff finds that the proposed development does not meet 5 out of 10, and 3 are only partially met. One of the findings that drew our attention was, number 1, compliance with the downtown master plan. We're going to skip ahead 2 slides to see item number 9, which is compliance with downtown design context. So let's talk about what those mean on the next slide. We already talked about the downtown master plan not supporting student housing with our last item, but now we're talking about height and building design. So we're able to look at other aspects of that plan. First on this slide are recommended gateways and the northwest corner of the development is identified as a pedestrian gateway. The applicant took this recommendation into consideration when creating a plaza-like cutout at this intersection, which is on the next slide. This pedestrian gateway plaza would visually welcome pedestrians into downtown, would provide a place for people to sit and gather, charge their devices, fill their water bottle, pump up their bike tires, and staff welcomes this addition to the building design that was provided by the applicant. Next slide. Alternatively, in the design manual, this property is located in the downtown core. The most recent conditional use permit we saw with a height request was actually at the university edge. And each of these contexts has its own section of the design manual. If we can go to the next slide, where we get the guidance from that design manual. It specifically says that additional height above 5 stories is discouraged. That's a challenging statement because it references the height and the stories together in one sentence. And the request on the table is for the additional stories only, not additional height. But ultimately, staff found that the additional stories should also be discouraged. With more stories comes more units, more people, and potentially more impacts on the surrounding area. Next slide. The following slides include renderings provided by the applicant. I'll ask that we click slowly through these slides while I keep talking. Also in your packet was a rendering that shows the building will be 10 feet shorter than the adjacent Cypress Apartments. In response to a message board question, the Cypress Apartments is only approximately 68 feet in height, and the height difference shown is likely due to that development being up the hill from this particular project. Another message board question was in relation to the parlor, which developed under a different set of codes. The parlor met the code requirements and alternative compliance was not required. Next slide. Due to the development not meeting most of the code considerations for additional stories or height, staff recommended denial, and the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended denial. Again, there were concerns with parking and traffic, as well as the development's ability to find tenants for the first floor commercial. There was some discussion about zoning and the design manual requirements for building design. The applicant is showing tentative compliance with our building design. We heard from the applicant earlier about the step backs that they have from the HEB, so you don't have a stark 7-story wall adjacent to HEB, and their height is more in the center and to the north, closer to the existing student housing. The commission also discussed the low ceiling heights that would be necessary to place 7 stories in a 75-foot tall building, and one commissioner voted against the denial, citing that this is a good infill project that would activate these underutilized properties. Again, I have additional slides with staff recommended conditions for consideration. If council decides to approve this request, we'd ask that you consider those as part of your approval. I'm not going to go through them in detail at this time, but if we get there, I'm happy to give a quick rundown. And supermajority is not required to approve this request. The applicants are here, and that concludes my presentation.
Motion to deny. Oh, that's fine.
So I'll open the public hearing. And signed up to speak, we have Clay Smith first, followed by Maxfield Baker, Lisa Marie Capoletta, and then Shannon Mattingly and Audrey Rund.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Clay Smith. I send peace and blessings to Prophet Muhammad. He was given as a mercy to all of humankind. I have a few points to make here. One, kind of overall thought on this whole project. You saw from my presentation earlier during my concern about safety. It's a nice, safe corridor to walk up Comanche Street to the mosque at the top of Comanche Street. So I particularly like this property. And I'm encouraged about it because of the safety of the community members. It's at 6 in the morning. It's a little, it can be a little scary sometimes, and then sometimes in the late evening, during the summer, it can be as late as 10:30, our last prayer. Second comment is on the height of the building. Someday, we may have enough parishioners that we want to tear down our building that we have and build something substantially taller. Currently, the equivalent building in Austin is the Noasis Mosque. And that building, they proposed a 14-story building. They cut it back to about 6. they didn't have the funding. I think it'd be really cool to be slightly taller than the Vistas, which is the group that, the building, so we could have a view of the, a panorama above the Vistas. And if this other building doesn't go much above the Vistas, we'd have an opportunity, we may be able to afford to do something very fun there. Final point, if we should grow by about 70 people. We have almost all international students coming in. That's our big growth. Should have 70 people coming in this fall. If we continue to grow at that rate, by 2028 we'll be at 400. That starts to get to kind of numbers where we might think about having a building plan for our projects, for our mosque. So we may see each other as being on the other side of this project of building something, and I look forward to working with you all at that point on that. And thank you very much for all your work. Thank you for your consideration. I've enjoyed seeing the back and forth. I think it's great to see the progress in negotiating these things. It's beautiful. May God reward you all. May God reward us all. Good day.
Our next speaker is Max Fieldbaker.
Hey, yes, my name is Max Fieldbaker, 314 Shady Lane. This is probably gonna go how we all think it's gonna go. Y'all know how to prove this. But the point I wanted to make was, watching the back and forth, particularly some of like the little spiciness, I like that. You all are going to be more often better to postpone when you have that kind of tension at the dais. It was floated. It seemed like it kind of, through the management of the meeting, got lost in the shuffle. People felt like all of a sudden we're, as Melissa Derrick used to like to say, making the sausage in front of everybody. And I like that. I used to try to make, amendments and stuff. But there were potential wins that were lost, right? Y'all are concerned about having affordability, attainability, really great distinction, really appreciate that. And, things about tenants protections, Councilmember Gonzalez with an S. You have also mentioned like wanting to be a champion for our Tenants Bill of Rights. Well, there were several things that could have been included in that. That could have been written as restrictive covenants, that they would last for the life of the project. Because as I was meeting with the developer outside, I told her, I lived in the dorms. The university is not good landlords, right? And so wherever these projects move forward now, you could have put in things about the application process, about the leases, about habitability, right? I've mentioned all the 7 Tenants Bill of Rights stuff about evictions. You could have written those things in. And I'm sorry that I'm spinning like a million plates with my civics club and I don't have the time to type all that stuff up for you. But guess what? You've got some talented city staff. You've got some great organizations working here in town. But when I asked the developer, like, hey, you tried to meet with Shannon and you tried to be responsive to tags things, but I didn't see a commitment to those in what you all passed. She could have said, hey, in an effort to build trust and be a great developer like we're trying to do, I would recommend you put these things in there. But they didn't. And if we want to build more trust between our governing body and the decisions that y'all are making and our developer community, then there needs to be some inroads. And I think maybe this is a great start, like Councilmember Garza said, to showing people we're moving in the right direction. I'm gonna take it as that. But try to have a little more foresight. And again, when you have the chance to negotiate, that is the time to get the most wins. I think y'all did great. I think, some of the things you all landed on with amendments, thumbs up, fantastic all the way around. But let's shoot for the stars next time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Marie Capoletta.
Good evening. My name is Professor Lisa Marie Capoletta. They call me LMC. I live at 1322 Belvin. The Comprehensive Master Plan Committee told city staff we do not want gateways. One of my favorite biblical stories is Rahab, a prostitute living in Jericho, and her gallant actions. One of my favorite stories. Here tonight we have people sitting in air conditioning, prostituting our city in an ungallant way, Shameful, just for tax roll money. Thank you, Amanda, for standing up for the citizens of San Marcos on my side of the town. Alyssa, your actions are shameful, and I'm not defending you anymore to this community. Saul, you buckled, and your supporters are shocked right now. When I hear a city manager say, quote, but it's better for the city, unquote, it's not better for the taxpayers. It's not better for those of us who live on this side of the town. In fact, your eyes, like to make those arguments in a public forum when you know it's going to decimate a neighborhood. And I'm sorry, it's only a ticking time bomb until we have a sinkhole or some sort of ecological disaster. And I'm not hearing any analysis from anybody up on that dais. And you know, what's really frustrating is when someone like Matthew Mendoza uses my generational wealth argument to justify shoving these types of projects down the throats of people on my side of the town when I have a 34-year track record of standing up for La Raza, African Americans and Caucasians, people who are wealthy and poor across this town. And you guys want to shove this down the throats of us on this side of the town. Matthew, people see right through those arguments. You tried to make that same type of argument when we were talking about the downtown master plan with the park, and people see right through you. So don't use my generational wealth argument for your relationship with the chamber. Every one of you is a disappointment tonight besides Amanda, except for Amanda. And thank you, Amanda, and I owe you an apology. Right now, I appreciate you, and this is exactly what type of stuff you need to be doing, Amanda. You need to be standing up for us in San Marcos and our issues, because that's where you are highly skilled at. I heard you asking those. Max, I'm sorry, that play-by-play, who cares? The point of the matter is this is a neighborhood with a historical resources survey. It goes against the comprehensive plan, and all of you have sold your souls to the chamber. You've sold your souls to the developer. And here you are grandstanding about a resolution about something halfway around the world, and you can't even protect the land rights of people in this community. I've been showing up to these city council meetings for over 34 years, and nothing has changed. I recommend every one of you right now look up Illumination of Conscience, because that's coming. And all of you will see in your hearts what you have done. Thank you for your time. God bless San Marcos, and Jesus Christ is King.
Our next speaker is Shannon Mattingly.
Good evening, Shannon Mattingly, Drenner Group, 2705 Bee Cave Road, Austin, Texas. Sorry, forgot my address for a second. I'm not going to go back through our entire presentation. I think we hashed a lot of that out on our last conversation. The one thing that I will say is that the reasoning behind the additional stories, as we mentioned before, is because we cannot park the project with the CUP without the additional stories. It doesn't make sense for our residents. It doesn't make sense for the community. I mean, in order to be able to get the additional 200-plus parking spaces, we have to be able to have that additional storage to get that parking. And, so that is the rationale behind requesting that. Again, as we mentioned, we could go back to our one per unit and, and do the project as we originally had talked about, but we would really like to be able to park this project appropriately so that we don't continue to have the issues that we've heard from Planning Commission and the council over the years. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you all for your time, and I believe Audrey is also not going to add anything else, so we should be good from our team. We're here to answer questions.
Okay, so, but she's on my list, so I'm going to call her name out. So our next speakers, if they choose to speak, that's up to them, are Audrey Rund, Kelly Quinn, Patrick Quinn, Ed Terrio, and Jared Chumsey, in that order.
Thank you. I just want Audrey Rund, address 210 West Hutchison. I just wanted to thank you again for the opportunity to speak on behalf of our project that we are very much passionately about. And just to let everybody know that we are listening. And if I could take away one theme from this meeting is the amount of care that Marcus is putting into everything they do. So again, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Our next speaker is Kelly Quinn.
Kelly Quinn, 210 West Hutchinson. Same as Shannon, I don't think anyone wants to hear my presentation again. I do just want to make one point of clarification that the alternative compliance will not allow us to deliver any more units or beds. Either way, the bed count is still the same. It will allow us to deliver more parking spots, more than double, 2.5 the number of parking spots, as well as more courtyards. So the students will have areas to hang out in outside of the streets and outside the university. The reason this happens is the building becomes more efficient with the 7 floors in the 75 feet, and that allows us to add an entire level of parking. I'm open to questions. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, Patrick Quinn? Will pass. Ed Terrio?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I won't go back through the whole presentation, but just to reiterate, the alternative compliance request does not involve a height request. It'll be the same as currently allowed in the development. It's a reconfiguration of the floors to provide more parking within the building, and happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
And next from the list is Jared Chumsey, and then I will ask if there's anybody here who wishes to speak for, against, or about the project. If you do, if you would please line up behind Mr. Chumsey now.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you all so much for your time and attention. I want to just, I guess, first start by saying that some really great improvements that we're seeing. I think that obviously, you know, TAG is not okay with more rent by the bed units being constructed in San Marcos. And I think that it's kind of a shame that that's kind of what's used to, you know, unfortunately, kind of as a bargaining chip to say, okay, well, we need to place this CUP onto a developer, and this is kind of like the fallout for that. Students are likely going to be hurt, but I would like to see, you know, a lease. If you have one, feel free, you know, I can reach out to you all. I think it would be great if, you know, rather than rehashing all of these developments, you know, it takes a lot of time and energy for council to have to, you know, basically litigate these new developments every single time. And I understand that each case is a little bit unique, but I think it would be great if for all of these newly proposed developments, especially for purpose-built student housing, that if developers don't come with a lease, don't come with the projected rents, and don't come with parking surveys before coming to council, then it should just be a non-starter and say, well, let's postpone until you all have the actual data so that we're not just talking about abstracts. So the CUP is expanding. We're seeing it from development to development, and I think that's a great thing. But maybe through the development code or some other mechanism, you all as a body can say, look, we're gonna set a baseline for these types of developments if they want to come in, especially if there's a chance, and who knows what that chance is, right, of that development being purchased in the future by a non-tax-paying entity, right? We all know that that's the university in this area, right? The Balcones apartments used to be sanctuary lofts. The Cypress apartments bought up. The Point bought up. So this block is now the university, right? So we might as well just refer to the little HEB as the university's HEB. But again, I do understand that you all have budget constraints that just lay people don't fully understand. And so I respect that. And I appreciate that you all are at least doing your due diligence and fighting for, you know, property tax dollars as limited as they are, right, from year to year. So thank you all so much for your time, and have a wonderful rest of your meeting. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak for, against, or about this project, the alternative compliance for 2 extra stories for this apartment complex? If not, I will close the public hearing, and I will await a motion.
Motion to approve.
A motion from Mr.
Okay,
Lorenzo.
I literally made a motion to deny.
You couldn't make a
prior to
motion
this.
prior to the public hearing.
But you knew I was gonna come with it. Cute.
It was out of order, but I'm looking to see if there's a second to Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez's motion.
Second.
Second by Mr. Mendoza.
With staff conditions?
Yes.
Thank you.
With staff conditions? Thank you. Conversation?
So the criteria that we're talking about that wasn't met, if we can go to slide 5 of this particular presentation, I think it's slide 295 of the packet. It's got the criteria for approval. It kind of gives the partially met, not met, not met.
I don't think it's 295. What does it look like?
One more, or maybe two more.
Oh, the criteria.
Mm-hmm. Right there. I know we put staff recommendations on top of it. I'd like to see if, and please correct me, Mr. Aguirre, if this motion is out of order. I'd like to add an additional condition onto this, so a motion to amend.
Well, these are not the conditions.
I know. But my condition is relevant to
So
number
you
2.
are adding a condition that's related to this. Got it, thank you.
So mine would be, we have our residential project, 20% is the threshold for workforce housing. When we talk about affordability, you know, one of the criteria that wasn't met is they do not have a minimum of 10% of the project as affordable housing. I'd like to make a motion to amend to include the minimum 10% of the project to be listed as affordable housing.
Is there a second?
Well, I hope so. We say we're about affordable housing.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez seconded it, and then I've got a question for Ms. Hernandez, but if you want to go ahead and talk any more about that.
I mean, no, it's something that we've already clearly agreed in our development code. I imagine that's where that section is pulled. I mean, if we're really trying to make sure that this project is something that people can actually not just attain, but afford, why not set aside 10, I mean, a minimum of 10% is quite gracious, in my opinion.
I don't think we ever defined the word affordability. Is that possible to do that? Because we could have two different meanings on
Affordable, if I may, that particular, and it's not criteria for approval, so again, apologize for that. It's alternative compliance findings. These are just our guides.
But I appreciate the guide because it lets me know what's possible.
And where this sends you is to section 4311, that's the very last little section number there, where affordable housing is defined as housing or shelter that's developed or redeveloped for households earning no more than 80% of the median family income. In order to avoid being cost-burdened, households should not spend more than 30% of their gross income on housing.
Okay.
So it is in that other section that's not included in the packet.
And I remember something like that, just for others would know as well.
I brought it up with the previous student housing project as a missed opportunity.
Yeah, that's actually what I remember.
Yep. I was thinking there was something in the answers to my questions that this, yeah, I asked if the affordable housing consideration can apply to student housing.
Yeah, do we have an answer? That's why I was asking if my motion was even in order.
So I'll apologize that I didn't see that piece of the question if we missed responding to that. Just looking at this particular section, the 4311, I don't see anything off the top that says that it couldn't.
Yeah, I think you quoted back to me what I was asking the question, but without the answer. But the answer, I mean, it's a yes or no. So this could apply to student housing. It could apply to anything, which would include student housing.
I think if they meet the
Well, okay, so I found our answer. Affordable and workforce rental units shall not be located within a complex that is designed, marketed, or used for the primary purpose of student housing. So this section of the code actually discourages it in a student housing complex. The reason it's in the section that we reviewed is because this is for additional height, no matter what the use is. Could be commercial, office, regular, multifamily.
Is it a discouraging language, or
Shall.
is it a, oh, it's a shall?
It's a shall not.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, take it back.
Well, and that's where I was looking at allowing the 4 and 5 bedrooms, was because they would be cheaper per bedroom than a bedroom and a 1, 2, or 3.
I don't even know if I believe that, though, because we haven't even seen the figures. And you look at other of these types of developments, that's not actually the case. And so I know that was repeated a lot today. I don't know how this one plans to be different in that way,
Well,
but
I'll tell you what, if I were applying for a bedroom, I would not pay the same for being 1 of 5 that I would for 1 of 3. And I suspect most people wouldn't either. So the 4th and the 5th have to be cheaper just because. How much cheaper, I don't know. Might be $10, might be $100, I don't know. But
it's
I'm
still
just
not
going
cheap.
with logic.
I mean, I know of another apartment off the top of my head where for a 4-bedroom, they were still paying about 900 plus for a
was it
4-bed.
the same per bedroom as they were paying for a 2?
Either way, if you're sharing a space with 4 or 3 other people and you're still paying 900 plus, that is not affordable. You're not even getting the full amenities of an actual living space at that point. For the same price that I could get for, honestly, a rent, like it was mentioned earlier, on the east side for a 1-bedroom.
Okay, but that wasn't my point.
But I know, but we keep talking about affordability in terms of adding more bedrooms. I don't know if I'm convinced that that argument is factual.
It may not bring it down to the price point that you would like to see, but it's going to be cheaper. We're talking about 2 different things here.
Yes, but cheaper.
Could be $1.
Like, is that cheaper?
Like I said, it might be $10, it might be $100, I don't know. But have we determined that her motion was out of order, Mr. Gary? Not applicable?
It seems not applicable based
Okay.
on what you read, yeah.
Okay. So do we have anything else? I've got one amendment. I think I want to, it's an amendment I'm going to make, and then we'll talk about it. I might let y'all talk me out of it. I'll go ahead and go with that one. Oh. And that is item 5, is to not require that first floor, whatever, to be professional office or commercial. If they want it to be, it would be great, but I think we've seen how that goes, and I just don't want to see that vacant space there when it could be something more productive. So this is to remove the requirement, but if they want to do it, to allow them, they could still do it if they want to. Not deny it, just not require it. So that's my motion, and I'll see if
Second.
this way.
Either one.
Okay, then that was, thank you, Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez. What do y'all think?
Can you help me understand again the rationale? So you want this removed because you do not think it's feasible, or like you just don't think
Yeah.
that this is, and like, I guess why?
To not see that vacant space. I remember with the sanctuary lofts, that first floor stayed vacant for a long time. Then it was, I think, their workout room and I don't know what else. We've seen it in other places. I don't think there's one that the first floor, the commercial floor, is fully leased at all. And so I just want to give them the option. If they want to do it, fine. If it doesn't look like it's going to work, I don't want to make them, I don't want to require it. That's just my thought.
So I think this is, I guess, the appropriate time for my question from 2 hours ago. What is y'all's plan for the first floor?
Now's the time.
Thank you. But building on Mayor Jane, what you said, the last thing we want is a vacant, dark, empty space on a beautiful new streetscape, which we've just improved. So we were going to ask you for the same thing. Can we try to get it leased? And if we're unsuccessful at leasing to a retail tenant or whoever that may be, can we bring that back into our control then and convert it into offices, convert it into a bike repair shop, convert it into water sports rentals? And one thing, after meeting with the fire department, that we discussed at great length, and something that they said if I could make this happen, that would make them very happy, and that is to put together a confined, secure space where the where the residents can store and charge their mobility devices, the e-scooters and the electronic bikes. They asked for this because it is easier for the fire department to access a first floor ground level in the event of an emergency, because these motor scooters can be quite dangerous in the wrong conditions. So to answer your question more directly, in my vision right now, and it's still evolving, we understand that other members of the community may benefit from us thinking a little bit more open-minded about it and not being a coffee shop or something like that. But we'd love to have a coffee shop.
But you've got one right around the corner that's
Oh,
already
we don't
there.
want to compete. We don't want to compete. So office space, open, like I said, some amenities that are just for our private use, but then the other amenities, the office space, bike repair, water sports rental, and a safe, secure storage area for motor scooters where they could be charged.
And that's all options. I'm just trying to give you the options.
We would like to spend more time studying and understanding what needs can be fulfilled and be met down there.
Yeah.
We know what it doesn't need. We just need to figure out what.
Okay.
What.
So,
Ms. Garza?
in terms of timeline, or like the way that this works, first reading, second reading, blah, 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 all that, he's saying like, give us time to like research this or like figure out whatever. How does it work to when are we gonna revisit this so we could hear those?
Only if
Terms?
only if there was a postponement, because right
Right.
now this is not a two-reading situation.
So, and Mayor, your amendment was like, get rid of it, let them do what they want.
Yep.
They're saying, I'm sorry, can you come back?
They've got a number of things that they could do with
Yes.
it if this is
Right.
not
But you
requiring.
specifically said, when you were listing those things, was it, these are possibilities, or like you said, I want to do the, what is it?
Bike repair.
Yeah, and then-
the scooter storage, the water sports rental, these are all ideas that
Uh-huh.
we've just come up with and thinking about what that space could be utilized for. The other big one that comes to mind is the office space where the public can come in and use a temporary office or a conference room or something like that, which is still a retail kind of application that it's accessible to the public, but it's not a true retail, I guess, use is what I was trying to say. It's not like a Jamba Juice or something like that specifically. It's not your true blue commercial retail space. This would be more of a hybrid of incorporating a bunch of uses under our control, should we not be able to find an appropriate retail tenant for the space.
Gotcha. That's helpful to understand a little bit.
I'm glad to hear about some of the uses you're looking at.
Well, the last thing we want is empty space.
Other comments? Concerns? Are we ready to vote on this particular item, which is removing this requirement, and they can figure out what they're going to do on that floor?
Motion passes 7-0.
Anything else on this? Are we ready to vote on this one? And all the stuff I said before, times two. Are y'all ready to vote?
Mm-hmm.
All right. This is not a supermajority, correct?
Correct.
All right.
This is on the height and everything else, right?
This is the height, this is the
Just the
additional.
height thing.
Actually, it's the additional 2 stories in the same height.
Right. That's magic.
And all of the conditions, things that they have offered that were included. Mr. Gonzalez, we're waiting on you.
The motion passes 6-1.
All right. Are we through with this one? Then we're moving on to item 11.
Consider approval of ordinance 2025-11 on the first of 2 readings, reducing the speed limit from 30 miles per hour to 25 miles per hour along portions of Tampico Street, Laredo Street, Saltillo Street, Durango Street, Juarez Avenue, Monterey Street, and Luciano Flores Boulevard in Wallace Addition neighborhood, authorizes installation of signs and traffic control devices reflecting the new speed limits, directing that the traffic register maintained under section 82.067 of the San Marcos City Code be amended to reflect the new speed limits and including procedural provisions.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Rodriguez, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. Saul Gonzalez, are there any questions? If not, when you're ready to vote, push a button.
Okay, motion passes 7-0.
Item 12.
Okay, consider approval, sorry, Mayor, let me clear that off.
Take a
Consider
deep
approval
breath.
of ordinance 2025-12 on the first of final reading, authorizing the issuance and sale of an approximate amount of $37,655,000 of combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation, Series 2025, levying at forum tax, and pledging certain surplus revenues in support of the certificates, approving an official statement, and paying agent registrar agreement for improving, constructing, equipping, acquiring, or designing the city's airport, cemetery, parks, and recreation facilities, streets, alleys, and sidewalks, public safety facilities, stormwater management for flood control and drainage, electric utility system, and the payment of professional services in connection therewith, including legal, fiscal, and engineering fees, and the cost of issuing the certificates of obligation, other matters related thereto, and providing for the approval of this ordinance 2025-12 on one reading as authorized by state law.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Mendoza. Are there any is this where we need to amend something by inserting a number?
No, we
Okay.
do not, Mayor. We did provide the final version of the ordinance a little earlier this evening that has all the numbers within it.
I'm working from a packet I downloaded over the weekend.
Okay. Yeah, that particular packet does not have the final numbers in it.
We'll need an amendment to put those final numbers in. I'll do it if you just tell me what the numbers are. Do we know?
There are a lot of numbers.
Okay,
in that
so
packet.
is it in the packet that we have in front of us now?
It was sent out around 6 o'clock this evening. Yes, ma'am.
And this is the thing that we don't get till the last minute because it's whatever's
Yes,
happened with the market.
The bids come in earlier in the day, and then all the documents are finalized and then sent out to council after they're finalized.
Who sent it out?
I sent this, Hayden did.
And does this have the numbers marked?
Yeah, in this particular section here, those numbers were not there before. It was just blank.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. I'm going to make a motion to amend
Second.
to the numbers that we received today. I'm not fully comfortable with that, but if we can insert this into the packet that the public can reference in the future, I'm good with it. Are y'all good with it? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for the second. And any other questions, concerns?
Thank you, Mr. Locke. I know that's a lot of work, all of
Yeah.
it, so thank you.
Let's vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
That was the motion to amend. Now we need to vote on the main motion.
Hold on, Mayor, let me clear it. Okay.
Mr. Gonzalez, hit the button again.
Okay, motion passes 7-0.
All right, now we're on to item 13.
Consider approval of ordinance 2025-13 on the first of final reading, authorizing the issuance and sale of an approximate amount of $30,450,000 of waterworks and wastewater system revenue bonds, Series 2025, pledging the revenues of the water and wastewater system in support of the bonds, approving an official statement, and a paying agent registrar agreement for improving, constructing, equipping, acquiring, or designing the water and wastewater system and the payment of professional services in connection therewith, including legal, fiscal, and engineering fees, and the cost of issuing the revenue bonds and other matters related thereto, and providing for the approval of this ordinance 2025-13 on one reading as authorized by state law.
So moved.
Second.
I'll give that motion to Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez, seconded by Mr. Mendoza. I will again make a motion to amend.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. to include the updated numbers that we got this afternoon. We'll vote on that first.
Motion passes 7-0.
And then we'll vote on the main motion as amended.
Mayor Houston and Mr. Gonzalez.
I gotta hit it again.
Motion passes 6-1.
All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. And we're on to item 14.
Consider approval of resolution 2025-78R, approving a list of qualified on-call general aviation engineering firms or to provide services to the city on an as-needed basis for a period of 5 years in an an amount not to exceed $2 million per firm over 5 years and declare an effective date.
Looking for a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Mr. Mendoza, seconded by Lorenzo Gonzalez. Are there any questions? If you're ready to vote, vote, and we're good to go.
The motion passes 6-1.
Okay, no, and 6-1, okay. And now we have an appointment, I'm sorry. You go, Ms. Trevino.
Discuss and consider an appointment to the Human Services Advisory Board.
And we have two vacancies. One, I think, one is a resident, and then we need a non-voting member with a degree in social work or experience in social service administration. And they must also be a resident. We do have one, remind me which one can fill the social.
Ms. Lucy Gonzalez.
Okay, so I put the name of Lucy Gonzalez in for the social work position, which is a non-voting member.
Well, I was gonna second, but I just realized in her.
We don't need a second, we'll just be voting.
Well, I will say, in her application, she does say, I love Lucy, I'm not saying I would not approve, but it does explicitly say that she is involved or works with Centro. So just for the sake of, I'm gonna abstain.
Okay. She is employed by an agency that, I don't remember the last time that if they applied, did they ever apply for money from that board?
Community Actions or, sorry, Mayor, hold on, let me switch my toggle.
Yeah, that would be a question for someone else I should have asked before. We'll need to look that up. And then I'll put the name of Ethan Gravis in for the non-social work person.
Well, I have a question,
Yeah,
I
go
guess
ahead.
based on what you just said with that, because if I'm not mistaken, we named Alyssa Ramirez to this several meetings ago, but she's employed by the American Red Cross, who also has put in for
HSAB, Human Services
Yeah.
Advisory Board funding.
Acronyms aren't acronyming tonight, but
Yeah,
yes.
Human Services. Mr. Gary, how do we handle those? Because you can't abstain on just your own because they're voting on the whole.
Right, how many are we filling?
Just two.
Just
Yeah, I'm
two.
not sure
So-
she was working there when we appointed her. I think that's
she
something that's
was.
changed. Oh, maybe I didn't know it. Okay.
So y'all can vote on the one seat. She's abstaining, then she can come back to vote on the second.
Well, I mean, it's,
Or what do you?
well, Lucy's
Sorry.
seat would be a non-voting anyway, so I don't think it's an issue. I've just brought up the issue because we have a member
Well,
that's
that's
currently on there.
Conversation
Yeah.
for another time, I
Okay.
guess. But it's a good one. I mean, we do need to, we need to look at that. Okay, so, yes, you're right. We'll vote on the one at a time. So we will vote on Lucy Gonzalez with Ms. Rodriguez abstaining. I will take credit for putting that name in, but I'll need a second for the actual motion.
Second.
Anybody? Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Okay. Can you go get Amanda? Because she can vote on the next one. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
the motion passes 6-0 with one abstain.
All right. So this is for a voting member that doesn't have requirements on it. And so I'm putting the name of Ethan Gravis on.
There's no other name, so.
All right, then I will make a motion if somebody will second that one.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez, and we'll vote.
Okay, motion passes 7-0.
All right. And now, we are at item 16.
Yes.
It's been an hour since we had a break, is that correct? Do we want to take a break before this conversation, which,
Yes.
okay, 5 minutes. We'll be back at 12:10. At 12:11, and would you read item 16?
Hold a discussion regarding a possible resolution calling for the immediate and permanent ceasefire in occupied Palestine and arms embargo on Israel, recognition of Palestinian sovereignty, and the protection of constitutional rights for all people under national and international law.
Okay, for the public, there's some information that I want to provide first, and that is how items get put on an agenda. They're added in a number of ways. Staff puts things on that we're buying, contracts, et cetera, plans and reports, zoning requests. And items for discussion but not action may be added by the mayor or any two council members. No additional approval is needed by the mayor or anyone else. The item goes on the agenda, which is made public at least 72 hours in advance of the meeting. At that meeting, a discussion is held to determine if a majority of members want to move forward with that item. If there is a majority of council members who want to do that, then that item would go on the next agenda for a vote. That means there's no voting on anything tonight other than to determine, do we want to go to the next step? So I'm just making that clear. That's just our standard process. And so I will turn to the folks who put this on the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. If my colleague is agreeable, I just want to start with a brief blurb.
Y'all put it on the agenda. You get to go first.
Okay. Y'all know I got that ADHD, so I'm gonna have to read off the script, okay?
It's okay.
And I will be here till 4 in the morning. Okay. I'm sorry, what? Oh, gotcha. Okay, so as we begin discussion on the ceasefire resolution, I wanted to take a second or several minutes to clarify some things. This resolution is rooted in the belief that all people deserve safety, dignity, and justice under both U.S. and international law. If the moral case made by so many today doesn't move this body, then let's talk about what this resolution means for local power and public resources, because both are under attack. I've said this several times. Across the country and right here in Texas, we're seeing coordinated rise in preemption laws, which are power grabs by higher levels of government designed to silence local voices and override local control, and that should matter to all of us and to all our neighbors. This isn't speculation, it's already happening, and this council and our city leadership has discussed it repeatedly. These type of laws are actively limiting our ability to govern in ways that reflect the needs and the values of San Marcos. But it goes beyond like this type of overreach. My bad. We're now seeing very real threats to defund cities, counties, and nonprofits, especially those who dare to push back, all under the guise of reducing government spending. So I just want us to be for real about what that means. Federal and state grants are being frozen or canceled, including critical funds for infrastructure, climate resilience, and public safety. Field offices are being shut down in Texas and across the nation. Key agencies are facing steep cuts to programs that serve many of our residents, from emergency housing to public health. And I think, here's the important part that needs to be said. These threats to our funding existed long before we put this resolution on the agenda. Over the last 4 years, and before as well, but I can only speak to the last 4 years, this body has worked diligently to strengthen relationships with the federal government, to bring millions of dollars in federal grants and resources for this community. The federal government knows this and is weaponizing this. And that's just not for us, that's for everybody in our country. Earlier, I guess technically yesterday, earlier yesterday, I met with nonprofit leaders from across Hayes who expressed they're terrified of losing more federal and state funding and frustrations that all of this is under the guise of federal fiscal responsibility. These neighbors, the people who are doing this work, they're our neighbors. Like, we know them, we love them. We know they're underpaid, overworked, and absolutely essential, yet their work is being politicized and threatened by the federal government. And yet some folks who spoke today expect San Marcans to plead with that same government, to rely on them to stop a genocide. They won't even entertain the pleas of those that provide lifelines to people in our own country. So perhaps if the federal government stayed in their own lane and stopped funding the continued use of US weapons in violations of international law and humanitarian norms, we might have more money to provide to these lifelines. I don't know, I'm not a mathematician, but on all fronts, caving to political bullies to preserve funding that, again, is already actively being stripped from communities across the nation is not leadership. It's submission, and we cannot, like, literally, the numbers, we cannot afford to stay silent, not when silence means enabling intimidation and injustice. I echo the concerns of our neighbors that said, you know, you were elected to serve San Marcos. Our duty is to the people of San Marcos, not to the fragile egos of those who govern through coercion and fear. I think another point of clarity that I want to make is the resolution does not distract from local work. As elected officials, we must be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. I remember a constituent emailed me that, and it kind of stuck. I and several of my colleagues have consistently been present in the community, even without the support of city council staff. Like, we don't get staff designated support for constituent services. We're like a one-person show, right? Even while juggling full-time jobs, a lot of us, a family and constant community presence, we do that, right? And to further highlight this, I think it's really important to name what sometimes our community doesn't see, or all members of our community don't see. When state and federal systems fail us, we show up, right? I show up. During the pandemic, I helped organize food distributions, PPE drives, mutual aid for San Marcans. When the county lost that super confusing and ineffective rental assistance program, it was people who came and spoke on the ceasefire resolution who rallied together to set up camp all over the city with their laptops to help their neighbors be able to apply to prevent evictions, right? And they were helped by current and past members of this dais. And also thank you to those who spoke tonight, who also helped San Marcos navigate evictions and secure airship documents needed for our home rehabilitation program. Perfect example of somebody with a law degree who uses that power and privilege to help our neighbors instead of threatening to call federal law enforcement on them. During the winter storm, when our state failed to keep the lights on, who showed up? Like, we showed up, right? We partnered with unlikely allies to distribute drinking non-potable water across San Marcos, get warming buses to the east side of San Marcos. And a lot of us, even those that weren't elected, and a lot of those who have come and spoken or talked about the ceasefire resolution, we showed up to do all that. So if anything, and this is for those who kept like emailing and just really trying to express that we should focus on local, and not let this distract from local work. I think this resolution is entirely consistent with how I've always shown up, proactively, compassionately, and rooted in real care for the city, even when it's not in my lane, especially when it's an emergency. And this work that a lot of us did went on to shape several city and county policies, reforms, or services that benefit us all. I share that to illustrate that all our priority is San Marcos. Getting policy change requires hard work and imagination. that we all do. And I mean, when you just read the charter, it doesn't say to do all that, right? It says stay in your lane. But anyways, I think that's really important to name. And what else? I feel like these other points that are gonna be brought up. Oh, this is really important. This resolution didn't happen like on a whim. It was brought forward after over a year of reflection, dialogue, and listening. Again, it draws on international human rights, echoes values deeply rooted in our constitutional rights, including free speech. I won't apologize for centering human dignity over political convenience. I won't apologize for fighting to protect local power and for asserting that supporting this ceasefire resolution is one way that we reclaim this power. And I also hope that this has helped our local leadership and neighbors recognize or begin to recognize the interconnectedness of it all. Because this isn't just about this resolution or one issue. It's about the broader pattern of overreach. And we should, again, all be worried about that where those in power, namely the state and federal government, use fear, funding threats, and red tape to control not just what we can say, but how we're allowed to care about it. Clear to me that when they fund bombs but cut aid for housing and education and so on, that's connected. When they silence protests here and crush dissent abroad, that's connected. When they defund local governments and nonprofits and they call us distracted for standing up, that's absolutely connected. It's to keep us divided, distracted, and disempowered so that they can keep consolidating power. I see the power, I think the pattern, I think a lot of folks who spoke and emailed see the pattern. We have seen the pattern when we talk about how this preemption is gonna impact our daily operations. So yeah, I won't apologize for naming it even in the face of threats aimed not only at our community, right? So Senator Donna Campbell's letter, but also my person, my physical safety, my family, and those that I love. Yeah, I will continue to resist because as my abuelo reminded me on his deathbed, si Dios con nosotros, ¿quién contra nosotros? And that's all I got, because then I'm gonna cry. You don't wanna see that.
I want to thank everybody who took the time to be here today and yesterday and today. You know, a lot has been said tonight, and I'll be honest, I spent the last 3 or 4 days trying to write all of the feelings I had down to properly bring this forward in a way that does it justice. But after watching this live streamed for over a year, I don't know if there's an explicit word to put to it. I will be honest, I think one of the things, for those who don't know, my colleagues and I don't know if you've also been receiving the phone calls I've been receiving, but we have been receiving emails all talking about a variety of things, many in support, many hinting at what Alyssa just talked about. But I'll be honest, I'm not interested in being a politician who can only extend care within the geographical boundaries that I represent. That is such a conditional level of care, and if that's the type of politician you all want, I am not that. My term is over in 3 years. I will never be that, because this isn't an issue that feels political to me. This is a moral issue. This is the moral litmus test for many of us. I want to talk about a little girl that has stayed in my mind for over a year. Her name was Sidra Hasuna. She was less than 10 years old. And when a bomb hit her house, the pressure of that bomb not only wiped out her entire family, but it also blew her body to pieces. So much so that part of her body was left hanging off the side of the wall. And people came here today to invoke God, to invoke religion, to justify that. I think what breaks my heart is I really hope we're not that lost as a society, to where something like that is okay. It's justifiable. I'm not the most spiritual person in the room, never professed to be. But I'll tell you, the God that I serve is not okay with that. And you should feel shame invoking God as a reason to justify that. Our tax dollars are literally subsidizing over 70% of this genocide. I have to talk to people every day who come, we meet every 2 weeks, they come to that dais, and they tell us what? I can't afford housing. I can't afford to take care of my kids. You go to these the schools in the school district, our kids are literally waiting to get to school to eat their first meal. What society, where have we gone wrong in our society? Where are our priorities? I don't mind being a pariah on this body if it means standing up for what is right. I don't mind that. I'll be honest with you and for all of the people who have been calling my phone, threatening me, my life, threatening deportation, even though I'm a U.S. citizen, calling me a terrorist, calling me this, calling me that. My own mother is not even able to sleep at night because she's so worried as to whether or not somebody's gonna pull up at our house because I'm literally asking for children and civilians to stop dying, stop being killed. I'm so desensitized to death in a way in which I have learned more about death through my screen than I ever thought I could. I have seen children's bodies lined up, and I'm not talking 2. I'm not talking 3. I'm talking 10 plus bodies lined up next to one another. And their pants are stained with pee because they took their last breath. And people are coming here to me today, and this whole argument is sitting here trying to make me convince y'all whether this is a local issue, my colleagues. Saul, you have grandchildren, 2 of which are literally the child of my best friend. I held one of them in my arm the other day, and the entire time I thought, I have seen so many lifeless bodies the size of theirs. That is wrong. And it was mentioned, oh, what about the genocides elsewhere? First of all, free the Congo, free Syria, free Puerto Rico, free Cuba. Yeah, it's the same energy for them all. I want to read a quote. This was following a massacre in Khan Yunis, one of many, on December 15, 2024. This was from somebody who witnessed literal tents in a hospital being bombed. They said shrieks of rage and grief, coupled with the smell of burned flesh. The only light is the roaring fire in a room of motionless bodies. Those who are left to witness are not the lucky ones. You have people wishing for death because to die is better than to live in the situation that we have helped create. This isn't some natural disaster. This is a man-made atrocity, and we are fully subsidizing it. I have seen doctors who are literally traveling from all parts of the world, including this country, so clearly people of this country can realize this is our fight too. They describe children who have literally had a bullet sniped through their heads, through their hearts. And for my people who have been in the military, you know how much intentionality it takes to not only set yourself up, look through a scope, and then look at a child and pull that trigger. And we're not supposed to care about this because it's happening elsewhere. I'm sorry, but when people on this body go and ask for people's votes, which you will, and when you profess to them that you care about them, that you want to see a better livelihood for them, that you want to see them be able to take care of their family, all of that is for the birds if you don't support this. This government is choosing not to do those things for our people to fund this. So if somehow, some way, you are so not able to comprehend this on a humanity level, don't go and lie to our people in this city and say you care about those things. Don't do it. And I will say, I'm going to actually use a quote by the Israeli Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant, to help people understand how, similar to an email that we all received, I know you all probably read it, from a well-known person in this community, but I'll do her a favor and not call her name out, but referring to Palestinians as terrorists, rapists, killers. He also used that same language. He also said, we are fighting against human animals. Gaza won't return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. I appreciate the people who brought up the hostages tonight. I too want to see the hostages returned. But I don't know how you expect that to be accomplished with indiscriminate bombing. It was never about the hostages. There was an opportunity, and there have been many opportunities. You have families of the hostages praying to their own government, saying, stop. You are going to kill our loved ones. The bombs don't sit there and fall and say, oop, let me turn around. That's a hostage under there. They hit them too. So if you care about the hostages, you support a ceasefire. And I'll just be quite frank. For all of my friends who are Jewish, who didn't come here tonight because of the fact that there has been such a conflation with this resolution being compared to anti-Semitism. This resolution explicitly asks and acknowledges both the release of the hostages as well as being absolutely against anti-Semitism. But I will say, you cannot tell me that Judaism as a religion supports this. Jewish people are not monolithic. That's why so many people in Israel have spoken out against this. That is why so many people refuse to enlist in an army that is perpetuating a genocide. They don't want to be a part of it either. So I really plead with y'all. It's been over a year. I sat on that dais a year ago, and I asked each of you, with the exception of you and me, I stayed until a little after the time we're here now, and I asked you explicitly, if a resolution came before you tomorrow, who would support it? For the crowd's knowledge, and this is on video, Councilmember Scott and Councilmember Gonzalez to my left both raised their hand. They raised their hand. And so I hope you all will do right today, because I'm telling you, it's getting hellish, more hellish by the day. I don't know what threshold you all expect for us to be okay with, but I'm not okay with this. If I had an opportunity, let's take it back to the Holocaust, and I was sitting on a city council in America, I would have said the same thing then. Because any genocide is wrong. Is wrong. So, thank you to all the organizers who came. Thank you to all the people even who may have come here in opposition, who are able to have conversations with organizers and admit, man, I learned something. I know this isn't favorable by everybody, but again, this position on this council does not mean more to me than knowing that when I go to sleep at night, I did everything I could. Thank you.
Okay, council, remember, one of our goals on this is to determine, not voting on any documents tonight, but do we want to pursue this? And I assume it would be the same document at that time. We could choose to amend if we get, and all that. So that's what we
So
need
point
to
of
determine.
clarification, if we wanted to amend that, would we have to do it on the dais, or is there some other method to amend the resolution prior to voting on it, other than sitting here till 1 o'clock in the morning?
Mr. Geary?
The first meeting in May,
Two-
which is probably what's gonna end up happening.
Up to two to three people could get together and determine individually, 2 people, 3 people,
Sure,
not
if it's-
4.
Sure. But yes, they would have to come with some proposed alternatives at the next meeting for action.
And it's always helpful, as you've seen, if you can get it to staff in advance, so we see it and we know exactly, what the amendments are, if someone wants to propose them. But the first question is,
But even
do
though-
we want to even want to carry us forward to the next week? But
Any council member, so let's say we want to move it forward, and the next time we discuss it, any council member can provide amendments.
right, at the
Well, no, but
meeting,
my question
yes.
is, so currently I have 17 amendments to the current resolution. I don't want to sit here the first meeting in May and debate 17 amendments on the dais. So I'm asking, is there a method to bring a different resolution to vote rather than bringing this resolution and me sitting up here and introducing 17 amendments as
But
they are
that's-
now?
that's
Well,
not Gary's
the
do
posting
business.
tonight is for the resolution presented by the sponsors.
Right.
So
No,
if there's an
Okay, well, then
action,
pack a lunch because I have at least 17 amendments in the first
for an
meeting in
action
May.
item,
But-
that would be this two-step process. Action items occur at the next meeting. So we could go through the 17 amendments
Yes.
tonight or the 17
Well,
amendments
no,
at the next
We could do
meeting.
it at the next meeting,
It's
that's
the
fine.
same
But-
I
but-
guess, but yeah, so, to your point, motion to approve discussing this or whatever, moving to the next step.
okay. I don't think we do a motion, but I've got to find out if there's
Direction,
four. Yeah.
if to carry forward, that's correct, Mayor.
Okay, so yes, I want to carry forward.
Okay, so that's what I need to do, so I will write down that. However, well, I'll come that other. Okay, so you are a yes. Safe to assume that you are a yes? And then Ms. Garza is a yes? Okay.
Can you say it in the mic so people can hear you?
I'm a no.
Is your mic on?
I'm a no.
Mayor, I definitely believe in staying in my own lane. But something like this, it just hits me when so many people are getting killed, not only there, but all over, different countries. But this is so publicized that we're seeing what really happens. I would like to move it forward and with changes if needed on the.
Okay. I wish that this item had not landed on Lent and Passover. I know that wasn't the intent, but.
That was not intentional.
I know. But it did. And the reason why that concerns me is I think it may have limited some civic participation. But I'm going to give the quote that I found that Kirk Watson had given. And I'm going to say this that I agree. What he said was the proposed resolution of the Austin City Council will not realistically end the violence on the other side of the globe, nor will it stop federal taxes from being used to implement foreign policy. That is not in our power. The resolution, however, has the power to divide Austin and will. I care about all of this. What I don't see is how a resolution by the city of San Marcos is going to change what's happening over there. My other concern is there are wars and conflicts in a lot of places. Why are we only talking about this one? We've got the war in Ukraine where Russia invaded them. We've got, I won't even go through the ones that I found that are still running. So that's one of my questions is I'm for peace and I want to tell these people, can you just cut this out? Just stop the killing, stop all this horrific actions that people are taking. But how is San Marcos going to affect what's happening there? So there's two things. How are we going to affect what's happening there? How are we going to get a ceasefire in place? And then secondly, why just this one and not a resolution to say, we support peace?
And we probably could amend the resolution to say something like that.
We possibly could if it
you
comes
know,
back.
Yes.
It's just, and I don't want to make this a biblical thing, but wars have been going on since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
But with the new technology, new chemicals we have, they're just getting worse. I have a brother that's was involved with Vietnam, and he has some kind of disease now they don't even have a name for. And we think it came from that, what's the chemical they were using? I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah.
And-
And before that, mustard gas in World War One.
And, you know, I just, something has to give, and you're right, it's probably gonna land in nobody's lap and nobody's gonna, but at least I know, hey, I expressed my concerns.
Right. If I could just add to that real quick, I think, Mayor, to the second part of your question, like, why not all the other ones?
Or at least some of the other ones.
Right. My, just like, and like, just first thoughts, or immediate thoughts, haven't fleshed this out, is lack of capacity. Yeah, I said we do a whole lot of stuff that goes above and beyond with very limited resources. And when I say very limited resources, our city leadership knows, a lot of community leaders know, that I wake up around 5 or 6 in the morning every day, and a lot of times I'm sending emails at 2 in the morning, right? Like, there's not enough, like, capacity for me to do all this, which is why I'm grateful for our community, our diverse group of neighbors that came together to, like, co-create this, right? Like, they really did do a lot of what I wish I had the capacity to do, not just on the ceasefire resolution, but on everything. Education, unpacking things, and so on and so forth. So I think my answer is lack of technical support capacity as council members, but also for those who are super passionate about everything you just said, like, I would encourage our neighbors to rally together to organize and work to co-create things with any member of this dais. So those are just like my preliminary thoughts on that.
Mayor, also, I hear you. But if the thought is that, well, it doesn't matter, it's just gonna continue. So it's okay that we just sit aside and watch it happen? The reason we're talking about this is because there's a whole international criminal case against Israel. It's out of all the conflicts you mentioned, and I agree, some of those should get a whole lot more. I mean, I'm here with you on that. But that's why we're here today. You had an apartheid nation like South Africa bring the case forward. Why? Because they've experienced what this looks like. That's why we're here. It's live streamed. And sure, I understand not everybody is chronically online like some people in this room may be. But if it means nothing, what's the harm in doing it then?
I didn't say it meant nothing. My concern is I don't believe that our resolution is going to bring about a ceasefire.
I don't think anybody's ever
Drops in
argued
the
that this was
bucket.
anything more than symbolic, right? I don't think I've ever argued that. What I can say, though, is symbolism does mean something to people in your own community. We have Palestinians in this community that own businesses in which we actually, as a body, have purchased food from to eat. When we talk about divisiveness, how would you feel if you were them and your community was silent and your voice meant this much? These are your citizens too.
True, but I'm listening to everyone.
Are you?
There are people from multiple sides.
Okay, I think.
Because I counted today, of the 60-something people, almost 40 of them asked you to vote yes. They are your citizens. There's even, for a fact, some I know that voted for you in this last election because they thought you were sensible. These are your citizens too, that have taken the time to come now for a year, and some of these faces are very familiar. Does that not hold weight? Because again, there's a lot of people in this city I know that aren't favorable with a lot of my political takes, but they're still citizens. I have to sit there and what?
I'm telling Stephanie, like, I think I have to throw up, so like, let's wrap this up.
But either way, they don't need to agree to be deserving of the care that I should extend to them too. I have to extend the care to even my worst enemy, because if I want to live in good conditions. So these are your citizens.
We have a consensus, right? So,
I've got,
Scott hasn't been asked.
Mr. Scott hasn't stated his preference yet. But you're right, we've got 4 that want to
Okay.
see this again.
I just think if I have to like run out, I'm really nauseous.
Okay.
Good, 'cause I'm stuck on the fence.
Mr. Scott, I don't think anybody can hear you.
I said that's good, 'cause I'm stuck on the fence.
All right. Well, we have 4 yeses, so how I feel about it isn't going to make a difference as to whether this comes back. So it looks like this is coming back. Mr. Gary, what would be a good way for Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez to make his 17 amendments known to us so we can contemplate them in advance and perhaps work through them a little faster at the meeting, or anyone else who has?
I think they should work it like you often do with, we work with the city manager's office to prepare a potential slide of a proposed amendments. And again, it's typically better to have one amendment
Or
at a
could I do
time.
a single amendment, just changing the entire resolution, strike the entire resolution and replace it with X?
Well, you can do that.
Yep, that's a
But you
valid
gotta-
motion.
There's a chance that people may not like all of it, but yes, that's a legal option. But I know typically the body likes to hear one at a time so that, sometimes when you lump them all together, but that's really the prerogative of the council. But either way, you would send it, I think we'd work through the city manager's office to have them put something that they can show up on the screen.
But
And that'd
what
be
I'm
free to the
asking
councilors
for
to figure that out.
is to find out, to see it before the meeting. So
Well-
I agree, because I think people can usually tell at least most of my amendments, and sometimes I actually announce them by looking at the message board. But still, that's just, midnight last night. So if there's 17, I'm
Right.
happy to
So the
entertain
council-
those like tomorrow if he has those
Right, the
ready.
council can't be discussing it amongst themselves, but it can be provided in a
Put it
one-way
on the message
communication
board.
through staff. So yes, we can
That's why I
provide.
asked, how can it be
Yes.
provided to us that we can each contemplate on our own? Or
Yes.
I guess 2 people could talk, but not breaking the Open Meetings Act, and the
Send it to
actual
staff.
action will happen on a posted agenda, which I guess we all know will be the next
Send
meeting.
it to staff, and again, even there, though, it'd only be a one-way communication to say this is what's been received. And then at the meeting, y'all can discuss the merits.
So if anybody
So
else
it's
has
like-
got anything, same
yeah.
thing. Now, who should we send it to? Ms. Reyes, who would be, would that be Ms. Trevino? Y'all, who? The 3 of y'all. And then somebody will figure out and send it back out to us, because the one-way communication to us is fine, and then we can start contemplating. I would suggest that when the message board is up for the next meeting, that they be posted on the message board for the public to see. Can we ask, are y'all good with that? So everybody knows?
I will endeavor to do that in a timely fashion if I have amendments, or I will reply if you guys add that. What I'm hearing is use the same mechanisms
Yep.
to shape an agenda item that we always use. That's what I'm hearing, right? Okay.
Consistency is good. Is there anything else, Mr. Gary?
I was just having a thought here about the current caption is very specific, very narrow in terms of like it's saying specific things. One option is to have a kind of a broader kind of caption that would allow for possible amendments, whatever those may be. I'm just throwing that out there. The sponsors, y'all are here. If you want to leave it exactly as is, I'm just saying if we want to build in a little flexibility for possible amendments, I can work on that, to just have that.
Yeah, if you can give us some language, I can't think, it's 12:51.
Yeah, that would be something I could just, for open meetings, we could just ensure that there's enough latitude to have a discussion about amendments on, but we'll take care of that.
I would appreciate if this were broader.
I guess
think it would be
my
helpful.
question is, so the current caption is totally discussion regarding a possible resolution calling for an et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So as long as my proposed resolution calls for those same four, I think there's four things, the caption doesn't necessarily say that this is the resolution, it's just a possible resolution,
That's correct.
right?
We just don't want to tie your hands, is all I'm saying, with that caption that's listed for action. Because today we're talking about a possible, but yeah, I just want to make sure y'all have the ability to have a
Yes.
broad dialogue.
Okay.
If you're
and-
going to have it.
And who will post it on the message board? All the ones that y'all receive? You'll make sure that happens?
That happens out of our office.
All right. Okay, someone will send to all council, and then
Is it possible to get that by email as well?
that's how you're gonna get it, is by email. You'll get them by email early so you can be thinking about it, but at such time as the message board, the agenda is posted, then it'll go on the message board, which that'll be the best way to let everyone else know what we're looking at. And then you can comment on that in your citizen comment if you like. Say, I like number 12, I don't like number 15, or whatever, however you want to do it. All right.
So another question, semi-related but not specific to this, or I guess, yeah. So there were neighbors that reached out to me that I did not engage in discussion with because I knew that they had already been in discussion with at least three of my colleagues. Does TOMA reset, or are we still bound by that?
Good question.
Is this a new agenda item?
No, it's the same subject matter, that's a continuation of the same subject matter. So, yeah, it doesn't reset for that purpose.
But our neighbors can reach out to us, doesn't matter, like, it's us replying, right?
It's like always, but, and, we've said this before, you may want to ask, have you talked to three other colleagues
But
of
if I
mine?
know they
You can
have and
always
they
ask
reach
the
out to
question.
me, I would have to respond the same way I responded this time.
Yeah. But they can send messages
To
to
someone
council
else.
members like other people do. That's that one-way communication. Just don't have your feelings hurt because 7 people are not going to reply to you because we can't do that. But just know that.
And
It's the way all of everything is.
And it makes sense, for the benefit of the public. Why is that? So you can all have the discussion here
Right.
instead of behind the scenes. That's really the idea.
So the discussion is here in public. Is there anything else? Thank y'all for staying. Appreciate it. Is there anything else on this one? Okay, so next time, this will continue. And we're moving on to item 17.
The city council will convene an executive session pursuant to section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, consultation with attorney to receive legal advice regarding the acquisition of multifamily residential developments in the city by tax-exempt housing finance and public facilities corporations.
Okay, we post our executive session on our 3 o'clock meeting and this one. We always try to have our executive session at the 3 o'clock meeting. We did successfully finish that today, so we do not need to have this executive session now, so we can move on to item 18.
Consider action by motion and provide direction to staff related to the city council's executive session deliberation under section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, consultation with attorney, during the work session and/or regular meeting, just as stated above.
And we did have that discussion, as noted, and we gave direction to staff. So now we are at question and answer with the press and public. And at some point, I will find my list. Can I borrow somebody else's list? Oh, I found it. Okay, the people who had signed up for this, Sanjay Rav wasn't here earlier, Molly Bexfield. Is there anybody online, Mr. Trevino? Okay, Molly Bexfield, is she online? Okay, Sarah Perez Martinez, signed up in person. Oh, now's your turn. What we do with question and answer is it's questions, and you have 3 minutes to ask questions. We're not going to individually answer, why did you do this, that, or the other. If there's factual things, we can respond, staff can respond. If you're asking for statements of fact and we don't have it at our fingertips, be sure we have your email address and we will email you the answer. So you'll have 3 minutes to ask your questions. Step up to the microphone, state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Molly Bexfield. One question that I would like to ask is in regards to what kind of amendments you were hoping to make with a ceasefire resolution that has not already been made.
I think that's what you're going to, that's what I was trying to make sure of, is that y'all get to see it before the next meeting by posting it on our message board.
All right, so the amendments that are going to be made are not amendments being made currently, they're just for future reference.
We have a document that was presented to us that often we don't have at the discussion stage, but we did this time. And so there will be whatever council members wish to propose for amendments. It'll take a majority to accept that amendment. And and we want to get those to you before citizen comment. That's not to say we might not think of something while we're here on the dais and might present an amendment on the fly.
All right, I just wanted to ask because that had confused me. Another question that I would like to ask is, as one of your constituents, I would like to ask that you've seen many of the people here in favor of a ceasefire resolution. My question that I would like to ask is, do you plan on standing up for your constituents should the majority, again, show up for a ceasefire resolution?
Are you asking us now how we're going to vote?
I'm just asking if you plan on standing with your constituents.
We don't do individual responses here.
All right. Well, that's all I had to
That's
ask.
sort of taking a poll,
Yeah.
reopening the item, so to speak.
Well, and realistically, we don't know what the amendments are going to be. I don't know that, there's a lot of variables there.
I'll give like a sort of answer to that. I am willing to speak or listen to any of my constituents' feedback on the resolution as presented. I'll always be open to that. Yeah.
Next is Sarah Perez Martinez. Is that person here? Clay Smith? Is he still here? Okay. Maxfield Baker is still here.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe I misunderstood when I was up there, but and maybe I should frame this as a question, but aren't you allowed to say what you want during questions and answers with the press and public? Isn't it a matter of what legal has advised you not to do it? You all can answer those questions, but it's my understanding that legal has made the precedent that you not, but you could. Is that right? That's my first question, and you're wasting my time, so quick answers.
No, you ask all your questions, we'll circle back and do the answers.
That's not what just happened. That's
I know.
literally not what just happened,
I know, but
Mayor.
you're the one worried about running out of time.
No, I'm not really. I was just hoping you would answer my quick question. before I ask my other ones? I guess not. Okay, so the other questions I had were related to videos that I have sent you. There is an Al Jazeera article where they talked about the evangelical right and their push for fighting against ceasefires. Matthew Mendoza, I sent it to you. It's marked red on your Facebook. Mayor Houston, I sent it to you. It marked red on your Facebook. So I know you've seen it. I'm just not sure if you've actually bothered to do that extra research. The reason I'm asking this is because it's well documented that representatives like Pete Sessions are fighting against this, and they've been heavily lobbied. I'm wondering if you all have also been heavily lobbied by members of those kinds of organizations.
About what organizations?
You would know if you watched the video, so I guess you haven't.
No, I didn't understand the word that you just said.
Yes, that there are Christian right evangelical organizations that are opposing ceasefires because they think it's going to bring about some biblical end times. I'm asking if you have also been lobbied by any of those kinds of organizations, or if I should do an open records request to find out about that. No? No? Okay.
And I'll answer this one. Regarding the Facebook, I saw that you had sent me something through Messenger, to which I responded, as always, if this is regarding city public policy, send it to my email address.
Not quite always, because there were lots of times before I was on city council, and even now that I know other people in your sphere of influence, Mayor, that you are having private conversations with. Like the time that we found out that you were having phone call conversations with the smart terminal developer. So like, you're picking and choosing. It's very convenient how you've decided to do that. My last question, and again, I hope you answer the first one, if you remember it, is for the conditional use permits, when can we expect staff? I have some soft agreements from Director Greg Carr about coming to our April Civics Club meeting. Is that still going to happen? That's a question for staff.
Yes, sir, that's still going to happen. Greg
Great.
will attend.
Oh, that's so cool.
Is Ms. Capoletta still on with us?
Sure am. Hi, y'all. Yes, Max, it's turned into a 3-minute speech period. I filed an ethics complaint against Barbara Cork, and so they changed the modus operandi, Max. It used to be an interactive session, but I was so good at it, they changed the rules. Actually, they tried to eliminate this portion after the Charter Review Commission approved this portion, and I had to report them to the AG to get it back. And you are kind of part of that trajectory. You know what happened. I want to make it very clear to everybody who's watching that the quote that Amanda, by the way, I'm about to give you a compliment, Amanda, but I want to make this very clear because this dais and city staff tend to throw me under the bus. I'm an easy target. I was not the one that sent that email that she quoted. I sent some sassy emails. It was more about my opposition of you quoting Jorge, i.e. the Pope, who a lot of us Catholics have a problem with, and a joke. And actually, I may have a gift for you, Amanda, if that is in fact an Amazon purchase, the shamag that you're wearing, something that's more authentic from Egypt. But I want to make it very clear, I was not the one that made that statement. Now, my question is, because the only one on that dais tonight that did not perform a performative contradiction was Amanda. She was consistent. And so my question is, and I want to also make it very clear, there's a lot of people afraid to come forward. A lot of people warned me. They were afraid of my safety. And I really haven't spoken against it. It's more of the process of what's happening, right? Because I was a peace activist for longer than some of you have been alive. My question is, since the majority of the constituents, and obviously it's just a 3-minute speech, right, because you guys have changed the rules. Since the majority of this community is against high rises, especially in residential neighborhoods, and the majority of this community has participated in the LDC, right, the comprehensive plan, the historical resources survey, neighborhood plans, I'm just not sure I'm understanding the rest of y'all's votes up there, right? Amanda's the only one not performing a performative contradiction. You guys like to pick and choose, right? You throw the residents under the bus when all of Tantra crowd comes up, and you guys admitted it behind closed doors that you were afraid of votes. So I'm just not sure, like, Alyssa, you're making these arguments about how people are co-creating. Well, people have been co-creating for decades these rules of engagement in our community, and you just threw us under the bus. So I'm not sure why you guys think it's okay to break your own rules. And I don't see any citations in your research about where these screen captures are. And if you guys are going to mix all this in, then you need to throw in the drug cartels, and you need to throw in Uganda and the treatment of Christians over in Uganda. And all of this discussion of your amendment should be online. Thank you for your time. God bless San Marcos.
Adam Barrientos, I don't believe he's here. And we'll go back to Mr. Smith.
Clay Smith. My question is to ask if you'd like help on a particular subject in regard to updating this resolution that you're working on. I spent several years studying Islamophobia in Central Texas, met with the major Islamophobe groups, and worked out reconciliation with many of them in order to reduce risk for the Muslim community. We had 2 mosques burned to the ground in Central Texas, and in order to mitigate that, I tried to find all the Islamophobe groups and try to find an avenue to have détente between us and those groups. In doing that, I learned a lot about their own, those same groups' anti-Semitic points of view. So my question for the City Council, in order to make this resolution be one that doesn't inspire people who are emotionally disabled and things like that from, and agitated generally, from getting inspired, which is what generally happens in these cases that causes these arsons to happen. We want to have that not happen to any, we want no incidences to come forward to either injure an individual or injure somebody's personal property or their residence or their synagogue or their mosque. And so there's a significant amount of psychological work that has to be done in order to make sure that such a document doesn't inspire. And that was the essence of my discussion today, was to figure out how to deal with the needs of the community here in San Marcos so that we're not at risk. And I'm asking the question, you don't have to answer it now, but put it in your own pockets, as you have a subject matter expert here standing in front of you, and I can help you to understand how to do that. We can find psychologists also to work with us, but mine is simply in dealing with the people themselves directly that are the Islamophobes. So thank you very much for hearing that question, and deal with it as you wish. Thank you for listening.
Mayor, for the record, this is not an Amazon suit, and the staff know I do not shop at Amazon, so.
I thought that was interesting.
If that was shade, okay, it was felt, but this is.
It wasn't like your
Like,
suit. It was-
Miss Gloria at Victory Cleaner does my tailoring, so just for the record, this ain't no Amazon.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't, but I do.
It's the Shemag homegirl. That's what I'm referencing.
And I appreciate you, Ms. Capoletta. That comment was not, I was not quoting you, for the record.
Okay.
But
yeah,
the comment
yeah.
I was quoting was a woman who's real well known in the community, and I'm just doing her a favor by not throwing her name out there.
Roger that, and I appreciate you clarifying it wasn't me, and I've got a legit Shemag for you from Egypt that I've kept very good care
And-
of for over 3 decades.
Ms. Capoletta, we're trying to conclude our meeting here. As entertaining as that might be.
I missed LMC.
And at this point, I believe our question and answer session has concluded. And there being no further business on our agenda other than adjournment, I will adjourn us at 1:10.